Hey, okay, so, this episode is actually a part 2. Episode 205 is actually a continuation of episode 204. So, this all is a double video of me going through the Compendium. I'm going through and I'm just looking at every item in the Compendium in Wishfield. And this is part 2 because you can only upload 12-hour videos to YouTube. So, all we get through is the Wishfield stuff. It's not going to have any of the Itzaland stuff. I'll do an episode with that later in the future. But that's what these sections here are. So, if you want to have a little more idea of specifically what I'm going to be talking about and how I'm going to do it, I talk about it a little longer and more in depth in episode 204 for the intro. But for now, let me get into our actual go-through. It's time for bubble season, and that also does mean Sea of Stars. So this is gonna be a very long one. Now, the numbers don't look too big, but a lot of these are full outfits, which means it's a lot of pieces in each section. The numbers in part 1 were so big, but it was all broken up into individual pieces. So, this section wasn't as big as... Well, what I'm trying to say is kind of the opposite. This section looks small, it's going to be huge. But, technically, I think this is the highest one. We're going to click that first. Oh, it's just the wand. Marshall. I always forget Marshall's name. The beating the boss wand. Handheld's not the most useful, but I like having them. They're really fun when I see them to just remember the bosses, because it is a cool idea that bosses always give you, like, one item. Adventurer's Luck. Oh, here's the other top I talked about. That was kind of the similar one to the super long one. This one doesn't have as big a spot up here as I remember it having. The other one is definitely bigger. The full dress, it's a larger chest area, but still. Okay. Panda makeup. This one is useful. I am a little hesitant to use it sometimes because I have really dark bags under my eyes, so I could use it for that. But I think even with like my sleepy time outfit, it's just not the vibe I'm going for most of the time, where I'm going for... You typically would associate these with sleep-deprived people from, like, overwork. So maybe if I do, like, a businesswoman, this will be, like, a useful eye for that. And then the super, super silly panda, and I always forget it's holding the honey, but that's an amazing touch. Almost useless in terms of outfit. It's just for, like, the 1 in a million scenario where you have a very funny moment to be a panda. Which, this might come in handy when I go to Linlong for, like, funny shots out in the wild or something where I'm a panda in the background with a bunch of NPCs. I have to keep that in mind, because that's a fun idea. Not a bad bag. Very similar in texture and style to a couple others that I have. I think it might be slightly taller and wider than my black one. The colors are okay. It's a little concerning though because white, red, gold, and light blue. It's not a combo of colors I would normally do. So a situation I'd get into where I feel like I have things that match this is pretty low, so I assume I'd have to dye it. And then this I love. This was my Encore season dress, I think. And I believe... I don't think it has patterns. Maybe it does. I think... Maybe what I'm thinking of is you can dye every piece except one of these. I feel like there was something really weird about this piece. But it is amazing. Very, very, very good. I think it's considered a dress, not a shirt. Even though it's pretty short. And now onto the big one. Limited time resonance. So, we actually have at least one banner on this update we pulled on. So we have some stuff to look at here. We have our Crimson Feathers. So this is my current flying outfit. And I pulled one extra. So I just did like 180 pulls, I suppose. Because it's 180, 220, and then like 360, something like that. I guess technically if you're super lucky, it's not going to be 160, but... I probably like black the most. The other ones are good, but I think I have in my mind a big association with this type of outfit and very dark, moody, emo colors. So I kind of just like it. And the wings I really like as black, even though I have a lighter dress. Mine uses, I think, these wings as the base, or these, and it's a lot of lighter colors. I think for the outfit itself, this is still my favorite. Now, the 4 wings on the back of the head I really like. The halo, obviously, I like. The eyes are hard to use, but they're interesting. I assume I've never used this piece. I don't remember having chaotic earrings like this. I think this picture isn't doing justice to what they look like here. These, they look a little more structured. So I think from the front, maybe they look a little different. But these look really cool. They're super chaotic, spread out. Like, almost random design. And then these wings are amazing. So, the Silvergale Aria has the 2 wings that kind of wrap downward, and they have the halo attached. These, they do block a lot of the head, because they go from down to up. That can be kind of annoying. I have a lot of trouble using them, because I don't like blocking that much most of the time. But I do think they're nice. They have all these decorations on them, which make them harder to match with outfits that aren't covered in gemstones and things like that. Like, you can't have... If you're trying to make just a little baby bird outfit or something, it doesn't really make sense to even use these. You'd probably have to use Aria, because this is just a lot of golden jewelry, and it's not going to fit your theme at all. But I do think they're very pretty, very sparkly, obviously. This is a fun one. There are a couple halos in the game now, actually. And this one is interesting. It's all cracked up and broken. It's pretty high up. I think the 2.3 one might be higher than this, even. That one's really tall. But everything's floating, it's fractured, and it's also tilted really far downward. So it's probably a good thing. When you're looking front on, you can see it is not as aggressive as this photo. This photo, I think, is taken with Nikki looking a little down, but it isn't fully flat. So you can still see a little bit of the texture when you're looking straight on with Nikki, which is nice. I like it. It can be hard to match with things. I believe you can dye the colors of this fine, but I don't think you can dye the glow it has, so you have to just use one of the ones you have already. So for me, I have 3 options, but it is limiting in that way. This is... I think I'm using this on... Is it my Rain Whimsicality one right now? My Rain Sunshine Whimsicality? It's got the feathery stuff. It's got, I think, a pretty good, like, jewel section here. I like the design of this. Just like this. I think it's good, like, swirls and shapes for Crimson Feathers. The lacy stuff doesn't match as well, but I think it'd be too much if the feathers just extended, so you want to do something different. Because it's just going to get really flat if it's just feathers all the way out, and you want something to kind of cover this section. So I don't hate that. I think this is a good neck. There are a lot that are very close to it, though, so it's not a, like, super impressive piece. This hair, though, is very impressive. It doesn't show up well in the picture, but this hair is very, very long. I think it's full butt length. And good bangs, because it makes a very puffy, like, cheek look. The bottom of your face looks very, very wide in this, in a cute way. The one strand in the front, you could take it or leave it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but at least it's a little styled. And I should mention that the reason the hair is angled like this is so that the feathers here kind of trace it. But I don't think it's a hair that requires accessorizing. I think you can just wear this as is, and it's just kind of looped hair. You don't have to worry about putting things in it. These arms I use all the time. They are very good. This going all the way up is a huge bonus. The asymmetry is useful in a lot of outfits. Sometimes I don't want it, and I can't use this, because it's a little limiting in that. But they dye really well. It has a lot of interesting texture. My one concern is there is a little bit of trouble with all these little dots. Dyeing those to fit can be a little hard, because it makes the colors really flip around and do weird stuff when you're trying to dye overall, and then the dots kind of add texturing. It's a little interesting, but I think the piece works well. This arm is the more interesting arm, definitely. Got a lot of the open space. It goes up and ends in kind of like a feathery pattern. Very, very good piece. Very high quality arm. The dress itself, it is massive. Comically massive. Look at how tiny Nikki's body is in this picture here. She takes up 10% of the screen. It's comically large. When it comes to flying, it doesn't really make sense to have this much mass attached to you, but I'll let it slide because the wings are kind of counteracting that. I think the top is nice. It's not, like, super ridiculous. It's got the same thing a couple dresses have, where it's a pinch point, and then things extend out from it in both directions, or towards it in both directions. And this one, it's kind of like here. You can see feathers sprout from that specific spot. And I think down here is burnt. You can see a little of this, and maybe like here. The bottom of the dress is burnt with fire. Eternal Blaze is the name of it. So there is some interest in the bottom, but I think it ends up just being 100 layers of dress with a little bit of interesting burn marks. A lot of it, though, is non-textured. Like, if you not in a video gamey sense. If you look at this, it's just a color of a fabric. That's a lot of it all around. There are pieces that have some decoration, but a lot of it is just the decoration is that the tip is burnt. So I think the bottom of this dress is really boring. But I still think it's cool, even if it is a little boring. And you can't do anything with your legs, so if you wear this dress, you are going to run into the problem that you are going to look the same as every other girl wearing this dress, no matter what happens up here. Good legs, useful. I like the pendant. Not a big fan of the hang down things here. Maybe I'd want another gemstone on each that's bigger, just to kind of make them feel like they're not an afterthought, because that's kind of the impression I get now. And I still don't like things hanging around here, obviously. It is interesting how plain this is. I guess it gives me the impression of being an afterthought, kind of like the other stuff, where I feel like this is just a good, decorated, fun shoe, and then they go, wait a second, I need to be 1.5 inches taller. So they just put a pink block underneath, and then they call it good. Now, the wings, obviously, these are the main piece, and they are very good. The problem is, they are very, very stiff, and they don't play well with clothing. It used to be worse. I think they did patch it, and I think it was in the update they added the ghost hand, was it? I feel like it was months after this came out they made a patch that changed the physics of back items, and it made it so these had less problems. So I think nowadays they work a lot better than they used to. But they used to just not work at all. Your hands, unless you're wearing the exact same size dress as this in terms of width around the hip here, your hand is just going to be like in the wing, or the wing's going to be floating out from the dress or pushing on the dress, and there's going to be a million problems. So it's cute, but there's a lot of concerns. I think this is a good picture-taking item, and it's bad for actually running around. When you're running, it also has weird side-to-side physics, where it looks like the wings are... They look fake, is I guess what I'll call it. If you're just standing still, the wings look really good. If you're walking, it looks like they're fake wings that, like, a cosplayer would wear. So they have that pretty serious downside, but luckily the most important thing is picture taking for most pieces in the game. These are fun, but the only time I would see myself realistically using them is if I'm making, like, oracle outfits and things like that, because it's a very particular type of style where you would cover your eyes, and it's, like, things having to do with mysticism and things having to do with high-end martial arts, and that's, like, it. And I don't know if, like, an insane martial artist who senses the world is going to cover their eyes with wings, but I think you could do something like that. I think it could work. It's a piece I'm very happy to have. Our sleepwalking outfit. Obviously adorable. So, I have 2 copies of this because it was on the banner with this. So I do have the blue, the pink. For some reason I've never glowed it up. I just prefer the blue to the purple, so I never worried about it. One day I'll do it. I gotta get my 20 diamonds in return for me spending maybe like 10 days worth of stamina to glow up an outfit. This is a bit of a silly sleep cap. In general, I think almost all sleep caps are silly. The idea of these hats that fling down everywhere, it is the type of thing you see in movies, and I assume does exist in real life, but it's not something I ever expect to see. So, I think it's more of a joke item than a real one, but if I ever decide otherwise, I can use it. I know I used a hat similar to this, or maybe I used this exact hat, actually, for the Lulico event to make, like, a magical girl hat, I think? I don't remember which one it was, but it was something that was kind of like a sleep cap. Little star, pretty simple, pretty normal. These are probably more interesting than some of the gloves we've looked at. They do the bad thing, where they poke really far out rather than sitting in. The saving grace is that they aren't as far out as some others, and... Brad's side yawning already. They have the little fluffy thing, so they're gonna fit some designs. If you're like a floof, if you're making a floof outfit, if you're making a sheep outfit, if you're wearing, winter clothes, or maybe like a turtleneck sweater or something, you could make this work. I don't think the end piece would work as well with that. Same with this piece here. I think I did use this for something. What did I use it on? I feel like I have. I don't remember. It was probably just a generic fluffy outfit is what I used it for. Having the fluff is good because this is easier to use than some of the things we got in Itzaland. It's just like, okay, your whole arm is fluffy. And we had a couple of those, actually, in the stuff we looked at already. Where it's just a big top that's just all fluff. I think there was one that was like a cash shop like that. We have double braids. decent hair. It's actually parted left. I should have probably, I guess, paid attention to this. I feel like most hair in the game is parted right, but maybe I'm just imagining things. This is nice. It is a little over-accessorized to actually wear to bed, is what I'll say. This piece here, I think, is solid. I think this is actually just, like, metal. And we have our little hanging things here. The rest, may be fine. I think up here by the chest, these are actually things that poke out. So, basically, I wouldn't want anything that's not just cloth, but all the cloth pieces, I think, work. So it ends up being... I guess it is kind of a sleepwalker dress rather than a sleeping dress. And I wouldn't want to sleep in this because I think there's a lot of sharp things on it. But it's still a fun piece that I do like. And the slippers are very nice. I believe these are the ones I'm using, the pink version. But it's what I'm using for my... Yeah, it's what I'm using for my sleepwalking dress, I think. 'Cause I only have a couple slippers. And just generic, okay ribbon. And we have water walking. I am very interested to see the pieces of this, because this is a dress that I came very, very close to pulling. I fought tooth and nail to stop myself from this, because I was so desperate to not run out of diamonds. It's not the most useful effect. There's not very many long stretches of water that are worth traveling over, and there's normally ways you can handle it otherwise, but it's definitely the type of thing, if I had it, I'd probably use it. Maybe I wouldn't have spent 8 months not knowing how to get to that island in the Firework Isles that you just fly to, because I'm silly. If I just had this, I would have walked over. So we have our blue. Red's not bad. I like the more heavy contrast of all of the accessories and stuff, because that is a big part of this outfit, is all the things. Not bad, actually. These colors do work pretty well for water stuff. I normally am not a big fan of the yellows for most outfits, and this is more of the deep sea theme, which I think is cool. I just personally prefer the lighter blues. Not bad. I like the hair. The hair's so messy. Looks like maybe a darker pink and lighter pink. Not bad. I just think the blue is really good. This... I tend to not like things like this, but again, it probably is just Itzaland stuff, where I'd throw this on my head, making more of a, not exactly tribal outfit, more of a priestly outfit. It's the type of thing I would use for the Saintess outfit, rather than a tribal warrior, because that's more of blocky, large gems and beads, in my mind. This is a really interesting piece. You can see it does go up on the other side by looking at the preview here, but huge stone in the back. It's also pretty far off the hair, so you need a little bit puffier hair to make it work. And it looks like it's such a tight angle. I would be surprised if it spreads out at all. So I think you kind of need maybe a middle ground hair for this. If you have like super, super puffy hair, it might not even work. But it's interesting. I like the swirls, kind of the flowy, watery stuff. This piece is a big deal. The fact that this is apparently ears is crazy, because this must be hat, hair accessory, ears. So I mentioned when we saw them, the elf ears, they're the like wire elf ears, I like a lot, and I regret not getting. Well, I don't know if I regret it. I wish I had them, is I guess what I'll say. Because I probably had bad diamond finances at the time, just like this. This is just like that. It's a piece that's so good. The saving grace of this is there's a Eureka in the game that looks almost identical to these, but it's a little further away from your head. It's a little like back and to the side, and it has a ring with it that's forced. And it's not bad. It's just not as useful as these, because these also you could just die. And it has the little earring piece. I'd prefer if it didn't, but I think it's fine. It's just a little thing hanging down. It's hard to tell exactly what the design is. It's a circle of some variety. But this is a very good piece. This hair, look at how wide it gets here in the preview. And it's got little beads all over it, which I'm not a huge fan of. It limits a little bit what you can do with the hair, but I don't think there's anything on the back that's super, super egregious. Like, I don't think there's massive things stuck in the hair on the backside. It's probably just a few more of these, and that's it. How wild this hair is actually pretty crazy. The top is styled pretty normally. So it's just like once you hit here, it just flares out completely to the side. Now we get into all the little, like, dot things all over the body. This is cool. I'm very, very, very happy it doesn't have the under layer to this that this stuff is stuck on, and it just sticks to the skin, because that helps with dyeing a lot. It makes it so you don't have to try to match skin tone, which is a nightmare. This is a little... I don't think that's 3D. I think it's the back arm I'm seeing there. Looks like maybe some gold mixed in, blue, some whites. I don't know how many of these are gemstones. The whites might be gemstones, so I don't know how shiny exactly this is. But it's another piece that you can't throw on a random outfit you just wear around when you're doing menial tasks. It kinda is, like, in the princess mode, where you need to be a fantasy princess-type design to make it work. The fairy tag here makes a lot of sense. This is amazing, but there's a lot of things attached to it that are a little problematic for using it in other areas without a couple caveats. So something you can't really see well here is there is a little bit of, like, wiring on the side. You can see it in this. That's kind of like following your ribcage should make it look kind of like gills. I like that a lot. I want to mention that because this image doesn't show it well. Where am I? Here. So, this piece, even though I think it's actually the smallest coverage in the game for your chest, is very big because of all the things attached to it. So it goes pretty low. You do have the center tummy open, and you have a really, really fun and good protector. This is really nice. I'm so happy they actually found one that looks cool, because it's the ice theming. This set, even though it's water walking, it is an ice set, kind of, because you summon ice to stand on. That's how you walk on water. So you have this big, like, snowflake design, which is really cool. I assume dyeing that could make some interest. I don't know exactly how I would want to dye it is the problem. And then it's got kind of like an explosion out effect. You can see like some ripples that go out from the center here. And that's kind of the flow of the outfit as it comes from this central point, which I think is a gemstone. This stuff can cause a lot of problems with arms, but the caveat I said earlier, this is pretty easy to cover with a lot of the outerwear in the game. You can put on... Oh, what was the... I always forget the term for the outerwear I like a lot. It's... I can't think of it. The things that are just over the shoulder, and that's it, is, what you need. You don't want to cover any of the chest here. It's just that stuff. And I think it would still look okay. One of the problems is, with a lot of outerwear in the game, it's really loose fabric, or it's tight leather, and there's not much in between. So, matching it to the style of this, because this is actually, it looks pretty hard. And that might cause problems, because it's definitely not leathery, but I think you can make it work. I don't remember what the back of this looks like, and I can't spin any of the pieces or the big photo. It's probably mostly open, in terms of, like, solids, and then has a lot of these little things everywhere, is what my assumption for it is. I really like this piece. It might be the piece I want the most in the entire set. Like, this as the first, this is the second. This I would like to have, but I'm not, like, burning to get it. But this piece... Oh, and, we will look at this, but that is probably third or fourth. It's, like, around the level of the hair where I'd really want it. But... yeah, this piece is very, very good. And since I use so many of the tiny tops, it would be nice to have before we leave Itzaland. Because once we get to the next area, if it's not as nature-y or it's not hot, I'm not going to be able to use the types of tops I'm using now. So that era of my outfits is going to kind of come to an end for the most part until we're back in a spot where it makes sense, and I'll probably move on to more heavier clothing. So if this reruns, depending on the makeup, I might be thinking about making a cheeky little 20 pool to gamble a 1 in 10. Or it's a 1 in 11. There's 11 pieces for this, I believe. I think Crimson Feathers and Water Walking were both 11s. But I really want that piece. I like it a lot. These are very long. Insanely long. They go a million miles out to the side. They're pretty cool because they actually have water effect and there's fish swimming around them. But I always talk about it. I'm not a huge fan of this type of piece. I think they look just a little too ridiculous, even for photos and stuff. And the physics on them can make taking photos and running around really weird. I think they might attach kind of like straps rather than to each other. That's interesting. This is a pretty good piece. It has, I think, little dots around the belly button attached to the pants. It's hard to tell exactly, but I think right there is like beads. And here in the center, there's also, like, more snowflakes. Instead of just lace up at the top, it's snowflakes because it's all of the ice theming. And I think it's fish that actually are animated moving down here, I think. Little bit of, like, gemstone stringing around here. Good body line. Works well. Longer than I'd like. But the dress is very flowy in general. So it's kind of what I expect. This is still, like I said, too long for me. I kind of would have preferred... I don't know where I would want the cutoff. Maybe you could do like a diagonal cutoff like this. I think it'd be pretty rough, though. I'm not sure I would like it. Maybe I would just want it to where it just taps the ground. Maybe that would be a little better. And then swirls out right as it's about to reach the ground, maybe? Just... I have the same complaint as always. I don't like seeing things run on the ground because it feels dirty, and I don't like thinking about how dirty the dress is getting. There's a lot of things in the game similar to this, and I keep thinking everything that a girl wears that's similar to this is this, or one of the others, and it's all interchangeable in my mind. But basically just wrap around with gems. Just like the arms. I think, like, Frozen Cave is what this down here makes me think of. And I don't know what this symbol on the front actually is. Yeah, I'm not sure. It might just be, like, generic design. You can see over here, the side is just more of the swirl up things. Kind of like in the hair. This one. Where it's just this design, but on the side of the shoe. I don't think they're bad. They honestly kind of fall into that same category where it looks like a shoe was designed and then they just needed an extra inch in the heel. So they threw on, like, a block of ice. Which isn't a problem. This one's interesting because it's not solid here. I think it's fully see-through. And it's just beads. These are pretty long, but I think long straight lines, at least this many, is very uncommon. I think this is a pretty unique, actually, neck piece. This part looks like a million other things in the game. This doesn't. I think this is useful. And it's a shame not having it because it does a good job of filling space that's about this size and this size only. So it would be nice to have. But obviously I love that set. You are... Oh, you're the one, you pick up the mirror and you look in it, and then I think you change makeup or something like that? It's been a while. Oh yeah, colors. It looks kind of like a silk nightgown or something. I like the green, actually. Yeah, I think the green is the most interesting to me. Hair-wise, probably too. I'm not a huge fan of any of the hair for these, honestly. In terms of color, I mean. This is not bad. It's just loose, thrown over the shoulder, which isn't super common. Normally, if it's loose, there's at least one loose tie, and then it just goes on its own, and this just doesn't have any. She just grabbed it and threw it over. This is a massive piece. I did not realize. This thing here is huge. It hangs so far off to the left, too. That's a really weird choice. Is it because the hair is wide? I guess the idea is that it doesn't want to collide with this, because this hair is so far out. So they just have it down like this. But that, I think, would create a weird feel for normal hair. You kind of have this line here that you follow with the black. And it creates an outline above Nikki that stays away from her. I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that. Because you can't put, like, hats or hoods or anything like that on with it. I think you maybe just try to get... You can't even put, like, a bun on the side. Maybe you try to counterbalance it with hair that's just really far over here? Maybe? Because if you try to put hair here that fits, and it's not the one from the set, I think you're going to have a really hard time matching it. So maybe you'd counterbalance hair with this. Those are pretty cool. It's like a dying leaf that's dropping its petals. Oh my goodness. It's the thing. It's 7 different necklaces in one. At least they do follow a pretty consistent theme. The flowers feel off to me. I would probably prefer just more stones, maybe? Because it's only this section here that has flowers. It looks like maybe there's one thing that hangs in the back. It's hard to tell, though. It's a almost impossible to use piece, but if I had it, I'd say I'm glad I have it, because maybe one day. Maybe one day. Ooh, these are the ones... They're cool. And they do work well for party dresses. But they hate having pictures taken. The texture on these looks really bad in photos, and it's pretty bad right here, too. It's interesting. It's, like, fun to look at. But if you have flat, like, cloth next to this, it looks like it's artifacting. So it causes a lot of problems. It's a cool piece, and I like it. It's hard to use because of game and, like, graphic problems that aren't the fault of the company. It's, like, that's just how it works with things that are, textured like this in all of the internet. I guess, is this supposed to be... I don't know. This is the type of thing a rich woman wears around her house when she's going to bed soon. I think that's what they're supposed to be. It's kind of like a bathrobe that's just silk and very, very, very fancy. It looks comfy. You have something underneath that has a lot of lace, which doesn't look as comfy. Maybe, is that a forced necklace? Probably not. It's probably just, like, dots on the lace, probably. These little black things here and here. And you can see that's where the bottom ends. I don't know if it's shorts or, like, a skirt underneath. Like a one-piece mini dress or something. I don't know about that. But, like I said, it's comfy. I like the green version because I don't think it needs to be this aggressive if it's just a casual thing you'd wear at home. Useful. Some gradient. Pretty meshy as well. Kind of like the hands. That's ridiculous. It's like a Furby. Your foot's a Furby. It even has eyes. These things here, they look like eyes. And chains for this. Pretty high heel. Pretty, small foot of the shoe. Like, the part you actually stand on. So, I mentioned this for another one that was similar. I think from the back, you might actually see Nikki's feet, like, hanging off the sides. Which sounds weird. I don't know if I have shoes that are really, really thin, if I've ever even looked at that. I probably should, to know if that's a thing. Because I kind of don't like the idea of that. It feels like you're just going to slip off of them. And it makes it feel like you're not wearing shoes that are your right size. But I'd have to actually see what they look like from the back to know if I'm right about that. You, I think, reran recently. I think you're the dress I called Aglaya when you were first on the banner. With this type of dress, I always say it, yellow is the one that I associate with, like, divinity and things like that. So I prefer it most of the time, because I think it stays on theme better. Very fun. It is supposed to be a vine. You would normally think of, like, grapevines. So having them be white is throwing me off a bit. But if I made these purple, I think it just kind of wouldn't make sense. Because they're not grapes. They're so tiny. They're babies. Is it like a bird with a thing under, or is that just flowers? Oh, it's a fish. A fish and fish bubbles with flowers? I don't know, kind of nice. Very, very simplistic hair. It's not unkempt, because there's no real flaking off. It's styled very purposefully. It's not that long either. It kind of cuts into a V pretty sharply in the back here, you can see, and ends pretty quick. Very, very long and thin on this side, front part too. So it's a hair that really takes the spotlight, which I typically don't like. I prefer it always in the back, always in the front. This is a good touch. Little piece hanging down here. That's nice. Love it. More things like this, please. I just need things that you could throw onto almost any outfit. Maybe like a little bit of helix here. It's hard to tell. There's like some type of weird design on the back, maybe. Like, not bad at all, actually. That's a really good necklace. Necklaces do have the problem of a lot of the time they go pretty low because they try to hide themselves from chokers. This one's very, very hard metallic. It's got a lot of really interesting shapes. Asymmetry. It does poke down in the front. It's pretty thin, and it's the same design. It doesn't have, oh, we're a chain, and then we have a big gemstone. It's just, we're flowers, and the bottom is a flower. So that's a very, very, very good necklace. Ooh. The texture is interesting. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the length. I think a lot of sleeves probably reach this point, so you can have it look like it continues under the sleeve. If I had full open arms, would I want it to be just this big? I think I'd prefer it to go to, like, here. It's kind of just, it's a weird stopping point, is what I'll say. It looks like it attaches to one finger, and it's not the middle finger. That's normally the finger things attached to. Back of here. It's hard to also tell what the texture is. It might be metal, because it looks golden and shiny. It's hard to tell. It's a nice piece to have, but maybe hard to use. And this is very, very lovely. So, open shoulder here. This, like, flowy, deep V-cut neck. Very common in this type of outfit. It just thematically makes sense. Arms kind of reminded me of Linlong, where it's the 2.2 4-star dancing outfit that was on the banner with the deer. That's what these arms look like, because it cuts at the elbow and is an open, like, sleeve that hangs down. Very, very similar to those, except it's actually attached to the dress. And that could be a problem. I can see that being very limiting in your designs. The front, it has a lot going on. It's got the 2 stripes down here. It's got a lot of beads hanging here. I think the arms kind of blend in this photo, and I can't quite tell where the cutoff is of what's what. That's my current problem. It's, I think, all the way down to legs. Can't tell. Down to legs. Down to feet for length. If it is, I think this is going to look pretty long. It looks like maybe this part of the texturing ends. So I don't know what happens under that. So I need to see the bottom and the back of this. But up here, I do like. And the arms are fun. I think you could actually make a Linlong dress out of this. I think maybe I consider this a Linlong dress. Mostly. At least from the areas we've been to. So that's probably the main use case for this. These shoes, they remind me a lot of the 4-star purification shoes. They just don't have a thing in the center. It's just all design. They're not quite barefoot. You have the little flat thing under here. But I don't know. They look really 3D. You can see how far this pokes off. I feel like they're hard to use. If you can make the arms work, you can probably make this work. I'd be interested to see just what happens with socks on this. I think it would maybe be the type of thing. I normally complain when big fancy designs like this are attached to an undercolor because it makes it hard to dye to skin. Maybe this is one where I would actually prefer not to have this on skin. Maybe I would want to put like white tights or something and have this over top. And then maybe it would be a little more poppy. But I think I'm not liking it being directly on skin. So I want socks with this, is what I'm saying. And because it is a shoe, that's not a problem. You are very, very similar. It's not exactly a bad thing. You have big shoulder pads on. That's interesting. You're a World Rhythms. Oh, you're the Wolfroot one. I remember your picture from the banner. It was very pretty. I felt it was weird that you were in the game at this point. I think your ability didn't make much sense to me at the time. It still kind of doesn't, but I like you. Now you are like a fall slash... I guess mainly summer themed. You're a summer themed, tree-based Wolfroot outfit, kind of. I kind of like orange and brown for that. So I probably would prefer those colors to this, but red's probably the closest. Pretty normal piece. Oh, wow. Very, very good. It's probably a choker, but it does that same thing that the last one did, where the pieces that come down are still on theme. My problem with it is it has the beads, for, I think, no reason at all. I just don't want them to exist. But this is very, very cool. And the fact that it kind of, like, creeps out, so it really looks like it grew around your neck. This is a really cool effect. This is a really, really good choker. It looks like the leaves are probably solid and then see-through, which is also cool. A lot of variance in this. Really, really good piece. Pretty cool, just like some fall leaves. Very similar to the Scarecrow arms, I think these are. But it's not exactly a bad thing. It looks like they have a very, very harsh end, which I think I prefer to them fading if the fade is quick. If it's a really gradual fade, kind of like the Crimson Feathers left arm. I think that works, but I don't like abrupt fades. So a abrupt cutoff is probably better than an abrupt fade. I understand why it doesn't go onto the hand. I'm just tired of gloves not being on your hand. They're gloves. Gloves are supposed to be on your hands. Big Linlong-esque folded up hair, which I talk about not liking much. It's pretty long. There's a lot of hair, and there's very fun, soft bangs. These are very soft looking, which is pretty good. I do like the bangs a lot here. I think it is also Princess Leia hair again. This isn't bad. I could definitely use these. I think it's easy to find accessories for the hair that work with something like this. They're a little high on the head, which might help. I think if they were exactly on the side, it would just actually be Princess Leia. I think hers are dead on each side. They're also twirls. We don't worry about that. Oh. Interesting. This piece here reminds me of the cowgirl outfit from the bicycle that turns into a motorcycle ability outfit. It's that piece, but without the cup under the breasts. It's just like the inner part. And then this is a separate piece. It's like an outerwear that you just throw over the top. That's an interesting thing for it to look like. And then we have our football player shoulder pads. I think it's a little silly. I probably want to super decorate this area up here because I need to draw attention away from the shoulders. I think this isn't a very appealing shoulder setup. So I want to get the mind away from it fast. I might honestly have long arm pieces as well with that. I think this dress does better with shorter arm pieces, but the shoulders need attention grabbers. So I want poppier stuff near it to get your eyes away. Central thing here, everything comes out of it. We have our little curtains that wrap around. Again, because we can't see the back, I don't know if they go down like this, and then across, and then back up, or if they go down, and then up, and then down, and then up back. So I don't know which it does. If I had to guess, I would say they down, up, probably. I don't know if it really matters, because I don't know how high the back is. You can see here that at least it's not like that high, but it could be anything. You just can't tell. The dress is also down to the foot. I hope not rubbing on the ground too much. It looks like it doesn't flare out all the way, like it's not going to lay on the ground. Center might be a problem. It looks like it's this same texture just a couple times as it goes down, and the background gets lighter, and that might be the entirety of it. I think the bottom center of this is going to stand out as very light and very undecorated. I hope that it kicks up and lets your shoe be shown or something, because even just having a little window for the shoe, I think would save it. So that's my hope for this dress, but I think it's nice, and I think it has problems in my eyes that are fixable, unless this is just super, super plain and can't be fixed. And this, I think, is a cute association. What would I do with the knowledge that I think this looks like the cowgirl top? Maybe nothing. I don't think you can do something silly like wear the cowgirl hat, because the rest of the dress just wouldn't work. It's just, I guess, a fun association in my mind, and that's it. Like low royalty, very puffed out, so you need pretty thick hair. It's the interesting thing about this is the separation. It's not a continuous texture, which is potentially nice. It's different. Most things, I think, are one big chunk of texture or continuous texture. This separated texture, I think, is rarer. And it is a central piece, so if you have open hair, which this, I assume, is... Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I would like this on this hair. We had a thing a while ago that I talked about where hair similar to this, I wouldn't want anything on the center forehead because it would make the hair feel weird. And I think this is the same thing. I think if your forehead isn't open, or if your bangs aren't close to symmetrical, it could be fully closed, but close to symmetrical, I don't like a piece in the central forehead drawing attention, because if you put that gem here, you're like breaking up your hair, and instead of it being in two pieces, it's in one piece, and then a broken piece. So half of your hair looks broken, I think. This is just cute. It's the same thing as the choker, which is very, very nice. These are great shoes. Heel looks maybe a little thicker. Not like full wide. It's not a pencil, at least. If it is, I'm sad, but it's hard to tell because their shoes are perfectly positioned to block it. But just a nice shoe. Little, like, wrap, and then you have the normal shoe poking out. The texture of the normal shoe here is very, 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 very boring, but it's probably fine. And I did look at colors. Yeah, because I talked about the harvest stuff. And this is going to be our Crimson Feathers, because I have it. So we have our little wings under here, very, very light stuff around the eyes. It's a little glittery. This is pretty dark. I do like it. It's one of the dullest reds I have. And then this is a little more shading around, but size-wise is pretty normal. Almost, I think, base Nikki. Oh, I was looking at the eyelashes. It's the eyes. I was going to say almost base Nikki. That's true. It's literally base Nikki. These eyes are very good. I like them a lot. They're one of my favorites. They are interesting. I think they're supposed to be fire, right? Yeah, fiery soul. They're cool. They're very, very dark. And my thing about them is even though they're really dark and fiery, they don't look aggressive. They look really soft. Which isn't true for a lot of the really, really dark eyes. Like the blacks and red eyes, I think normally look a little more aggressive. So these are very gentle, dark eyes, which is useful. Honestly, it's still close to base Nikki. The thing I said earlier ended up accidentally being right. Ooh, that's pretty nice. It might be ice-themed, but it looks almost star-esque. And they go pretty low, I think. I think very faintly there's some here. And this is very, very, very bright and wide eyeshadow. It's almost like clown-esque. It's not quite there, but it's going in that direction, so you have to be a little careful. Not bad. It's pretty normal and hard to tell. Looks like over here that they're just blue. Oh, you see it a little bit here, yeah. They're really low. These are ones that shoot super low, too. Cute. Maybe a little bit of interesting iris here? It's hard to tell. Maybe a bubble of some type. But just some light blue eyes. Ooh, that's pretty good. Like, I can't quite tell if it's gonna be like a purple or just a purple-ish pink. But I do like that color. I do want that. Very silly, fluffy hat. It's not bad. It's kind of a... Maybe it's a... Actually, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say a daughter with her father fishing, but I don't think that works anyway. Because she probably just wouldn't buy this type of hat. She'd buy a different type of hat. I don't know. Maybe the idea is it's, famous rich girl who's going out to fish, like, one time for a publicity thing that she's actually a tiny bit excited for, so she buys this hat to make an outfit for it. The big pom-poms are probably nice to have, because we have a couple ribbons and flowers for the chest. I don't know if we have many poms. Oh, love the straight cut shoulder here for big, wide open arms. So I probably wouldn't want to cover the arms, I just want a little glove with this. Very cute, though. Very old-fashioned, simplistic dress. So it's something maybe a Breezy Meadow girl I would expect to be wearing. And then with a hat, too. You gotta throw a hat on this. A hat's like a 100% requirement with this dress. Blush bunny design. Some hearts. Little teacup, so we have kind of fairy tale-esque. And then this is like a bib, which is very silly. But I know that's like somewhat common design choice. And just normal legs, useful. More palm stuff. Very low down with a ribbon. Maybe useful. We'll see. Very, very silly bag. I like the handle a lot. It looks very, very solid, though. It looks like it's just metal. Top of the bag being fuzzy. Bottom of the bag being kind of leathery. The black and white. I like the color of this stuff. The tassels are a little weird. They weird me out even more because they're going to brush your leg and tickle you as you're walking. And that's not going to be great. If you have a long dress like this, it's going to hit here, so it's not going to matter. But if you're wearing shorts or a short dress, you're just going to get tickled. Your knees are just in a non-stop tickle fight with your bag. Oh, let me make sure, actually, that was the final one. Okay, it was. Now we are on to Scattered Chests, which I'm missing 2 of. Like a surfer guy medallion. This is what I expect to see on the chest of a shirtless surfer man. The most normal shoes of all time. I love it. I've probably used these, because they are a beach shoe. Go figure. Little, like, no, it's a shell. It's not a water droplet. I don't know, those are kind of cool. They're really weirdly shaped circles. They're not structured like a lot of tiny earrings. That's cool. These look like a Rosas almost. White flowers. Those look gold to me, but we don't worry about it. I wonder if I have these and just haven't crafted them or not. I don't know. I'm still... Listen, I will craft all of my things eventually. Oh, love this dress. Definitely have used this for stuff. Honestly, all colors of this, too, are really good. This one's really shiny. This one looks dull. And then this one looks shiny again. So I don't know what about this color dulls it that hard. But they're all good colors. I've used this piece a million times. I think I've mainly used the darker one. Pretty good, heart. Very, very crystal shiny. Normal. Another see-through one. And it looks like maybe a gemstone in the center. Pretty good hair. A little longer than I typically like, but that's fine. It's a good waviness. And it does have the front and back thing, but it's not super far down. So it's not going to mess up your shirt pattern too much. It's going to kind of just hit where your necklace is. And I typically don't care too much about that. These are amazing. Very, very, very good. I love these see-through arm things. And all the ones we have. Even the kind of more ridiculous ones that are like super, super long and wide from Linlong. I love all of them. I think they work in so many outfits. And this is a very, very good one. I think the super long one here and that one we have that cuts earlier are the 2 best. But this one does have a lot of interesting texture on it because he has the lines in this. And it dyes pretty well. See-through stuff always has trouble dyeing, but it's pretty well. And you can also dye the little tassels here. Not tassels, ribbons. This is a very good dress. It's a good length. I like the length. I probably wouldn't want it taller, even though this is a very, very long section. Because you get into an area where it's kind of hard to match leggings with a piece this long, so you're kind of just putting little socks and a shoe, and then just hoping you accept that it's a long dress. The like scrunched ribbon almost central area is cute. Little straps, cute. I think the straps actually help this dress. If there was no straps, I think this would look worse. I think, why is that? I wouldn't like it without the straps. And normally I'm against straps. I would say it's probably because of how loose the dress is. It looks like a very flowy, light dress. And I typically associate strapless with being a little tighter. Obviously, because that's how it works. But that's probably why I think the straps actually add to it. And obviously, I want open arms for this. It just works well with these type of long dresses. You could do little hand thing, but full open arm with little hand thing or nothing, and just like some bracelets, probably what I would go with. If I'm not wearing this. If I'm wearing this, that changes everything. But just for dress itself. Love this dress. I should talk about the fact that it's got feathers around it. It's an interesting choice, and it helps to make the dress kind of acceptable to the fact of how long it is. But it is interesting. It could probably cause problems, but it also gives you an opportunity to make this into like a bird outfit, where you can throw wings on and stuff. Really normal. It's a little like randomized. You've got your little beads, you got that. Useful. Not terrible. Little bow, big bow. I don't like the thing underneath, but it maybe adds a little interest. Because the shoe's not super exciting, so it adds something to it. And then big bow, and then the front. Pretty normal. This I've used a lot. Our little firefly headpiece. This I've also used, actually, no, I don't think I have used this a lot. There's one that looks like this, but is actually ribbon, I think. It's just this, but with all beads, which is very silly. I think because they committed and made everything out of beads, instead of having, like, the half-hearted one, where it's, like, a bunch of beads and then a thing, it is easier to use. This bag is insanely shiny. It's good in terms of size. Kind of. It's a little hard to get anything out of it without fully taking it off. I don't think... You have to, like, really scrunch around your arm to get into this. The bag is very hard. Very heavy, probably. I think it's cute. I don't think it works with this dress, though. I think it's too fancy. And this dress I don't associate with being shiny as much. It's probably an okay bag, but it's gonna match outfits that are harder, not soft dresses like this. And this is our ability outfit for the island, where we make the little plants shoot up water. So this is interesting. It reminds me of... I feel like we got... Maybe this is just the dress I'm thinking of. It probably is. I was gonna say, I feel like we got a dress that was melting early on. This is probably the one I'm thinking of, where you're kind of like, wow, that's such a different feel. This is closer. Honestly, the top being yellow, I don't notice it as being, like, formal, and then melting and turning into, like, candy. This one, it's a very, very formal feeling. And then it's, like, corrupted by... I don't know, like the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland or something. And this one is also pretty formal. And then it, like, melts and just becomes a blob. I think this is the most interesting because of the candy feel. I got so blown away when I clicked this, my brain exploded and I forgot everything I was talking about. Yeah, this is a candy dress. That's kind of a cute ribbon. I like that it actually has something attached to it for this. It's a full, I don't know the name of these little bands. But it's a band, it's not just you pluck it in the hair. These look like they belong in the shark outfit. These are life preservers. They're so tiny. They're comically tiny. That's kind of fun. This is useful. I like this a lot. I think I have used this recently in one of my dresses. Just big, open thing. In this, it looks really tiny. That's weird. Look at how tiny the bow looks, and then you go over here, and it's sticking out from her neck a massive amount. So, big, big bow in the back. Little necklace, which is fine, because you can just pretend it's not part of the choker. And then this. These look like overalls, almost. That's interesting. It's overalls for your hand, and then you have a tutu. That's weird. They're not as poke-outy, but hard to use. Not many things are going to line up with this. And I would prefer if this was just a full glove. So I don't know when you could ever use that piece. This hair I'm not a fan of. It's tied up into a knot. And pretty simple and I think boring line for the bangs and side of face. It's a cute idea to have your hair tied into a knot, but it runs into the problem the Linlong stuff does where I look at it and I go, that sounds annoying. And because it seems like an annoying thing to set up, I like it less, even though it doesn't really matter. Now this, like I said, it looks like it becomes candy, which is a very, very nice thing. So you can use this in a lot of different ways. You can make very, like, childish outfits. You can make, like, confectionery store outfits or something. You can wear this. You can even view it, because it has the little strap here, as a pullover to your shirt. And you can use it as, like, an apron. So this can be your apron when you're at work selling sweets. So I kind of like the idea of that. This is, it's not a dress. It does have pants. I think I would put on more formal pants than this. I think I would go with more normal pants. Because the top looks, it's got, like, the fluffy arms, but it's got buttons. I'd go with more normal pants, and I'd kind of use this as an apron, I think is my idea. So it'd be for cooking, is what this would be for. Which I think is a pretty good one. And then just pretty basic pants. If they're useful, they're useful. Maybe you'll need like a tight waist for a specific shirt or something. If you have like a pretty low down shirt, but you want pants that don't leave your tummy open. These are very, very high pants. Because they would normally stop here and then you have the extension. More of these that have the foot open. So they're just leg warmers, they're not socks. I don't know, they're kind of cute. I don't ever really use or think about leg warmers, so I don't know what they're used in, other than like Yaru. That's who I always think of when I think of leg warmers. And I don't know, little like clogs is what these feel like. They have that same drippy design. Maybe they would kinda work still as work shoes? Not really. If you're in a kitchen, you need slip stuff. I assume that's true still for if you're just baking sweets. Because if you drop syrup on the ground and then you step on it, you'll just fall and die. So maybe you want heavier duty shoes, even if they're not as pretty. But maybe for like a front counter working girl, that would be okay. And that was Heart of Infinity, I think? Yes. We are on to Miracle Outfits Radiance. Okay, yeah, Sea of Stars. My brain was so confused. Like, what in the world? So I do have all of these unlocked already. This is obviously the best one for me, because I love the interior here with the galaxies. This is the one I used for my Lulico event, because the purple's very, very pretty. Love this dress in the big opening. It's amazing. There's a lot of pieces of this that are interesting, and I actually use in a lot of places, which is surprising. But we'll do this one. The hair, I don't use. It's, I think, pretty boring. It's just long, straight hair. People who like straight hair, it's nice to have. I just don't. These are also, I find, a little hard to use. I think it's just a set on the side and a set on the side. I don't think it goes all the way around. If you dye them enough, it works. But I think it's just they're really tightly knit together. And that means you need hair that kind of is interesting everywhere else. This is a cool idea. It's kind of like shark teeth necklaces, where you have the little things poking down in the center. It is the sharpest necklace ever made. It'll stab you 1,000 different ways. That's a problem. But I think the design is cool. It's a little wider than I'd like. That is a concern I have, where it's widened massively as if you need space for a choker, but I don't even think there's a choker in this outfit. There's not. So that's kind of like an interesting idea. Maybe there's a choker you could find that works well with this, but it looks a little wide just on its own, and I like the 3 prongs. This is a piece I don't think I've ever used and I want to use. It is 1 wrist, and it's super, super bright and shiny, and it's floating. It's a pretty crazy one. I don't know how to use it. You have to have a space theme. So maybe the, like, Born Flawless set probably could have used this, because that's kind of similar, but it also has a glow, and you need the specific glow color you have, because I don't think the glow is dyeable. Maybe it is if you have all the pieces of the set. These arms are pretty good. They are very heavy. Very, very heavy. The material is super thick, but they have this cool section over here on both that pokes in, where it's diagonal, and then double layers of this. So you can have that be a different color. I believe both of these are separate. I think I'm using these on a set, or I used them on a set at some point where I have 3 colors. Like, it fades. I think these are separately dyeable. And there's a lot of texture on these, because it's all, like, galaxies and stuff. Those are very good arms. Obviously love the set. Very, very tight waist on this. And I like this design, because it's top and bottom kind of symmetry. Tight out, leads into the armpit in the line. So you're not having like a weird cutoff here where there's just things above it. Big open arm, very good. I'd prefer leaving it open, maybe with a necklace that hangs further down to like chop the center almost, as if it was like a center neck strap. And then have the arms fully bare, or like a length to here, sparse, decorated, lightly colored thing is maybe what I would go with here. And the front is the main thing about this that's great. This wrinkle is pretty good. It's got a lot of really like harsh dotting and cuts across it, which creates nice effects, with the rest of this being very gentle, smooth, and well trimmed. And then the legs being almost fully open. You can see really high upper thighs. That means you could wear almost any legging in the game and create very, very unique feels for the dress. And then just shoes work super well too. This is the best Miracle outfit for customization, I think, out of all of them. By a wide margin, I believe. Arosa is a pretty short skirt, but I think this still actually beats it. These are... They look almost, and again, this isn't me bad-mouthing them. I love these shoes. They look almost like the type of thing I'd get at the boutiques. They are so plain. It's literally like Walmart shoe with a ribbon and some stars attached. And I love it. They are very, very useful. The one complaint I have, which is actually a pretty big complaint, when you dye the bow has a fade on it. You can't tell in the purple. Maybe I could tell if I went to another color. I have to watch the animation again now. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess this is something worth mentioning, because maybe the fade is only on this. No, you can see the fade a little bit here, I think. The full upgrade, which you can get for free, obviously, because this is the Sea of Stars outfit, is crystal. It's so cool. And this is very pronounced. This is almost undyeable. It's so hard to dye this back ribbon. So if you're not doing black and white, good luck. But the other ones don't have that large of a fade. So they won't be as bad to die. But this shoe is very nice. Very simplistic, very nice. Very dark, and it's pretty close to the eye. It doesn't go out much. It goes a little lower than I would like down here, but that's okay. Like just a little purple. A big outer end, and then a tiny purple towards the outer end, it looks like, but more black towards the center. Very, very good eyes. These are very, very good purple eyes. And this is a little darker than I'm normally comfortable throwing on purple, but I have used it. You can make it work. I'm just pretty bad at using it. And yeah, that was it. Now we are on to Pear Pal. I have 0. There was no free ones this time. Oh, colors. Like fancy? Ooh, I like that green. Ooh, I like that too. This feels more realistic. This is more appealing to look at, I'd say, of the two. Pretty normal. It's like a royal earring. This is like a sheep herder's hat, but you're rich. It's because of the, like, loop here. It makes me think of Little Bo Peep. And this is a very, very simple neck piece. I would not expect this on a dress that I think is going to be fancy. I guess I still haven't seen it yet. But it's got, like, things that I don't think align well. It's, like, really rough texture, double-layered fluff out, and then just a big gemstone that doesn't match anything. The back also looks like it hooks, but it's not solid. Like, it's got a break. That's kind of cool, if that's true. Ooh, that's nice. That's a very nice ring. Very sleek. That's a really good ring. They're pretty tight on the wrist because they're not solid. They look like they have a little opening in the back. And big gemstones. I think these are okay, though. I think these would be useful. Pretty generic gloves. See-through coloring, so all the problems associated with it, but good length. They're a little tiny bit long, maybe, but they have a little bit of interesting texture to this section, so I can forgive them for that. Oh! Like, double twirl, and it's off to one side. And it's loose over here, too. I'm a fan. I like it. It might even be triple. It looks kind of like there's maybe a third one here. I like that. You do have the front-back problem, but I think because it's fully right-loaded here, I think you can make that work pretty easily in a lot of outfits. This is a very, very fancy but simplistic dress. It is, countryside young lady from upper family, but not, like, turbo royal. She's, like, the daughter of a baroness or something. And this is what she would wear around the estate, maybe? Not the socks I expected to see, but they're cute. Look pretty comfy, honestly. Very simplistic shoes. I like this set. It's very simple. This is a pretty good set, surprisingly. I thought I wouldn't like it that much when I first clicked it. It is a pretty open chest, and the rest looks so modest and so simple that it feels a little out of place, honestly. I guess maybe I do expect that it would be low like that, because when I think of, assuming I'm going with this being like a baroness's daughter at her estate in the countryside, what would I expect her mother to be wearing? And it's this, but even further low cut. So I guess that's just kind of the association in my mind of what this type of person would wear. That's crazy. My brain can't understand what I'm looking at. This dress does not look like it should have that coat on. This is like a One Piece character's coat. What am I looking at? Kind of like a silly hat. Wow, the top is fully flat. That's so interesting. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's interesting. Flower with, like, a picture frame of hearts? Interesting. More, Itzaland-esque stuff. These squared gemstones is what makes me think of Itzaland. Thick chains, squared gemstones. Instantly, I'm like, that's a tribe. That's nice. Just some light bracelets. Ooh, light anklets. We do not have many of it all in the game. There's almost none, actually. Maybe that's not the only one I've seen in the 10 hours I've been doing this. That's very good, then. Why? Why is this open? There's like 10 of these in the game. This one's interesting because it has, like the threading for the edge. And it looks like maybe it goes up into the finger with something. Rings, possibly? So it's more interesting than some of these, but I don't want them open like that. I can't tell if there's anything in the back. Looks like there is. Looks like it goes pretty low. Is feminine tomboys a thing? It probably is, right? You're getting into like some high-level thinking to even make that work. But this is a feminine tomboy hair. Oh! Kind of firework 5-star is what this is making me think. I still don't know how we're gonna make this coat work. It is kind of outerwear. Like you're wearing the dress and then you slap this on top. I don't know if I like the red. Maybe that's my problem here. The opening, I think, is also not interesting enough. The dress is so long and simple. And from the back, I think it'd be even a bigger problem, because at least from this angle, you're not seeing any of the leg from the back. Because it looks like he's forward-facing the cut a little bit, not quite on the side. I don't know. Something about the bottom here I'm not liking. I don't think I want it, like, cut here, either. I don't think that would really fix it. Cutting the other side I don't think would fix it either. Maybe a more aggressive cut. So maybe like the back being cut a slight bit further, so the whole leg is basically out. Maybe that would be more interesting. It's hard. I don't know. This is crazy though. I wish I could see more of it. But I think I'm gonna stick with what I said. I think this is like a One Piece character would wear this. This is something like an evil marine would wear. Just the most ridiculous, puffy, over-shoulder jacket you've ever seen. I love this. I don't know if I've ever seen a girl wear this, and that's a shame. It's possible it just doesn't die, or dies really, really badly. Because it is a 3-star, so it's pretty cheap. And it might be the dress. People see this and they don't think it's that interesting, so they don't want to pay just to get this. That is also possible. Very, very simple shoes, too. Like, they're okay. This is a little tiny, which could be useful. Yeah, maybe I just don't see it much because it's the only piece I find very interesting about this set, so you don't want to buy a whole set just for that. Oh! I don't think that's a bad O. It's just a little off-guard O. Kind of similar to how the melting outfit that I called Candy is. It feels like two pieces put together. Let's see how that feels when I open it. Just basic ribbon. Oh, a heart cog. That's kind of a cool idea. That'd be really good for, like, steampunky stuff. Very cute hair. It's a little flat towards the top, so I'd want a hat on, but you don't lose the charm when you have the hat on, because it's not covering the fun stuff. So very, very nice hair. Wow, that's a big, 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 big ribbon. The ribbon makes it more interesting. We do have kind of jester shoulders again, which I don't know why so many sets have these here. It must just be a thing from this time period of events. Really like these. These add a lot. Without those, this would be really hard to look at. It looks so puffy instantly. Like, it goes straight out and then down, which is really weird. That's why it looks like it's a cutoff. The cutoff is here because it looks like it's a wider hip and a shorter hip that are 1 pixel away. That's a weird effect. I think it's kind of cool. Short, so you could put anything on your legs, which is good. Can't really decorate your arms in this, which is annoying. This material looks like it's different than the shirt, which is weird. Possibly laced up side. I don't hate this, but you can't do anything to your upper half because this is neck tight and has full accessories already attached. So I hope you really are good at decorating your head, because that's the only thing you can do with this set. Kind of cool. Very, 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 very bright. Little bit of interest down here, and big thing down here. Is those cogs? Sheet music and discarded drafts. Something music related, maybe, then? Pretty normal shoes, like almost plaid, because they just got some lines on them. So maybe you could use it in a plaid set. I actually do have nothing in here. That's so sad. There's just a hair, too, coming up. You're giving me very similar vibes to this. It's just not open chest, it's closed chest. But very similar vibe. You're gonna probably be very short-skirted, though. Normal, just hair tie. That's interesting. The angler's catch nears the hook. A few bubbles rise to the lake's surface, silently meeting the dawn-lit sky. What do you look like from a different angle? Can't even tell. I don't know. It looks like you have a washcloth sitting on your head. This is an interesting piece. This thing hanging down the front, you got these. I don't know what culture or anything this is from. If it is related to fishing. I don't know. It's just it's a cool piece because I don't know many that look like it. That's very nice. Just side tails. Very, very short hair that's a little wavy and fluffy. The bangs parted one over the other. Interesting. It is fish themed. Oh, okay, that's good. It's gonna be hard to find pants I like with it. I think these might be some of the only ones. It's gonna be hard, because you need very specific length. I think you kind of need close to this or just above this. Because you kind of want it to look like it's just a continuation of the skirt. I wouldn't want pants with this. It's very fun, though. And if it is going to be water-themed, those can be fins. Puffy arms aren't bad. I probably don't want to have anything else on the hands and just accept that that's the end. And you can have plain hands, plain legs to go with, like, blue into plain, blue into plain. And because it's like doubled here, you have the double here. I do like this. It's cute. This is interesting because it makes me think of like a diner waitress. I think it's okay. The pouch is kind of fun. And it's funny because I don't think you can even reach into the pouch without just fully lifting up to like your tummy this front part of the dress, which is a very silly picture in my mind of, oh, let me put this away, and you just lift this little front pouch, and then you stick something in here, and then you lower it again. That's very funny. I'd probably use one of the puffy pants rather than the puffy single dress to have it be separated. Because this is pretty restrictive, and this is pretty freeing. So, this I associate with a more active girl, This I associate with a more reserved girl. So there's a clash in my mind of the type of outfit it goes with. Oh, see-through and the biggest ever thing sprouting from beads. I'm not a fan of these. Those are very nice, though. You have a gradient, you have star designs, you have just circles up here. It might even be like a light, dark, light gradient. That's very good. And we have some more moon shoes where they're extended up with more beads. Very, very basic shoe. I like the strap over the top. I don't like the beads, though, and that's okay, the bottom part. I like that set. And you're just a hair alone. You're a shampooing hair. There is a bath placeable item. Not for houses, but for like the little menu at the bottom, I believe. That was in the shop at some point. And I think it's just like a foam bath. So I think you're supposed to put this on. It was probably this update it came out. And I've mentioned before, I don't know if we're ever going to really get any furniture for bathrooms in the housing. Because I do want to have a bathroom, obviously. And I mentioned maybe we could get like a towel outerwear. And you could throw on like a swimsuit so it's tiny and you have like open shoulders, open legs, and you have like your towel wrapped around, and then in the game already is a foamy shampoo hair. So it doesn't exactly make sense that you'd have foamy shampoo in your hair if you've already wrapped up in a towel, but I can pretend it makes sense because it's bath time. Maybe you had to get out of the bath fast or something to answer the door. So I can keep my hopes up that they're going to add bathtubs and toilets and like towel racks and sinks and stuff so I can just make my bathroom. That was the Pear Pal. Now we're on to floating bubbles. What are you? Oh, you were the free dress we got. The honey pot that isn't a giant panda. Ooh. Ooh, that's good too. I think I just prefer yellow, though, because of the theming stuff. So it's got, like, the beekeeper's veil that's, like, pulled up. You're gonna keep mosquitoes out, or you're gonna go harvest honey, and you don't want to get stung in the face. This is a cute one. It's hard to use because there's not many, geometric shapes in a lot of my clothing. But it's still nice to have. Pretty simple hair. I tend to stay away from it just because it's braided, and it's not in a way where a lot of hats accept it. If you get like an off-centered tiny hat, this hair goes really well with that, though. Very, very long dress. Very, very simple dress. It's hard to tell exactly what the thing on the side is, but you got like some pouches and stuff. It's another kind of breezy meadow, bug, hill type outfit, where I'd expect to see it there. Just a little more modest of a girl who's working there with the bugs. Very, very simple, but nice to have stripes. It actually is a full set here. Like, it goes all the way up. So, most of them are cut off, so useful. Some heavier duty boots, which is very nice. They're not super, super tall, which is good, but they seem pretty sturdy and very good for outdoorsy casual, not outdoorsy long hike or action. Which, again, this is all just bug hill. This is a very silly bag. It's, like, melting as well. The honey jar is, like, foaming white. And it also seems so thick, because I assume it's just a full circle. It's a very silly, silly item. I think it's just supposed to be a normal purse. I don't think you're literally supposed to fill it with honey. It's probably not a cup. But it's silly. It's fun to have for joke stuff. Not bad. I do like these. I'm glad they're full hand. Little crinkled, but it's okay because this material looks so thin. And then these are turbo useful. I think these are the ones I use for everything. Or I have one that are very similar I use for everything. World Tales. You're just like a random, Ooh, I forgot the term. We knew it earlier this episode. It's not called pleated, is it? Pleated skirt? A pleated plaid skirt. I don't know, it's nice. Pretty short. Useful. Starlit shop. The bear! I love this bear. This was for one of my casual wears, at one point. Just carrying that around with my t-shirt and shorts. It was my date outfit I made. I feel like I made that during Lulaco's event for some reason. But I had my date outfit, and this was the bear I brought with me on my date. Pretty normal shoes, got a little strap, that's fun. Like a star in here? Open toe, interesting. A lot of these shoes aren't open toe, but it has this thing that I'm not a big fan of. This skirt, I think, is pretty good. It's in the Mayor Grace section. Things I'd wear if I worked for Mayor Grace. Very, 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 very hot. It's definitely a transitional time item. I do not want to wear this in the winter, probably. And I do not want to wear this in the summer. This is just transitional seasons, and that's it. These I don't like. I don't like big open bottom long pants. It's a common style that I think is more associated with like the 80s, 90s, or hippies. And it's just one I've never liked. This has at least a very interesting waist, because the belt has these like lacy things, and it does have a little bit of texture down here. It's just so far outside the style I like. This is aggressive. I would not say that this is in the same category as this, even if they're literally the same material and same colors and same design. It just feels, I guess, aggressive, like I said a minute ago. These are so big, too. Big buttons on the side. We have the massive, like, I don't know, like, stolen Egyptian artifact gold. That's what this is making me think of. You're, like, in a pyramid stealing massive gold jewelry. This is what you're pulling out of the, like, urns. I don't know. This is giving me weird vibes. It's not exactly, I would even say, a professional outfit. Maybe it's like... It's what a rich CEO who thinks they're cool thinks is a professional outfit, so they show up to, like, a board meeting dressed like this. And then this is one of the best tops in the game. Love it. Giant open shoulders. It's a little low on the arm. It's hard to tell from here, but your arm does stick out a decent amount. So I think you need gloves that flow into this to kind of keep the white going. You can also run into a problem with puffiness and then thinness, and you have to kind of make puffiness happen with your hair to help, or the top looks like you're separated from the clothes too much. They're pretty low cut too here, so your armpits are actually almost poking out from this, but I think you can make it work. Maybe a wide necklace and big hair, and you probably don't even need a choker. I like that top though. Random surprise. Oh, it's you! This also, when they added patterns to the game, and this is the tutorial pattern shirt. I have used this. I'm very bad at patterns. I keep forgetting to do the stitch and switch soiree. I've done it like 3 times, and I have to do it like 15. I just keep forgetting. I can only do it on days I'm off work, because it's so late at night. So I have to just remember to do it, and I never remember. One day I will complete all of the switch and switch soiree stuff. But yeah, a lot of patterns in this from that, and that's the tutorial item for it. So I have a lot of items from this one. It's pretty good amount here. But this was probably the second biggest out of the wish field. So now we're back into the smaller ones. And we got through that pretty quick, which I think went well. Look at the difference. There's so few here. This is all a million outfits in this, though. 4 outfits. That will take a while. But for now, the next one will be Playful Season. It is time for Playful Season. So I think we're past the really big ones, and we're going to get a little short again up until we get to Itzaland. But let's go ahead and start. 4 outfits for this one. Okay, I need to pay attention to the wings on this. So this is our animal grooming. We have pink, blue, green. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's very magical. And like a dirty water blue. I do like this one a lot. Thematically, pink is obviously the probably closest. I probably like pink the most. Then maybe even green, and then this. I do like it a lot, though. But I need to make sure I pay attention to the wings, because I want to be able to differentiate wings. This hair. Oh! I forgot about this. It is the Timeless Melody hair, but long. It's the twirls, a bunch of them, and they just go super far down the back. So this is a very fun hair that obviously I like, considering how much I like the other one, the short one. And the bangs, very cute little sweep. Middle part, perfect. Useful, not anything super, super fancy. These are interestingly, like, cracked crystal all the way around, and then just white crystal for the bottom. These are extremely simple. I don't think the dress is full body, is it? Maybe it does cover feet? These shoes look so, plain. I'd be surprised if they're, I guess, fully open. Oh, very far from the head. I guess it makes sense, because these are very fat hair strands. But this is almost like icicle type of star, at least in my mind. Very separated. Maybe, like, very lightly here I can see a string connecting them, maybe? Because you can kind of see where the lines go for these. It's just hard to see on this picture. But I think there's strings connecting them, and it looks like it probably goes both sides up. So, it's something. It's not a super exciting hair piece to me. This, I think I called it as much at the time. I know it is thematically accurate to, like, fairy godmother stuff. But it just makes me think of a dunce cap. And it's a dunce cap with a veil. Which, I like the star on top. But it's kind of just a funny combination to me. It's not something I take too seriously. So, it goes into the category of, like, joke items for me. Oh, these are pretty good. Super shiny star. Bunch of little stars hanging down. Moon clip up at the top. Looks like probably exact copy for the other side. A little hard to tell. That's a pretty good one, though. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I want more earrings that actually go up the ear like this. Oh! Okay. I like that. So a lot of the time, with chokers and necklaces, you're going to be rounding the neck. This one is flat. That's really rare, actually. We don't have many that are just flat. It comes down, and then it goes flat across. That's kind of cool. Now, I do have the same problem as normal, where I actually don't think they go well together. I think this is a weirdly very thick, crystally choker, and then this is just a very, very thin, dotty necklace. So I think they don't go well together. So what I would probably do is I'd probably put a bigger choker over top this to try to cover it up. But even that's rough. It's hard to cover. Actually, this probably is a choker, so you can't even cover it. You would only be able to cover the necklace. That's so bad. So I normally like having the big, fancy 5-star arm pieces that have all the detailing like this. This one, I think, is less useful and more restrictive. The really, really big golden pieces and a length which I think isn't ideal kind of turn this into a problematic piece. I think it's all see-through, like, meshy stuff. Just pretty, like, tight mesh. With white snowflakes or something similar as a design. But, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that. This is full leg. I forgot about that. Okay. That's why I think the shoes are a little on the plain side. The dress itself... It kinda gives me the same vibe as Crimson Feathers, where a lot of the long, streaky parts of the dress don't have exciting detailing on them. You only get little segments of detail every once in a while. It is looped a lot. The sides in particular look very fat compared to the rest. And this piece here is interesting. It goes down pretty far. It's pretty wide. It's pretty bright. I like the shoulders here. Do I get a better picture in this? I do. I like these. I think they work pretty well. They're attached to the main part of the dress. They're one piece. But super, super wide and connected at just this point. So they're not puffed out and then they come back in to connect. It's just like a dress where it's just open like that. I like that piece. Where are we? Here. And then obviously it's one of those like pseudo open shoulder. The top's all open here, but because it kind of goes up like this, it's still covering a lot of the like curve here. And I assume the back is probably just a repeat of this. So I think this dress ends up hitting the same problem as the other ones, where it has the long dress problem. Putting like 10 layers doesn't make the dress interesting to me, and I don't particularly like wide dresses, so I end up not liking the dress much. I think it's good looking, but it's not something I'd be jumping at to pull for sure. These, on the other hand, I would be. These are very good. So, the tiny wings are from earlier. These are pretty big. It's 4 of them, and instead of being tiny ones stacked, they're spread out like a butterfly. That is the 1.6 wings. I have to remember that. And they also do have a lot of the little strings. Something that doesn't come across in this well, and I don't even think I can see it if I click this. The wings get bigger in this form. Never mind, that's really visible. They are huge. It's hard to remember what does and doesn't change in 5 stars when you get up to the top, but I do remember that the wings got substantially bigger. And it's hard to tell with the different wings, because then you also have to remember different sizes for the different wings. So it's a little hard. I have to remember that these are the ones for this set. They are very, very nice. I do wish I had them. Oh, we have our prince. I forgot about our prince. What colors were you? Those are pretty regal colors. It's hard to beat gold for regal stuff. Cute, but doesn't match the theme to me. I think these both are good. I think the outerwear is way better in this one. This might be like a slight green rather than yellow. It's hard to tell from here. Crown, it's tiny silly, but it's nice to have because any princely outfit or kingly outfit, you're going to want a crown. It's not really a princess or queen crown, so it only really works for masculine stuff. Like the simplest earring ever? Okay. I mean, it's fine. What do I want to say about this one? I think length is okay. It's definitely a little on the short side to be held front. I think if you look slightly to the left, this is flipping over your shoulder. I don't see a tail this short ever staying here meaningfully. So it kind of feels like you're balancing your hair rather than having it pulled to the front. It's just sitting on your shoulder balancing. So that's throwing me off a little bit. Once you have an outfit on, the outfit can maybe hold it. But pretty simple, generic Prince outfit. I don't have any big concerns or problems with it. It's like Arya, where it goes straight down and then comes out in a frilly thing and then goes back, which is very silly. Maybe you could kind of put pants on to kind of get that effect of the body line of Arya. That's kind of a funny idea. Or just a very, very sleek skirt, although I don't think a sleek skirt would work. I think pants would work really well for this. The puffy pants, I don't particularly like the puffy pants stuff most of the time. Some outfits do call for it, because I've mentioned before that there's like tops and stuff that puffy pants work. I think normal pants actually would work better here. The problem is, I don't know if we have very ornate, masculine, or not obviously feminine at the very least pants that could work well with this set. I'm not sure about that. And you also have the problem of you have to be really careful of their height. If you have low-cut pants, showing tummy here is very, very not good for the feel of this. Unless you're going for like more of a funny Prince type. If you're maybe doing a play or something, and you're a light-hearted play, you can have a bit of tummy poke out, and it would be a silly quirk. At least these do have a little bit of interest to them. They have some nice detailing, and they have these strings. Some of the other puffy pants don't have anything. Oh! It's full-legged, but there's a thing at the thighs kind of as if it was going to stop, and then things dangling down. It looks like maybe tassels? I can't quite tell. That's nice. Pretty simple shoes. Slip-ons are nice. What is the symbol, though? Maybe... I don't think it's a Feywier sprite. It's probably just like some gold ornamentation of some kind. And then the big cape. Very silly cape. Makes me think of Iskandar from Fate Zero. Because he had the big cape, I think. Got like your stuff here. So this is... It feels more like a king's cape than a prince's cape. But this outfit is not a king's outfit, to me at least. But this is a very, very useful cape. Probably more useful than the one from the cash shop. Last update? Like 1.6, I mean. Not 2.3, because video is being released in 2.4. Yeah, I think the version 1.6... 5... Version 1.5, cash shop one is the one I'm thinking of. I think this is a better cape than that. But, yeah, I do definitely prefer the more regal red to the blues or the pinks or all that. I had to sneeze. My nose is really messing with me. What are you now? Fluffy drifting clouds. Balanced imagination. Leap playfully across the sky. I do not remember your whimsicality. I'm also getting crazy vibes from this dress. We have like wrapped almost looking hands because of these straight things here. We have like short Miku hair. We have like a patisserie chef top with like an idol bottom. And then the connector piece is very, like, nerdy? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. Oh, that's pretty nice. Color-wise up here. I like how chaotic it feels. It feels very cramped. In, I think, a good way in this picture. We'll have to see if that holds when I actually look at the pieces. But it feels like everything from, like, your shoulders to your tummy here is squished together. I think it's cute. I like the hair. But this is a really interesting color scheme for it. Let's actually see what this looks like. Very, very nice hair. Love the hair. Depending on how good the part looks on the back, it might cause problems if you don't have good hair accessories. But very, very fluffy. Very nice. The straight bangs are cute. Kind of a silly hat. Not my style. Kind of like a weird oniony spring up, but it's something. Those are my style. Wow, those are good. Wow. Full wraparound down into 2 clouds here. That's so extra and so perfect. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's another, puffy dress, not puffy, pants. Or shorts. So it's giving me, like, conductor vibes because it has the tailing coat here. So you have, like, the 2 strings that lay on the ground behind the conductor with their long black suit. Maybe there is a connection point here. I don't think so. I think this is a dress. I'm still getting weird vibes from this where I'm not exactly sure what the intent is. What's it say? Lie on the grass, watch the clouds. It's just cloud themed, like the earrings. What? I don't know. The bottom is interesting. I know the color of this is supposed to match this. But it just feels so weird. Because I'll describe it as being cut into more pieces than you'll even think. So you have the top, and you're wearing this stuff here, the bow and the shoulder pieces, which aren't a part of it. They're just attached. And then you have this skirt cover, but the skirt isn't even attached to the top. It's a different, like, thing. So if you imagine this central outer skirt missing, Nikki's body proportions still don't make sense to me. It looks like she has just her torso up here, and then nothing, and then a wider lower body. Like, you just made it 10% bigger, like this picture, than this, and then you reattached it. So I think this pants area is making Nikki's lower body look too big for her upper body. Not in a flattering way. I think that's the concern I'm having. The colors might not be the problem. I think it has to do with this just being a fatter skirt that's really, really, really low down. I think that's the concern. I think the top is interesting, though. I think it being cut up this much is cool. Particularly this being the squishing effect, because you kind of get cupped by the shoulders. So it, like, creates this, like, inner area. And it's really chaotic and full of accessories and colors and designs. So it creates this small chaos zone. I really like that. That hair is a good color, too. Yeah, these gloves. They look very, like, tightly wrapped because these straight lines, they're very fluffy. Oh, they're another one that have, like, a heart on the back of the hand. That's interesting that that's a commonality between a lot of gloves. They are full hand. Honestly, I kind of like them. They are in, like, the sort of weird spot for length. But I think they're very unique in the thinness that becomes thick. It's got the beads I don't like, but importantly, when it does taper out, it stays a little close to the skin, and it's not that long. That's huge. If these were massive out, this would be like a terrible piece. I kind of like this. I kind of wish I had them. I think I could actually use these in a lot of sets that are a little on the warmer or comfier side. I think it's actually usable. And then these, obviously, I would want super, super, super badly. Oh, another shoe that has kind of legging stuff attached to it, which is not terrible. I like that these have the low down and then super high and not in the middle. I just like that. It's probably useful. It's not just jumping out at me as something super, super exciting, though. I do like this. We have the stripes and then clouds and it fades. Pretty useful piece. I'd probably use this a lot if I had it. This is hard to use. It reminds me of the bell from the Shepherdess, where it's just so big and it sits so away from your chest because of how big it is, that anytime you look at yourself, your eyes are going to instantly snap to it. Because unless your top is very three-dimensional and stuff pokes out everywhere, this is going to be just really in your face. I don't particularly hate or like the design of it. I'm not even sure what it is. It's a hot air balloon. That's kind of cool. It's not a very common thematic thing. You could use it for, like, birds, I guess. Like, any flight-related stuff. But yeah, I think it's so big. I forgot you existed. I remember your double crazy hat thing. I forgot it was in the game. I swear I've never seen anyone with it. I like the pink there because it is candy themed again. I see this as more of candy themed. Looks like maybe 4, not 2, splits here. A little bit of yellowing in the hair, which is a little bit of interest. Nice little, wavy kind of stretch at the bottom. Can make it, a lot more cutesy, which works. This piece is interesting. I assume you can dye the outer and the inner, but it's like a balloon animal, and it's a balloon in a balloon. It's supposed to be a balloon, okay. And then little balloon flowers. And this guy. I forgot he was in the game too. I'm glad I'm being reminded of these things that I really liked. And it makes me sad that I don't see them, which means people probably aren't buying much of the cash shop things. Whenever I don't remember what a piece is, I always say, well, that's probably a cash shop item. Maybe I'm finding out through doing this that people either aren't buying as much cash shop stuff as I think they are, and people are, the majority of the time, just spending on pools, or people only buy cool things in the cash shop and not cute things. Because some of the things that I'm, like, sure people buy from the cash shop are a lot of the more techie, futuristic, stylish in the cool sense type of clothes, because Nikki's more of a fantasy world, so those things don't appear in chests. And this type of thing, there are a couple ways to get cutesy stuff like this, because all the animals have accessories, there's Momo bags, things like that. So maybe it's less of a sought-after commodity, but he is very cute. I do like him. He will get very, 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 very dirty very quickly because of the material he's made of, but that's okay. And it's actually a good height up the back and tightness, at least from this angle. Ooh! Yeah, and doesn't it have a tail? I feel like I vaguely remember there's like a little tail or something on this as well. And when you upgrade it, it turns yellow, doesn't it? We can't see it from here. Yeah, it's, yellow instead of white. I actually fully forgot this dress existed. It's on the banner, too. So my thing about the cash shop stuff also doesn't make sense, for why people don't have this. People just didn't pull on this one. I understand this is a hard piece to use, so I don't expect to see this much. And what would I do with it? I don't know. I would use it for maybe like a magical girl, where you go like your... I don't know, it's a pretty unconventional magical girl. Because Precures and stuff all have, like, actual dresses that you can wear yourself, kinda. They're not gonna have fluffy things like this most of the time. I'm trying to think of a magical girl show that has something like this. Sakura doesn't. All the Madoka girls don't. It's the name magical girls time of the episode, and I'm not going to be able to think of any. Cha-Cha doesn't. My brain. Other magical girls? I don't know. I guess it's not really a magical girl thing. I still have the association in my mind. I think I would make it work as a magical girl thing. I'd probably put white tights. Oh, Would... Maybe I could go with, like, bird theming to make, like, a Princess Tutu outfit? I know she's more of a swan theme, but maybe ballet is kind of the idea I go with instead. So I transitioned from magical girl to some type of, like, ballet clothes. The top isn't really ballet speaking to me, but maybe that's kind of the way I would do it. I'd make this into a dancer's outfit. I think I'm happy with that as what I would plan this for. Because these also are pretty elegantly frilly, so you can make it a performance thing. This is very big and silly. We have a lot like it, but it's probably just a bigger ribbon version. These I'm not a big fan of. The balls are interesting. I don't have many arm pieces that do that. It looks like you shoved your hand into tubes that you'd put like an animal in an animal pen for them to crawl through. Because it's just big, long tube, and you slide your arm in. So it kind of feels a little silly. It's like a guinea pig hamster tube. So that's silly. And then big explosion at the end, which just kind of makes things hard and makes it so you can't use your hands as easily. Oh! Okay, those are really good for this. Maybe I don't know. I'd have to... If I actually was making an outfit with this, I wouldn't use these because I don't like using too many pieces from the same set. They are actually a match made in heaven, though. It's such a good combo with it. The, like, pulled down kind of, like, leg skirts for this. Very, very pretty and very frequent. I like how much there is in the starry patterns here. Those are really good. This up here isn't going to work with a lot of outfits, though. Because it's got to be a really cutesy outfit to make that work. The stars you could get away with by dyeing them darker colors, using them more serious outfits. Not that, I think. Wow, those are ridiculous. These are like cartoon anthropomorphized animal shoes. Like, I would expect a character in the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse to be wearing something like this. Which is fun, but not very useful, I think. The balloons, and the boy from our backpack is trapped inside the balloon. And he must be very light to actually still be up there, which is ridiculous. But cute. Hard to use meaningfully, because you can't really run around. I guess it depends on how bad the physics are. I don't think they're gonna have good physics on the strings. It's probably gonna be really stiff. So if you run around with these in your hand, they're probably gonna look terrible, and they're gonna like flip everywhere. For pictures, they're probably okay, but there isn't many areas of the game I would want to walk around with a bundle of balloons. You would want to be like a balloon seller, maybe in the abandoned district, the market. You could sell balloons to people. You could go to a party. If there's like an area with a bunch of kids, you could stand there with balloons. It's not the most universal, but there's definitely places you could find to take pictures with it. Did I look at the colors for you? Yeah, because I talked about the candy. And this is makeup for our fairy. Little like sprinkle fairy dust. Asymmetrical. Very, very dark and very wide purple. Little thin. Looks like maybe just like some blue or purple. Oh, very light. Little bit lighter at the bottom. Not like super, super heavy, but maybe like a very light purple eye. It's not a bad eye. Ooh, very tight bottom lip, pretty spread out upper lip. We do have a lot of the makeup is either thin or wide. We don't have many that have this type of dichotomy. That's good. Pretty dark, too. Pretty boring shoe, I guess? It's just very plain, but the top has wiggles. And I'm not sure why. I think I would prefer normal ones for shoes that look this normal. But maybe it'll give... There's probably already some in the game that look like this, but have a normal top. So this just gives you some variety for if you have weird socks, you can kind of make a weird shoe top. This is Itzaland squares, or rectangles. I mentioned earlier, anytime I see this shape, that's an Itzaland tribal piece. So this is for a tribe. Ooh, that's a good bag. Yeah, I'm probably good with that size for the thing. We have the Beads of Doom ribbon. This material is one I like. Is one I like, not isn't. It is one I like. I think it's fun. Little stiff for my liking in terms of what I want to actually use the bag. But I don't know. I like it. I think it's cute. Big hat. Big hats are nice, but I tend not to make outfits that they look good in. This is for, like, summery long dresses that are a little more mature, is what I'd use this hat on. Very, very shallow head, too. Some squares, lines top and bottom. Just if you need it, you need it. Ooh. It's giving me the vibe of the Space Channel number that I can't remember. The rhythm game I talked about before with the alien dress. Very, very similar design silhouette to that alien spaceman silver dress. And we also have the puffy shoulders again. I swear, it's just something about this, like, series of versions. The mid 1.X's is all about puffy shoulders. This material looks kind of nice. I like the bend here. That's pretty good. The, like, crinkle. Because you need the extra space there. That's nice. We have, I think, an attached necklace to this dress. These kind of look like seashells, actually. Because they're pretty straight on this side and then lined going in towards the center. Something's hanging down here, too. I think you can make this into a beach-themed outfit with dye. I think you can make it work. It looks like there's a cut-up side here. It looks like it goes up to here. That's pretty high, though. So I wonder if this has to be a dress, then, and then you have some shorts underneath. Because if it was just a shirt, it'd be pretty hard to fit things, because it's pretty tight. So it would really limit the shorts and skirts and pants you can wear. So this is probably full dress. And I don't know. I think I would make this into something beach themed, I think is my idea. Pep Premium. Another silly-ish hat. Not a big fan, but it's okay. Another one that's tied and then going into tail. But the tail also is kind of being held to the side. It looks like it might kind of go straight down like here. But it is at least starting over on this side. And then we have a little bit of loose hair here. So we had one that was similar to this earlier, but I think the other one was a little messier. This is just a little cleaner version of it. A little more interesting of a ribbon. It's got a lot going on. Little bell fruit? Dewdrops is what it is. I don't know, kind of cute. Useful sometimes. Now we're into more Linlong stuff. So, Linlong. Little hard. Reminds me of a Rosa arms. Because we have like a see-through and then it comes down to a cuff that then just shallows it. We also have one of those ribbons that go on the side of the neck and then half is in the back, half is in the front, kind of. But it's actually attached to the dress itself. We don't have the long chains that we normally get in Linlong stuff, but we have an open side. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Maybe this is open a little bit. And we have our strings here from tying at the waist that go down. We have the little button that you pull the two sides together and loop, which I do like these ties. I think they're cool. I think they're cooler than ribbons. I don't know how secure they are. It makes me feel like the button's gonna pop off because it has so much force on it. But I guess technically all buttons have that type of force. It's just something about the strings make me feel like it's not as secure. I think that's just a weird mental thing, though. I don't think that's true. But I kind of like it because it makes it feel like it's a vest over top. Because Linlong has a lot of kind of fancy paintings on most of their skirts that are like this, it's not as big a problem that they're long. Because a lot of them are very, very long. So I think this is interesting enough. I'd be worried about the back pretty badly on this, and I don't like this neck thing. And I don't think there's anything I can do about it, because I can't realistically cover this with outerwear. It's possible I'd pick an outerwear that overrode it. If you did like the see-through shoulder thing or something, maybe it would overwrite that. Dress itself, not bad. It's just not speaking to me because there's not much I can do to change it. It's full arm, full leg, full torso with neck decoration already in it. So it's basically a finished outfit in one single piece. Something on the sides here. Cicada's wings. Maybe a plant? I think it's like plants poking up. It's nice length for some socks. Very simple shoes. It does have the beads of doom. Nice strap over it, but there are a lot like this, so I don't think it's a needed shoe at all. I don't think it offers anything. We have a little bear mechanic. Sky Supplier. You're supposed to be a fighter pilot or something. It's the fighter pilot hat. We have a Mayano character. This is fun hair. So we have the afro hair in terms of, like, your head is just a circle, but it's just straight-ish. Very, very short hair. It's useful. I don't think this type of hair is appealing on its own, but there's fun things you can do with it. Like wear a silly hat. We have heart goggles. They're speakers. That's kind of fun. She's a pilot. Okay, pretty good. Wrap it around. You have your little ear poke outs. It's pretty good. It is pretty loose. Hair could cause a lot of problems on this if you're not using this one. So you're going to have to experiment a lot with hair in this. But I do like the hat. Ooh. Very nice choker. Very simplistic. Little bit of asymmetry. Not anything super fancy or shiny or anything. It's good. Big ribbon. It's so big. This, for some reason, I have an association. The, flamboyantly gay guys wearing, like, sweater vests have things like this tied around their necks. Is there, like, a movie where there's a gay guy who wears something like that, and that's what I'm thinking of? Because I don't know where that comes from, but that's what comes to mind here. So I don't know what my use case for this would be. I think it's just too big of an accessory for me to use it for most of my outfits. These are more electrician gloves, where it's a big fluffy thing here, and then really thin, and then we have more stuff on the back of the hand. I don't know. I don't like this piece. I probably would like the gloves if they just went out to this length, but were thin the whole way. And if this was not skin. I don't know if it is or not. If that's skin, I don't like it. Having the duo gloves, different colored gloves, is very, very, very good. But I think these are not good because of this piece. Oh, just a fun little, shirt. What is poking up here? There's no way that's the tag, right? Why would it be, like, on the right breast? Why would it not be in the back? I like the pouch being down here instead of up here. That's cute. That's cute. It's got, like, a little, tied shut as well with little ears, maybe? It has to be the tag. It's just a weirdly positioned tag, I guess. It's a nice top, though. It's a good fit on Nikki, too. It looks tight enough that it's comforting, but you can tell that there's still wiggle room in it. Because it's not straight against her body here, it kind of fades back down to her waistline. So, very, very well fit. Same here, you can see a little wrinkle as it enters her arm. It's not pulled taut against her shoulder. So, this is this is like one of the best fit shirts for her body we've ever had. Very big open neck. I personally would prefer it to be a little less, but it just means you kind of are forced into necklaces. And then we have our big bomber jacket. Logo on it. I think I have seen a girl with this before. Very silly. I feel like the sleeves should be longer. If you want to have them crumpled up like this, they should be more crumpled from pulling it further. Because I feel like it should realistically reach here. And maybe even be like slightly lower, so that if it was closed, it would still reach like her waist. So this is like couple sizes too small again, is my complaint about this bomber jacket, which is crazy considering how big it is. Something this big and I'm saying it's a couple sizes too small. But that's just because I associate them with being such a heavy-duty thing. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. I was not expecting that to be the underpiece of all this. Also, this pocket is useless on this. You can't get to it. It's kind of cool, though. I wish we had this pair, but with the straps down. And it just buckled at the waist and, like, fully laying back. I think we have a pair that's like that, but it's not as heavy-duty thick as this one is. It's got a lot of stuff. This looks like it's the thing that was around her neck earlier. I like this. It's fun. It is kind of like more of a worker than a pilot, I would say. Yawning. But even if we don't have the bottom part, I think it's still cool. I don't think I'd use it with this jacket and top, though. I'd probably try to find like a heavy-duty work shirt that has pockets and stuff, and throw that on. And these are heavy-duty work boots. They look steel-toed, too, with a little bear. And probably waterproofing is what this would be for. It's like anti-slip, waterproofing, steel-toe boots with like weather protection. And this little thing is the little symbol that they clip to the front that says this is slip resistant. Nice to have. Oh, I really like how messy the top of that hair is. This is... I guess this is Lin Long, but little girl doing her own hair. Trying to learn how to tie it up properly. That's very nice. It says bedhead, because the Lin Long girls, after they go to sleep and take a nap, and then wake up, and they didn't undo and redo their hair. Okay, I've talked about this one a lot, because it hurt me not to get it. It's very cute. Paint on the face is very, very nice. That's a very, very good base makeup. Oh, these remind me of not Chroma, sorry, the deer's eyes. Where they're very cut up with symbols and bright colors and whites. Maybe like wider? Oh no, this is lashes. I can't tell at all. Oh, that's sad girl eyes. Very, very sad girl eyelashes, eyebrows. I swapped everything here when I was speaking. Sad girl eyebrows. Useful. Very bright, and the edges of the lips are so thick. I like that. A little bit of the upper lip wider than bottom lip, too. So I guess that was a theme they were going with for this update as well. And then now we have Veiled in Verses. Oh, pretty good. This is the dress... I think earlier in the video, we had a cut side Linlong dress, and I said that's the one I used for the... not Wansheng Realm, Danxing Island. Danxing Island? I think this actually might be the one I used for Danxing Island. It's so hard to remember because they all do blend in my head here. Oh, that's kind of cute. You get a little bit of side coverage and then you get into the earring. Another silly hat that I'm not super excited about. It's got a big fluffy thing that goes around it, it looks like. To at least differentiate it. If you want more of the little beads for some reason, you got them. If you need a ton of beads, I'm glad they're finally just giving a necklace that's this, but it doesn't have a million weird changes and things attached. This is just another one. We have a lot. All the Linlong stuff gives us these. So, it's just another varying size to it. So, if you have a very specific size you need, now you have a better chance of having it. These, it's just bottoms, and then the string kind of acts as what the top of the shoe would be. So that's cool. It is just Beads of Doom with tiny bottom shoes, but I think it's nice. I would be happy to have them. Never mind, I do have them. I am happy to have them, is what I should say. So we have here... I'm pretty sure this is the one I used, because I remember dyeing this. There's these, like, opening piece here, and then it's tied shut. So you kind of open the top. I don't know if it actually fully attaches to the armpit here and, like, fully flings open, or if it just extends the hole. But you put it on and then you re-tie it around yourself. But I do like this dress. And it's got little ties on the side, too, where the actual leg is open. Very, very nice. Very long, so you do have to be careful that the dress doesn't feel too... doesn't make you look too tall. But the side legs open help that a ton. And this is one where I would fully decorate my arms, probably. It feels sad when you have a long dress like this to decorate your arms, because plain arms look so good. But I think you do to add intrigue when your arms are, like, swinging around by your body. And I really like the see-through up here, so I wouldn't want to put necklaces or anything like that on it. Gloves that... I like the size of them. This part poking out isn't too big. But if you look over here, I think the gloves are see-through. I think this is another mesh material. So whether they work or not is going to be rough. If they do, good for that. If they don't, they don't. So this is the opposite of the hair we looked at earlier, which is bundled up and then straight down the back. This one's bundled towards the front and is straight down the front. This one, it's hard to tell from here. I think this is the hair that's the messy bun, where it looks like it's haphazardly tied into itself, and it's really loose and falling apart. I think that's what this one is. And then just going down the front. So, pretty good version of this type of hair. That was Veiled in Verses. Starlit Shop. Just little, thing. Pretty useful. Same with this, useful. This might be... I mentioned we had ones earlier that looked almost identical to this. I think they were maybe slightly smaller. One of the ones that look just like this I use all the time. I don't know which it is. I was gonna say Cowgirl. I don't think I necessarily agree. It might be. It's just a little hard. Maybe it's more of snow than desert. Or it doesn't have to be a desert, be cowboy. There's cowboy out in the west. Yeah, I think it's more of like a little warming thing you'd put on. I'd probably still want a full sleeve shirt under it. Very, very, very silly glasses. Just joke ones on purpose. This is cute. It does give the feel like, things that are meant for weather that's very light, but then you have a hood. So it's giving me mixed signals. But it's a cute opening, so you can put decorated shirts underneath it. You want a really plain shirt under this. You don't want things that are very heavily decorated, like maybe a logo or something poking through, and that's it. These are good. I do like these a lot. Just outdoorsy, very simple, business-oriented in a casual way. Casual business-oriented. Not athletic in the sense of, like, you're gonna get exercise. Athletic in the sense that you're gonna be moving around and getting dirty, and you know that. That's that type of dress. Skirt. Not... I said it wrong twice. Shirt and pants. Tucked in as well. Very nice. It's a shame it's up one piece here, and it's all stuck together. But they work so well together, I think it's fine to just take this and build an outfit off of it, where you just throw on a bunch of accessories having to do with nature. And I think that works fine. And then just big, cute dress. Reminds me of the dress we got for Stonewoods. It's that type of modest, innocent, very simplistic design that's light colors. So I like it. It's a girl from Stonewoods. Exclusive treasure. And it's our wand from the main event. The Luluco wand. Very nice. Did we not see the wand from this? For some reason, the wand isn't in here, but you get a wand with this outfit. I'm like 99%. There it is. Why is it in this menu? That's weird. It's so sharp. But yeah, it's such a fancy wand. And now, we are on to blue tier season. This is another pretty big one, honestly. We have the Tide of Tears. I have two of them. So we have our gold, our red, and our dark green. It's crazy. Those are all really good colors for this. Purple is also pretty good. The white looks good. It's just kind of like with Crimson Feathers. I think I've just grown to associate the dress with this color. Because this is the one I use, is this version of the dress. I think I dyed the inside to be like different shades of blue. But this is the one I still use for my world rhythms of helping my fish. This hair, very, very good. One of the cutest in the game for face cupping. This was when I first started talking about it, I think. I don't know if I ever talked about it until I got this hair, and now I talk about it all the time. Where hair that folds into the face, like these here, make it feel like, if you've ever seen the memes of, it'll be a character walking by. It's normally from like a super cutesy designed character, where they're like a chibi or something, and someone will hold up their hands in a heart in front of the camera, and the character walks by, sees it, and then they like run up and shove their face through it. It's a cat thing, is where it originates, because like you put your hands up and a cat like squeezes its head in. It makes me feel like you're squeezing her head in your hands in a like fun way. So I always like when hair cups the face like this. This crown is so long in the back. You can kind of see it here twirled up, but it's got these long strings that hang so far down. It is kind of cool. I think the back of the crown doesn't connect, or it connects very loosely, and it goes up in this like staircase way from the front all the way to here, and then it just drops suddenly. So it's actually a kind of cool crown. It is very low in the front, so your bangs matter a lot. And this piece is really nice. Snakes are not a common motif I use, because they are a very scary animal a lot of the time, and they have a lot of bad associations with evil people and bad things happening. But I should use it more, just because I do always say how much I love the big ear covering stuff, and this is one I have. Now, the snake is only on this side, so it has to match the flow of the outfit, but at least it's something. The dress itself. So, I love this dress. Very, very pretty. It's a little too long for me, but It's so pretty, I can accept it anyway. This dress does a very, very good job of being long, but having your design change to help. It makes it like the water is full here, and then it starts waning, and then you get down into like the deep sea and like the bubbling at the bottom. So it tells like a tale of going deeper into the water as you go down. The back, I think, doesn't. I think the back is really bad. It's been a long time since I paid attention, because the only time I see this dress is when I'm activating my ability, and most of the cutscene is from the front. But I think the back is literally just like this texture the whole way down. I don't think there's anything interesting there. Maybe I'm just forgetting that, though. It's got the side arm things, which is fine. It lets you have the big open tops. Now, it does have this thing on, and I immediately took this off. I do not like these hang-down things most of the time, and this dress doesn't change that. I think this dress looks way better just as itself, with no big arm things obfuscating where your body is. It does look a little off in sizing. If you take like this line and look from there up and here down, it kinda does the thing the other dress did in a little less egregious of a way, where it looks like you cut the picture in half, increased the size of the bottom picture by like 10%, and then reattached it. The reason for that is the dress is tight on her waist, goes out for her hips, but then drops. It doesn't come in to follow when her legs get a bit thinner. So it makes it look like she stays the same thickness all the way down, which her body line doesn't. So it's nice, but because it flays out rather than cutting in to stop at the floor, it makes the sizing of her body look a little weird. And because of that, it's another dress where I would recommend using arm decorations and having things that'll draw attention away from your hips. That way you're not staring at them and noticing the sizing problems. So maybe like a couple decorations around up here that are light, things like jewelry, and like elbow or higher, dark, flashy arm things is what I would say I'd like most for this. And these do fit the bill. These are very, very flashy. They do have the problem that the Lulico dress 5-star did. The big metal fancy things on them kinda make the whole thing hard to use, I guess, I would say. It feels like, with these snaking arm things, when I use them on an outfit, they become the centerpiece, even if I don't want them to be. Because they're so flashy. So you have to be careful, and you need a whole dress of extravagance, or when you use these, they're going to steal the show. These two. I love these. It's a gradient with really interesting texture, because it's really dotted, and it's got, like the sea stuff on it. It's really, really interesting legs. They steal the show. If you're not careful, you put these on, and no one will look at anything about your outfit other than the legs. Instantly, everyone's just going to ignore your head, they're going to ignore your chest, they're going to instantly just be drawn to this, and no matter how much everything else is decorated, it won't matter. I think these are maybe above average in terms of the little arm floaty things. They're better than like the generic Linlong ones that are just like the one rope. They're probably better than the super ridiculous ones like the water walking that I think are just so long it's crazy. Those are saved a little bit by the fish animations, but these are just very heavy. And I like that they don't get too high up on the body. They actually stay pretty low down. That does help. These shoes, I think, are really good. They are super intricate. They're kind of like diamondy down here, but they have this snake symbolism on the shoe. This I don't like up here, but it's fine. And they have very big heels, too. But it's just because of how high this platform is. These are very very high. They're higher than the normal ones. Pretty fancy. I'm glad it doesn't have more things attached. Again, though, it's kind of weird. I like the snake stuff. That's cool. Why did you also just randomly attach a bunch of square gemstones to the front of the snakes? What's that got to do with my snakes? And the orb. The orb of confusion. I don't ever use it, just because I don't use handhelds because they ruin pictures, because you don't have as many poses. But it is a cool item. It looks really good. It's cracked. It's got a lot of interesting stuff. The texture in here looks really nice. In particular, you can see a lot on here how cool that is. And I wish you could see this one. I think it shines out really far. I think that's what the change is for it. Now we have our moth outfit. I really like the moth outfit. I've been wanting to use it again for a new set, because I keep looking at it and thinking I can do something with it. The pink is good. This is the most thematic. This, like, very light pink. So this is more of the super fluffy neck that you can use for a couple things. It can be just like a winter neck top-off point if you don't have, like, a real turtleneck or something. It can be any bird-related thing it works really well with. Same with this. These kind of work as feathers or generic plant stuff because they're pom-poms. So you can kind of get all of it with that. This hair, I'm not a huge fan of. It's very, very tight, thin, long braids. This top part I like. If they were just cut the braids, I'd like this more, I think. It's very structured, tiny face, because it's really tight bangs to the eyes. And this, obviously, open shoulders, very nice. I think it technically has a strap on one side? I don't see it on here. I thought it had a strap. Maybe it doesn't, and I'm just making things up. But these things hanging down are very fun. The physics on them, I think, are weird. I think they're actually attached here. I think, like, this part of it is, like, sewn in, and then this part dangles. So they don't flow the whole way up the way you'd expect them to when you look at it, which isn't great, but it's something. And little tight, like, constrainer here, more fluff here. The fluff up here is nice. It offsets everything to one side so you can decorate differently. It's a simple dress, but because it's so short and it's got a lot of open space up here, you can decorate it a lot. Now, it's not the easiest thing to decorate around because fluffy stuff, there's not that much in the game. So if you want to add more fluff, you're limited to maybe like 5 to 10 things. But I think there's enough fluff on it that you can kind of disregard that and accept that that's the fluffiness. And then maybe use these as dividers. So you divide the outfit by areas, and then you kind of have a theme. So this one is like ruffles. This one is like tight, strict stuff. So maybe like you go from tight stuff to ruffled, to maybe you go to like super ruffled down here, and it's just non-stop layering. Or you go the opposite way and it's just smooth. And then up here, maybe you kind of go with this like twisting, cut up stuff here, and you try to find things close to that. You can kind of section your clothes maybe with it. These are very nice shoes. I see these and I always think they are the 1.0 butterfly outfit. Because they have a butterfly on the side of them, and they are very pretty. They have like the fluffy things here too. But no, I gotta remember they're from this. I like this. It attaches at the center. Very nice. Pretty decently high heel, too. Another one of these. This is a very common type of clothing piece. It's the Wishful Arosa. It's the Winds of Purity, the 1.0 4-star purification. Or whatever it's called. It's something close to that. This one, though, it doesn't tighten into a little clasp. It just goes out, which I think is worse. I think it's harder to use, but this one has the little beads on it, so you do have a little more texture than some. I think Arosa might have nothing on it. It might literally just be see-through. At least one of them is like that, but hard to use, and we have some in the game that's already like it, so it's not super exciting. These are kind of nice. I like these. They go really high up on the ear, actually, like surprisingly high up. I don't know how many earrings can, like, reach above the hole. These are, like, blocking out sound. They're so high. And then this thing, I've always complained that this is breaking Nikki's thumb. The force she has to push down to hold an object that's teetering on this as the leverage point. Look at how big this is. Look at how heavy this is. And look at how close her thumb is to the leverage points to hold it down with one finger. She's putting like 100 pounds of force of downward pressure onto her thumb here to keep this held. It's insane how she holds this. Literally criminal. I want someone to recreate how this is held so I can actually see if I'm correct about the physics of it. Oh, you instantly made me think of the 5-star free outfit we got in 2.0 because you have this almost sun-esque thing here, and it's a yellow dress. Might be orange. Ooh, kind of like that. It's kind of giving me Elsa vibes. And then immediately I click this, and I think this is the hair of Elsa's sister or friend. Listen, I watched Frozen. I watched a few minutes of Frozen 1 when it came out. I don't know their names. It's another triple layer. I like each layer individually. So the piece might work, but you gotta put in some work to find other things in the outfit that, to find other pieces of the outfit that make sense with this. Because you need, like, some lacy stuff. You need this, like, wide golden stuff, and you need gemstones. Oh. I think the material of these doesn't match well with the design. I think they're a little on the practical side, material-wise, and a little hard. And the design is more fanciful. This is very Rosa-esque. It's poking up so high. It's not bad. It's kind of just a crown of leaves that's very far forward and requires very puffy hair. That's so tiny I can barely see it. I think it's this across here. Maybe a thing hanging down too. Honestly, pretty useful. Very nice. Just a little twirly. It's a cool design. I like it. I would need to see exactly how this all attaches. Is it just up over? Does it do a full loop? How far back is it actually? Because I'd want to decorate my hair. And I don't know if hats are going to work with this. I don't know if I need stuff on the back of my head. From the front, this is very pretty. This being long, this being very short, in, tucked. And loose twirl here. It is very pretty from the front. My concern is the back might be pretty bad. Oh, it's this. I've always said that this is Alicia's dress, where the little birds fly behind her and hold the strings up for her. I think it's the skin for... Is it the skin for Hersha of Human Ego, maybe? I think? But, very similar top to Sith's dress, where it's just this little piece coming out here, the fancy chest, and then the tight constrict here. But rather than being tight the whole way down, it starts layering. And it does the classic back and forth all these dresses do, every single one. It's the same design you'll see every time. The fancy thing is it being held in the back, which is very fancy. The question is, how's it actually work in motion? How bad or good is this back thing? With it being a 4-star, I have pretty low expectations of its implementation being some fancy way of making sure this looks good. And it's probably mainly something you want to wear when you're standing still. Kind of like a lot of the things like the balloon and all that, where you don't want to be moving with it. It also kind of has the Linlong stuff in the front, where it's just a long string of things that I'm not a big fan of. This does open in an interesting way. It makes Nikki look super tall because it creates like an Eiffel Tower on the inside of her dress, which is strange. I think the dress is cool, but you can't decorate anything because you can't see the feet. And I'd be worried about how those things move. Okay, just some normal socks, probably see-through. Not bad. It's just more socks. Same, just more shoes. Small, big heel. Interesting they have something on the back. I can't quite tell what it is. There's some type of design on the back that pokes up. But just normal shoe. Did I look at the colors? Yeah, I did, because I talked about Elsa. I remember you. You are Umbrella Girl. I do like you. You are very, very pretty. Ooh, red is good. That's good too. I really like the purple. I think her hair really carries this outfit. It's so pretty. This is a silly one. Hat off to the side, and then you have the horns from 2.1. The behemoth horns. So, we need like our little flowers on them that symbolize the age. We can actually tell how close this Nikki is to dying based on the life of the flowers. It's pretty good hair. It's hard to tell exactly what it looks like, though. It's probably just a bun in the back. Probably. Maybe it like comes down a little. I like this hair on the left, but I think this hair makes Nikki's head look really thick. I need hair in the back to make the hair look fluffier, because it looks like Nikki just has a really big head. That's a crazy, intricate, insane piece. Am I crazy to say, does Suiginto wear something like this? I swear she does. I feel like she has a big, fancy neck piece. Maybe I'm thinking of the other girl. Ooh. I like this. One side, pretty deep, but then you swap to the back, and it's the same side, but it's very deep. And it's layered to where it's like a top piece, a middle piece to see-through, and a bottom piece, kind of. Like 3 sets here. The bottom piece is extra, extra long. So they're not in sync with each other. They're at varying angles. Not angles, lengths as we go. Different percentages, even. That's cool. Very, very tight top. Like, very dark line, and there's, like, shadowing here. It makes it look more like a push-up. It's so tight. Like, it's really up against her here, and, like, squeezing her. It might also be that because this is V-cut, her stomach looks a bit bigger than a lot of the dresses we've been looking at that have the super, super tiny torso areas. But this does look like it's just lifting her a lot here. And then we have the open arms. I don't think the strap's on this. Cute. Love it, obviously. It's my favorite. Big, big open legs means decorating is super easy for this. This is a very, 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 very good dress for making custom outfits. It's got everything you need. It's got asymmetry stuff everywhere where you can see a lot of the body to throw things on. Even though it's pretty big, it looks to be at least somewhat close to the body. It's not fully puffed out except here. I think this front one isn't puffed out super, super far. That's the impression I'm getting here. It could just be the angle is really rough on me. But I'm saying that because I think you might be able to even decorate the back a bit. I think back pieces might work well with this without clipping too hard. Tails, wings, stuff like that, I think would work on this set. I think this set's really good for stuff like that. You could even get away with some easy outerwear because while you can't use super, super soft fabric, This might be one where you actually could get away with some leathery stuff because of how tight this top is. Oh, kind of like the buckle here. Creates an interesting effect. I think I like this glove. It's a little puffier than I want for the ends, but I think the design is cool enough that I can forgive it and try to make it work, even if I think it'd be really hard, and it would end up being one of the pieces where I kept it on and liked it enough, but it wasn't a piece that spoke to me meaningfully. I think it would be in that category. Kind of like flowery designs, I think. And then the big stone, some stuff going around here. It's a pretty loose mesh, actually. So it's a lot different than a lot of the gloves we've been looking at that are see-through. This kind of looks alligator-y rather than fancy, which is also cool. Oh, that's just very, very fancy. There's a million things on that. I think mostly flowers. That's cool. Oh, very wide out. So we do have a lot of shoes and socks and stuff that have this type of feathering out, but it's on the leg. It's normally not the whole upper part of the shoe like this, or it's just the front. We have a lot that are the very front of the shoe. We don't have many that trace it like this, which is nice. We also do have a little cross patch here, which means you can match leggings with it. You can put on Timeless Melody, or I think Sith's legs also have a diagonal cross pattern like this. You can throw those on. No, Sith's doesn't. It's, ooh, which one is it? I know there's another 5-star with cross-legged patches. It's not Arosa. Arosa's the long white socks. Sea of Stars doesn't have socks, or it's tiny socks. I don't know. There is 2 5-stars that have this type, though. One of them is Timeless Melody. Just little band for the leg. There's a few of those in the game. They're useful sometimes, not super fancy, though. And this is, yeah, our Tide of Tears makeup. So, the dark, like, greenish blue. Little bit too much under the eyes for my liking most of the time. But I like the color enough that I still use them. Very, very sharp. I don't like sharp. But it's something. They're very dark. If you need super dark, you can have it. These are nice. It's a lot of color and pretty thick. All the way around, top and bottom. Probably second favorite eyes in the game. If not, they're definitely top 5. My favorite are the dead eyes. But these are close. I always talk about it. I love, love, love the really aggressive stuff. Like, really aggressive, harsh eyes and makeup and stuff like that I love. So using the, like, predator eyes is amazing. And, this is my glossy purple. I think it's my only super glossy purple lipstick, so I do use this sometimes. This is the wide bag. The longest bag. With a pretty silly handle size, too. I think this is kind of a joke. It makes me think it's of a pencil case. But maybe you can do something with it for some outfits. The double bead. I swear we had a double bead earlier. Maybe it didn't have a clip in the back. Another, like, pasture hat, which is useful. A lot of outfits in the game work as, like, cottagecore stuff, and this is a hat I'd want for that. Little big bead neck, bracelet, not bad. There's a couple of these in the game that are similar. I think I have one that's just one side cut up, not 2. It is very metallic looking. I think the color and shine give me that feel. Not to the same way I call the space clothes metallic, where they're like full silver shiny, but this is definitely like silk or something. It's a weird material that I would not expect. And then you have an underskirt, or at least it's fabric that's just stitched right into this section. I can't tell. I assume it could also just be, it probably isn't shorts. It's probably fabric stitched into here, and then you have just a pair of shorts underneath still, rather than this being shorts that are visible through it. That's probably how it's done. And we have a little loop here, which is really cool. That's a good effect. And also, this is rainbow. It's not as rainbow when you look at it in snapshots, I think. I think we've seen this piece before, and this is a lighting thing, where the picture in the menu makes it look more rainbow, I think. I swear, when this first got added, I remember the rainbow belt, and then for some reason in my mind, I have written that the rainbow wasn't that intense in person. I don't know why I think that, but I assume it's because I saw someone with this soon after it was added to the game. And then we have some more of the big square hang-down earrings. What was I looking at just now? Starlight Shop? Random surprise. It's just some simple shoes. I'll take them. They're something. One day useful, maybe. I think that was this... What section was I in? I was in the Parapal Pre... What? I was in limited time residence. Okay. Oh my goodness, I was going crazy there. We only looked at the top stuff. Okay. Oh, it's this. I love this arm piece. I forgot it existed. This is also one of the lowest chests in the game. I talked about this when we first got it. It has protectors here, but the protectors are actually aligned with the crosscloth. So you actually get a lot of chests showing in this, which is really rare. I'm not sure why exactly this one, like, slipped through the cracks, but it's very cute. So we have... It's like a flower with more flowers blooming out of it? I don't know, kind of cute, maybe useful sometimes. Upside down heart. Pretty long, too. Just more beads. This one has a interesting little thing here, and then it has a piece coming off of it. It's hard to see in this, but there's like another string hanging off of this main section. This piece I love. I think I used it in my Sea of Stars outfit, which is my idol outfit right now. It's very nice. It's in a great spot. I always complain when they're in the center of the arm that they're just on her bicep and she can't flex. This is good. Very, very good. Love it. Honestly, it's a good necklace. I think it's actually pretty good. It's pretty consistent thematically. Gets a little thin up here because they kind of fuse into one. It just comes... It's like a double thick, and then it splits. And then it has a piece in the middle, and then it recombines into one, which is kind of interesting. Normally with these, they just have the two lines around the back. So it's a splitting front, which I think is cool. And this is more hair where there's no ties or anything. It's just wavy hair that you just grab and you fling over the shoulder. And it's long enough that it would stay there pretty well. This, also, you're starting to see the shorter hair just can't make it. So you have straighter hair that actually stays behind over here. And these only stay because they're tucked behind the ear. So pretty cute hair, pretty realistically fun hair. Not like realistic in a real sense, but we have the dress itself, which I love. Obviously, as always, long dresses like this, I think, really, really work well with undecorated arms if you don't need to hide something. And I don't think you need to hide anything with this. I think the dress kind of triangles out in a way that still looks proportional for her body. It doesn't cause like the weird problems like Sith's does. And like I mentioned, the top is like one of the like sexier designs in the game. So it's... I guess you'd probably play into that. You'd probably want a pretty low-key necklace. And then like a glove. And I don't think you can see your shoes. If you can, it's very minorly. You really can't see the legs at all, obviously. But I think it's floor length. So you'd want a shoe that's, like, themed properly, but it's not something you'll be able to decorate. So it's going to be a very simplistic, not over-decorated outfit is what you're going for, because you kind of want to just show off your body, is kind of the point of this. You want to, like, use your natural charms, so you don't want to over-accentuate the dress, is my idea for this. So I wouldn't use outerwear, I wouldn't do anything like that. You would go with lightly styled hair with some more aggressive but lightly colored makeup, little hand decoration, tiny neck decoration, and I think that's it. And then this dress just works. Very, very good dress. One of my favorite, I think. For, like, the 4 stars and stuff. 3-star even. That's crazy. And just some simple shoes. Nice to have. Probably not useful, because there's probably other things that are the same. But I'll take them when I can get them. And now we're into this. You are the one with the leaf bottoms. I also forgot you existed. This is very fun. Like, turbo puffy, and there is 2 of them if you have twin tails. I don't know what it would do if you had short hair with nothing tied up. I don't know what would happen. Maybe you just couldn't wear it. Pretty good. Giving me a little Itzaland vibes. Be careful, you're a little blocky. Oh, and then you have the actual idol microphone. I do wish I had it. It would work perfectly on my actual idol outfit. I'm sad I don't. It's kind of cool that it's in the game. We have headphones. We're allowed to have a little high-techy stuff in the premium shop. That's kind of what it's there for. And we have just like a normal one on the other side, but they both have earpieces. So you can actually hear. Not bad. Definitely not bad. In terms of braided hair, I think this is a better way to do it than just having the low braids at the back. It's cuter. We have the braid and then an unbraided strand with it, and you match it with the front. I think this is a nice face if you take it all into account, but this face and bang combo wouldn't work if you didn't have this back stuff. So it's an unconventionally good bang setup. And I hope the back is split well, but it looks like also some frayed hair here, which is nice. This is nice hair. I don't jump at braids, so I would like to have it, but I probably wouldn't fight to make it work in an outfit super hard unless I had like a very specific idea I was going with. And it is nice that it has the colors in it. This is a very nice top. It's spidery. It has an opening here, which is fun. You have like this, and then you have another piece that kind of comes under, and you have a belt. This is a really fun piece. I think this does feel like it doesn't quite fit it, but I think I like this on its own, so I'd probably forgive it and try to still use it. But the rest of this fits really well together. I really like it. More plaid stuff. This doesn't make any sense to me. It is like the Itsy Bitsy Spider or something themed outfit, I guess. That's why we have this. I don't know what that has to do with singing, but we don't worry about that. But we have what I assume is a little spider plush. That looks kind of like a spider, because you have like 2 big eyes, 2 small eyes, a bunch of legs. Although, I can't tell. It might be like an octopus. Who knows? Does it say over here? No. Doesn't say. I think that's a spider. And we have a belt that matches the one from this. Even kind of lays down in the same direction. But this doesn't make any sense to me. This is hay. This is the type of thing you use in the Scarecrow outfit. Or the one that is... Well, in the Scarecrow ability outfit or the Scarecrow hoodie that we got for free for like an event when we were in the Abandoned District. It's not the type of thing I would expect for this type of outfit. So this is useful, for sure. This is a really useful skirt to have. Nature stuff is important. We need more nature stuff, because I'm making so many nature-themed dresses, I don't have enough. It's Sunburn Blockers XS. They're also pushed up the arm more. I don't know what these things are wrapped around it. I think I honestly would like it more without them. It's a little weird, the coloring of the orange for the fingers. I'd probably want to dye that. I don't think I'd dye it green. Maybe I would dye it a little closer, though. Like a paler orange. It feels kind of weird. You have carrot fingers. You have... The grass is growing green, and you have carrot fingers poking up out of the grass. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. And for some reason, there's chains around you. I can't quite make out what that is. I think with dye, this piece could work, though. Oh, the fluffies. What am I looking at up here? It's not just the fluffies. It's the full leg. It's got, like, torn up sides? Maybe even asymmetrically? It's hard to tell if this is just a lighting problem, but it looks like maybe this is more skin showing than this? And this is higher. Maybe the middle also has more yellow? Interesting. And again, they're like warmers. They're not actually socks. So you have your feet open still. I don't know. It's a crazy piece. And it's... I don't know how I feel about it without being able to see it fully because it's so crazy. Oh! These are like little kid slip-on shoes, but they're tiramisu. That's kind of cute. You have your tiramisu shoes. Oh, this is another pretty good one. I do like this backpack a lot. I remember seeing this in the shop and being sad. There's a couple like it in the game now. We have that Momo one from the rain thing, so I do have one at least. And I think there's a bag that looks very similar to this too. Like a handbag, not a backpack. The straps are a little loose though. I do want the straps to be higher up. I don't like that in particular. One problem is also, look at the position of the star tips to her elbows. If you pull this up, like 6 inches, her elbows would hit under, so she could move her arms backwards behind her, and it wouldn't bump into the bag. So I think it would just be nicer for everything to just have it raised like 6 to 8 inches. 8's probably pushing it 6. Some more like jokey glasses, which is fine. Just generic star hair clip, it's fine. Another whistle. I was not aware we had 2 whistles in the game. We have the one that we got as a quest reward, I think. Or maybe it was in a chest somewhere early on in the game. And then this is a, like, sea-themed. Is it? I guess this is flowers. This made me think of, like, a seashell necklace. Like, you collect all the stuff on the beach and make a necklace out of it. But I think it's just multicolored beads. It still gives me that vibe, though, of the sea. So, it's not quite lifeguard-y. I wouldn't say it's a lifeguard necklace. So I don't know who else would have a whistle. This is the Saturn shoes. I really like the colors of these. And it's really interesting how it looks like you're looking at the bottom of the shoe because the pink is the bottom and it flips up at the start. It makes it kind of feel like it's jester shoes or clown shoes where they poke up at the front and have that little pointy bit. You kind of get that vibe, even though the shoe, I assume, is flat. And they're just kind of sneakers. They have a star here. They have no laces, so they're just slip-ons. Which is a little weird. It means they're probably not actually for exercise. And then we have our little halo. It was fun. And then this is obviously very, very childish. It's, I assume, supposed to be mimicking a child. The little idol wears her new dress. Yeah. So it is, I would associate it even with, like, young elementary. Like, very, very little, to wear this type of dress to be, like, a kid idol. Like, if you're watching a cartoon, it'll be, like, the super little kid who's watching an idol on TV and then stands on her table and sings into, like, a cup or something. That's the type of thing I expect her to wear. So it's very, very young girl. And I've talked before about the different types of girls who can pull off super young girl clothing. And the way you kind of have to play into it, where young adult girls can kind of get away with it by having, like, just a lighthearted personality. And adult girls... young adult is adult. Mature girls, like, you can... It's hard. You can actually pull this off with, like, a motherly figure and hairstyle. The way you accessorize it, I think, is... You would have, like, longer hair that's looser. You would... maybe have to do... full arm. I think you can't have plain arms. It's too childish to have plain arms. And I think you would want leggings, actually. Like, full... like... You probably want high sheer leggings. Probably. The color's a little rough. You could have, like, a necklace. I think you can pull it off, though. It's tough. And it's gonna vary a lot girl by girl. I've talked about it. I think it's possible. It's just hard. So, it's hard for me to use this type of dress because it's hard for me to get Nikki to work in clothing this childish. And part of that is because I don't see her as the type of girl who can pull this off, because there's a personality aspect. And Nikki's a lighthearted, cheery girl, but not in the way that can pull off kids' clothes like this. You have to be, like, a special type of, like, bubbly extrovert to hit things like this. For some reason, she's, like, a racetrack. This is the go arrow. You're supposed to drive this way up her arm. And then that way up her arm. That's how you get the boost, is you gotta hit that, like, exact turn. I wish they were full hand. But it's a fun design. I'm not sold on the, like, crunchily thick arm things that have no fingers. But the fact that it's such a ridiculous out there thing to just have a bunch of arrows, it makes it a good piece, because where else are you getting something like this? That's good. This is... This is... volunteer at, like, a kid's play area, late teen, early 20s girl. That's what this hair is. That's very cute. Obviously matches the set very well. It's, like, perfect for it. I'm not a personal fan of these much. I think they work better than these work. I think these things down here could be gone or not tied tightly and just left in the back, and I'd probably like it more. And then we got some, like, some more Gyaru leg warmers. It is what it is. I'll take them. I don't think I've ever worn them. I need to try to make an outfit that's like this. I don't know what shoe I would put on with these. Just like a casual, like, city shoe. And then these, and then a skirt that's pretty short. And then, like, a school top. I'm gonna be the Gyaru in Sichia. The other blindfold. I knew another blindfold existed in the game. This is the dress. I mentioned it earlier because I thought a different dress was this, and I realized afterwards. This is the dress that I said is just a 4-star version of the standard banner 5-star sexy. The water one. It's just that dress, but in the cash shop as a 4-star. which is such a weird thing. But it is cute. Hair... It looks like it gets really thick afterwards, so it might be like a thinly held tie and then just extend out, maybe? Pretty tight to pull in fast, though. I don't know. I'd have to see the back to know how I feel about it. I'm not immediately jumping at the hair. That's interesting. It's like, it looks like it's tied with string because of these going up to the front there. It looks like they don't even attach all the way to the front. It looks like maybe it ends. So maybe it goes to, like, here. Kind of a weird piece. Maybe useful sometimes, but probably not most of the time. I like this. Very chaotic. It's not patterned meaningfully where I can tell. Very interesting. Very nice. Very, very useful. Because we have a million necklaces that have strict pattern. And yeah, here... You have the same, like, flowy waterness. You have one side open. Which the standard banner one does too. I think it's like the front leg or something is open in that one. And the side of the body is open too. So it's probably the right side of the body and then the left leg is open, I think, in the 5-star. So this one's just the right leg open. But I don't know if it's has any moving detail. I would assume it doesn't because it's a 4-star, but I guess it's possible. And it looks like something on the shoulder? Yes, you can see here. It's got strings on the shoulder, just like the water walking, where it puts, like, jewelry up here. So the way I would deal with that is I would just cover the whole chest in more jewelry. I would get a really, not deep, but wide selection of different chains and stuff to throw up here, and that's how I would deal with that. And probably... I think you could have the super height arms on this. I think you can make an argument for anything, like, here up for arms. I don't think tiny gloves work for this at all. And it's rough doing anything that's just past the elbow, but just before the elbow, all the way up to the shoulder. Any arms that go in that, I think you can make work. And I think they'd look really nice on this. And then obviously you can decorate your legs, assuming this does fully split open here. And another, I think, pretty good thing here, because it's got the water texture, and it's pretty much the same as the Linlong things. So if you're making a water-themed Linlong dress, this is what you need. Kinda nice. They look like they stick out a lot, which is a little rough. Is that ring part of it? It is! Okay, that's interesting. That's a little weird to me that the ring is part of this, because there is a ring section of the menu. And this is be in the bracelets. So I guess you could just double up. I guess that's true for the one I have that is nails and a lot of rings. I think that's a bracelet, technically. So I don't think about it, but I guess you can have rings here. But yeah, I think this pokes really far away. And this is very plain, flowery, and then a wedding band. I need a wedding band pretty badly. Because I keep wearing, like, a full, like, heart ring, and I just want a wedding band to throw on. Wow, those are fancy. It's like coral. That's pretty good. I like that, actually. That's really good. Even with the thing up here, I think it's just such a good shoe. And it's like flat, too. It's flat, so you're as close to barefoot as you could be back this part of the game. Because there was only like 2 barefoot shoes in the entire game at this point. Now there's a million. Kind of like the jellyfish earrings we had earlier, but these are more... These might actually be jellyfish. Maybe. The other ones aren't jellyfish. It's like a lantern or something. But yeah, the jellyfish. That's kind of cute. I have, in my room, a giant stuffed jellyfish. I like jellyfish. And then we have the mask, which just cover the ears in an interesting way. And then it has the little beads all over it. It's interesting that you can see her eyebrows. I think when people wear the masks like this, at least in fiction, you typically do have the eyebrows because it's so hard to express facial movement without eyebrows, even if your eyes are covered. If your eyebrows are exposed, you can convey, like, every emotion, like, almost perfectly for people, because eyebrows show so much. So, it's been so long. Did Yuebai have her eyebrows exposed? Maybe she had longer bangs, and I just didn't realize it. I never paid that much attention, to be honest. I probably should have. But it's cute and useful for a lot of stuff. Similar to the Crimson Feather eye covers, though. Only very specific things actually can make use of this. This one is a little more on the level of, like, you could be a monk or something. Pretty fancy, pretty nice. I like the layers to this one, and it's very structured. So this is more of a high-class piece, I would say. This is more of like a sea princess. This doesn't feel high class to me. I would not expect a princess to wear something that, like, hangs down this chaotically. Ooh, I like that. This is kind of like the pearl from the Tide of Tears handheld item. That's got good texture to it. Is that runny? Glimmering tide, softly lapping the shore of the waves, quietly listen to the sorrows shared by those who stand beside them. They flow tirelessly, carrying the washing away traces of past pain. It's not, like, full cry run makeup, because that would be amazing, perfect, genius, perfect. But it's pretty much that. It's just, like, a mild version of it with purple. That's kind of cool. I definitely would comment on that when I saw it in the shop. I just forgot that it was in the game. Very, very purple. I cannot tell at all. Maybe smaller than normal? Decent blue. Very similar to a couple we've seen already. Pretty wide in a good way. I've said it, I like wide. Wide's good. I want it to match your mouth. I don't want your lipstick to end early. It just looks weird. So, matches mouth perfectly. Tiny bit less glossy than the Tide of Tears one, which is useful, for sure. And I think very, very slightly lighter. Very good makeup. That was Pear Pal. Have we looked at World Tides? We haven't, but it's just a bracelet with some flowers. I mean, it's nice. Definitely usable. I might have used it already. And this was the shoe. Just the normal shoe. And then this was just random stuff, and that's how I realized I was in the wrong section earlier. Upside down mushroom. Very fun. Oh yeah, and the other one is the high up one. I like these. Our little mushroom sets. This was a really, really good Starlit shop. I used, like, every piece in this. Some of them multiple times for outfits. This is such a good Starlit shop. The silly mushrooms, and we have high up mushrooms that I also dyed to look like more jellyfish. I make everything into jellyfish. We have the key mushroom, which is very hard to use but silly and fun. We have this, which is loopy mushroom. Love it. We have this, which is pretty good. I do like this. It's got a really nice curve to it. I like how tight the bottom is here. It's got a good height, so you can see your shoes pretty clearly. You don't have to, like, be at a low angle to see them. It's low cut in the front enough that you can have shirts with logos or designs or pockets, and it makes sense. These, I like too, but they are hard to decorate. When I used this, I think I literally just did kind of what the picture is here, and I just put a, like, tiny t-shirt with straps, and that was kind of it. And then that was my outfit. This was my event outfit for the update after Sith, I think? And this was the outfit I used for the Sith update, I'm pretty sure. Something interesting about this outfit, I deleted this central part by adding something to my back, I think? Or I put, like, an outerwear piece on my arm or something, and it deleted this. So I had that piece removed. So this dress looks very, very different without this central piece, but apparently it's easy to get rid of. I think it also deleted this. But it's the mushroom. It has the weird, puffy, skirted thing here that I'm never a huge fan of. It's, I think, just weird, because it makes me feel like you can't walk. It's too tight. You're gonna wear a skirt so you can actually move your legs. That's kind of the whole point. So I don't want to wear a skirt that's super tight unless I'm going for a sexy thing. When you're getting into like the tight, sleek skirts you'll associate with like office work, you're not going for comfort for that, and you're not planning to walk around in that. You're just trying to look sexy, and that's it. This is your Dress the Giant Mushroom. You're kind of there to have fun. So you should probably have things you can move around in. And I would also probably put outerwear on this. I don't think the straps of this dress are particularly good. I would have preferred them to be a little more stylistically aligned with it. I don't know if that means I would want balls like this on them, or some type of ruffle to be like the bottom of this. But I feel like the straps kind of just don't fit the rest of the dress, so I'd want to cover them up with something. I think that's my idea for that. And that is it for Blue Tier Season. I think we're at like 12 hours already. I don't know if you're still in episode 1 or if this is episode 2. I have to cut this in half, and I have to speed up to even get close to finished. I hope I can put Itzaland in this video. You know the answer to that. But if the video ends up being 24 hours, it won't work. It has to be under 24 hours. So I might have to not do Itzaland and only do Wishfield. I hope that's not true. Please, you from the future, tell me I didn't do that. This is a big update, though. This is a lot of stuff. Limited time is 6 outfits. This is a doozy. So, I'll be back when I'm ready to do this. We're here now for the Dansheng season. And this is a big boy. It's, I think, the last big boy. Ooh, that's 4 outfits. That's a lot, actually. I guess they're all 4. I think these 3 are about the same size. This one's bigger, though. This is the 6th. This one's going to take a while. So, this is our final big one for Wishfield. Let's begin. Fleeting Dreams is an outfit. I assume this is a free 3-star? Free 4-star. This is the one whose fan I always think is Artist Cat. Because I think Artist Cat also has a fan. So I always get confused about this one. This whole section, by the way, is the Linlong and Me curse, where I think every dress ends up like molding into my mind as being long dress with thing hanging down. So I have a very hard time telling them apart. Even after going through this, I probably won't be able to, but I'm gonna try. But yeah, this one is an interesting overcoat. I feel like I should use it on other sets. I just always forget it exists and it's a Linlong Empire thing. I haven't glowed it up yet either, but I'm not a huge fan of the yellow. I just like this violet or whatever this is. I don't think it's violet. I don't know what you consider this color. Hair? Can I see the back of this? Okay, pretty simple. Straight hair, obviously not ideal for me. It's kind of like a figure 8, at least it looks like from the front, rather than just a normal bun, and I like this part. I like that this section of the hair is kind of pulled back a little more interestingly than just all of it. This, I think, is the most useful piece. Unless there's like a really cool accessory somewhere, maybe the fan or something. Because you could throw this over top of a lot of Linlong dresses, and it creates a very, very different upper feel. My concern is, it is very big, and you can't really do much with it. You can have a choker, or like a really wide necklace, but I don't know how to decorate Linlong stuff. It's pretty hard. This is nice. This is a shirt. It's not outerwear. So that actually doesn't work. I thought this would be outerwear. Okay, that's interesting. It's kind of... Not many skirts in the game are Linlong skirts, I think. It's mostly dresses. So this is actually pretty hard to use. If this was outerwear, I thought it was easy. This skirt, I think, is actually pretty good. And I think you can actually get away with using this outside of Linlong, because you can just kind of treat this as, like, the straps being long. And I think this works. I think you could pull this off in Breezy Meadow or Wishfield. It's a little harder in Stonewoods because it has a lot of decoration on it. But this is a good skirt for, obviously, Linlong, but also outside of Linlong. Very normal shoes. They have a little fluff up at the front, which most do. It's a flower here, and it's double ringed, so at least it's interesting, but still not what I like. This is a nice hairpiece. It's pretty big, and because it's one of the ones that's meant to stick in a bun, a lot of sets it just doesn't work with, but for the ones it does, some type of like puffier hairstyle or one with a lot of poking out, it's one of the better ones, I think. A lot of the other little things you stick in your hair, they have a lot of flowers and they're very long. This one's a little closer, and it doesn't have flowers, it has a couple beads. So I think this in general matches more types of sets better. These are nice earrings. The fans are a little tiny, which is kind of funny. I think they should be bigger and the gemstone should be smaller, but it is what it is. The fan, it runs into the problem that all handhelds do, just ruins photos because you can't pose with it. But it is very, very big. I think it would be, like, impossible to fan yourself with this because it weighs so much. Some fans you're supposed to use to fan yourself, some you're supposed to just hold up. I think this is one of those hold-up ones. You also can't close it because of the flowers on it. So it doesn't really do its job, but it is what it is. Little brooch. It's actually really far off to the side. I feel like they're normally... I think the center point is normally, like, kind of where the left half of this flower is. So that it feels super far in. Like, tucked in under your arm, almost. That's interesting. I guess... I don't know why it's there. I don't know. Cool, though. Now we have all these outfits. It's so many outfits. The reason it's 6 outfits is because it's double 5 stars. So I guess all double 5 stars are 6 instead of 4. We have the Yuebai outfit. These two, I attribute so many things in the game to them. Actually, looking at the pieces for this is going to be so rewarding until I forget them. Because so many things I think are from these sets, and I'm going to actually find out whether it's true or not. A lot of it's probably from the 4 stars, and I associate it with the sets just because they released it at the same time. But we have, like, the canonical color. I really like the Nikki pink with this type of, like, blue, dark blue, purple. We have the yellow, the classic. Red, very fancy. Not a huge fan of it, though. And the green, I think it's okay. I think these two stand out. But this one stands out the most to me because it is kind of the canonical one. The mask. I know this is a handheld item. I think there is a pose for the camera that also summons the mask. So I think you can do it both ways. Because I think when you go to, like, the preview on the banner for this outfit, I think her intro where she appears, she pulls the mask out, and I think that is a camera animation. These things are crazy. Red, white, and blue, the American Linlong, Yuebai representing. I can't tell if there's another color mixed in here. Very big, fancy, hang down things. These are huge. Okay, this is crazy. It goes out? Kinda like it's, chroma. Almost. That's crazy. It's metallic chroma. I can't really make out what's going on in this head. I need more angles on it. It's got like a mini circle, a crown, something. I can't tell if this is in the foreground, background. I don't know. There's like a thing here. This coming down and then these squiggles off to the side. That's interesting. Then we have the horns. They are super, super spectral, which is interesting. They are a little smaller than the deer. And also smaller... Well, they're smaller than both deers. I need to specify, realistically. There's the 4-star deer that was in version 2.1. And there's the 5-star deer that was in version 2.2. And they both have horns that are longer than this and are more back on the head than this. But these are good ones because they don't have things on them. I tend to prefer solid to the ephemeral. Even though I really love the sheep herder horns, I still kind of would have preferred them to be solid. Oh. Another, like, big parallel line one. We've had a couple of those recently. Maybe there was a big drought of them, because I feel like they were unique. So then they added a bunch in a row. This string is weird to me. It looks really wavy. Like it's not taut. That's interesting. Oh. Are you, like, standing on a cloud? It makes sense for the long, but... Yeah, that's cool. It's like a normal shoe, but instead of heels, you're just on a cloud. The outerwear of this. It actually has the little, like, stringy things that make me think of Chroma and the Deer 5-star. So it is a lot of... Like, all 4 of the big Linlong dresses are very similar. In, I don't think, a problematic way? Maybe? If I had them all side by side and I could compare them, there's definitely things I would look at and go, this is like the same piece, basically. But I assume there's enough side differences. But yeah, we have kind of the, like, see-through wraparound a lot of Linlong stuff has, but then you have the kind of ribbony stuff around it and flying out everywhere. And I think these get wider, or they, like, glow more or something when you fully upgrade it. I don't quite remember. The dress itself is thinner than I thought. It's actually really tiny at the top. It does get pretty wide at the bottom, but super, super tiny. 2 long things, 1 in the middle. A lot of, like, gold at the bottom? I don't know what exactly that is down there. And the hair, again, it's just like Chroma, but tinier. It's got little dots in it. That's hard to remember for me, because I don't really associate the dots with Yuebai at all. So I'm not sure how I'm going to remember that this is her hair. But I do like, in particular, this piece. And I think the bun is better than a lot. But I'm not a fan of this down here. It looks like the hair also does continue in the back, but I don't like the straights coming forward. These might be, like, cloud-themed? They look pretty good. I don't know how useful they are. That's fine, though. Now, let's see Artist Cat. Artist Cat, I love. I really wanted this. And, obviously, the big, big things are the ears and the tail. Ooh, this is really interesting how dark this is. And I like the hair a lot. Purple, again, I'm biased because of, like, the star theming. I'm not really feeling this one as much. It is nice. It's nice to look at. This one I think is okay. Again, I have in my mind, like, an idea with these dresses where I'm like, Yuebai's is white. Artist Cat is red/pink. So in my mind, anything that isn't that is wrong. So that's why I kind of do prefer this. Look at the size of this tail. It's so good. This piece is crazy. I don't remember it existing, but it's the long fingernails. And I feel like I never saw it, or at least I didn't pay attention to it when it came out. But I noticed, big time, when we went to the Wanchang Realm, that every single girl had this piece, and I didn't. And I really, really, really like the fingernails. The really long, metallic clipped-on fingernails. This, obviously, great, super useful. I wish I had them. This and the tail are my favorite pieces. This is very hard to use, but honestly, I see it a lot too. It's another one that every single girl used when we were in the Wanshang realm, because this huge, huge flower is pretty unique. A flower this big that's singular, if you count it as singular, because the other stuff is technically attached, but it's very detailed too. It's not flat, it's super pointy, and tons of layers. Very good piece. This is interesting. It's a very, very particular style that I don't know the reason for, but I know is a thing. I prefer the masks that actually block the face, but I don't know why this type of mask exists. There is a reason. I just don't know what it is. So, I think it's cool to have in the game, but it's not something that interests me exactly. She has like a bell, like she's a cat or something. I don't know. This piece gives me weird vibes. I was gonna say when I first looked at it that it was an Itzaland piece. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. It's probably not. It's... I don't know what I would use this piece on. There's a lot going on, but it's not really stylistically coming to mind with anything. I think that's my problem with it. I feel like it doesn't match a theme, so I would use this if there's a very particular piece that has openings where this fits it, like, perfectly. And then I'd use this and just kind of ignore the design and just color it. And then, very nice shoes. Well, you know what I mean. She's not wearing shoes here. But we have, instead of the clouds, it's, like, feathers, which is weird because she's a cat. Maybe she killed the birds and she's standing on the ghosts of the birds. This here is very similar to the deer. The deer has the big anklet that is glowing and then she flies. So again, another similarity. They're not the same because this is both feet and with feathers instead of just like magic. But it's a lot of similarity stuff. This outerwear, I think, is really nice. It's the fall-off thing. I'm gonna say it like 30 times. The fall-off shoulder, Chroma also does. And this confused me a lot, because I kept seeing this, and I kept seeing Chroma, and I was combining them in my head, because they fall off on the same shoulder. They both have the right shoulder exposed. And then obviously the big flowers is the dead giveaway. Once you see the flowers, you go, oh, okay, that's Artist Cat. Because Artist Cat's the only one with the flowers like this, but look at how big they are. This does not look like how Artist Cat looks in my mind in any way at all. The outer piece is Artist Cat to me. This inner piece is like... It just doesn't even compute in my mind that it's part of the same set. I don't think this is the bad piece. It's just... It looks so plain. And... It's got, like, a butterfly design on it. And this big, like, yellow area. And, like, a bright blue ribbon? I don't know. It feels like the strangest piece. If you showed me this, I never in a million years would have told you this was Artist Cat. It just doesn't compute. More like crazy hair. I guess that's the theme. When you're a 5-star Linlong, your hair gets messier. So it's the 4-star girls that have the really tidy hair, and the 5-star girls are all loose. Because they're like powerful god beings, all of them. I mean, we have a Long, we have the creator of the world, we have Chroma, who's like basically a god, and the deer, which is also basically God. So there's some high-powered beings in the Linlong 5 stars. Ooh, see, I like this type of mask more than Artist Cat's. You're the Lotus one. You're another one I confuse with everybody. The green's not bad. This color's not bad either. This, I think, is... I would say it's nice looking, but I prefer more contrast. So I think this one might be my favorite, actually. You also have a big backpack in this, don't you? Little loopy hair, little braids that go deep down. Not super fancy hair, which is fine. Big pom-poms in this. I thought I didn't have ones like this. Oh, just because I don't own it. Yeah, that makes sense. Now this, it's held up by the beads. I like the idea that it's more covering than Artist Cat, but I think it might be a little too plain. And if it's going to be plain, I'd rather it be more solid and darker. I guess it doesn't have to be darker. I'd want it to be more solid, though. I want to see even less if it's not going to have designs on it. Okay, so this is... The Lotus is an outerwear. That's a pretty good outerwear. You could use this non-stop in Itzaland to just make it leaves and throw leaves on every single outfit. I'm glad I don't have it because I would have done that and you would hate this piece right now. You would get mad at me because every outfit I made would have it. And then this, kind of like oceany for the center, which is interesting. Big wide sleeves. Kind of interesting that it's so dark down here. It turns into like jean color almost. And this is very light. This top looks like it's very undetailed compared to this down here, which feels off. But I think the sleeves having detail and being so obviously attached to it do help. And then obviously our leaf. Ooh, multicolored. I think these are actually decent. Because they don't go the same on all the fingers. I think having one finger extend is better than having all of them and then just open. That's a better thing in my mind. Very, very simple shoes. Just like the wraps around the leg on a normal shoe, is all that is. Yeah, it's the basket. Okay. Little, flower basket. It's nice. And here's the problem. Every outfit in both islands, I think, have these lotuses. They're on every single piece. So they all look the same to me. So this is very similar to this in my mind. Where I like looking at it, but I feel like I want to see this more. Same with the green. I like looking at it. This is probably the most interesting. But I don't like the white or the tan here. So I guess the green is probably my favorite. Okay, it's the accessory. I feel like I've seen this around a couple times. Big gem thing, and then huge ribbons hanging off of it. Some more of the little pokey sticks. These don't have much attached to them, so they're pretty simplistic, which is nice. One side of this, I like the other side being kind of like a feathering of hair out. Yawn. This is very straight. Ends like right about here. Not too keen on this, but that's the same with most Linlong hair. I'm just not a huge fan of all the braiding. It is a lotus, and then there's like a ball with a string. Serene Bloom, I suppose. Oh, this sticks up a lot in an interesting way. It looks like you could like fit your finger under it from the back. Because it looks like it's touching here, but up in the air here. That's weird. This has an interesting texture. It's a lot of things put together again. I don't know why this is there. I think if you just got rid of this tiny inner part, this would make way more sense. I don't understand that. A lot of the time when things like this happen, I always do just assume it's because they had a specific design they wanted to do and they made it. And then when the time came to make it into a 4-star, they were told, okay, now cut this into 8 pieces. And then they kind of just make it work. Just some flowers on the bracelets, not bad. This is pretty good, and it's because it's pretty short. I like the shorter stuff, just so I can decorate more. It's pretty flat at the bottom, which isn't ideal. I'm gonna yawn a lot today. I am tired. Staying up late to get this done. Again, the lotus, and then you have the down and out, but then the bottom part, it's like you're a bell. It's like a little bell, and then you're covered with the drapes. Color-wise, super, super nice. Very good. Ooh, the long ribbons here as well is interesting. I don't know if I particularly like it, but it is interesting. I think decorating the bottom half of this is hard to make it look like you're not a child because you have such a flat skirt. It's not very, what is the term? When I'm just tired, coming up with the words is going to be rough. It's not very flattering, this type of end to the dress, but it is, the rest of it, very cute. Pretty good shoes. They're kind of like martial artsy in my mind, because it's barefoot so you get better grip. It's got like the protectors on it. You wouldn't really want this metal piece because it's going to jam into your foot if you kick something, but still. Ooh, I think this one's outerwear. I think this top piece. It's going to be hard to beat that pink. That's a really cool idea for colors, but it's not very appealing to me. The green looks nice too. I just really like the pink and yellow. I need to, I think, try to use pink and yellow more. They go so good together. Ooh, I like this. Kind of like doubled up ears. You have bunny ears and cat ears, and then some Linlong braiding. This feels similar to another dress I have or have seen that's a little thinner, but it looks similar in terms of the body at least, and it's a similar color with this pink and yellow. This is not outerwear though. That I'm not happy to see. That being stuck on there means you can pretty much decorate nothing out of this, because it's going to cover your feet, it's covering your arms, covering your chest. What can you even do? It looks like it might even have like a neck thing attached. Just another one of these, which is fine. Just some generic shoes, it's fine. Little... Is there a crown? What is that? It looks like there might be a back piece that is like wider with fans on the side, possibly. Oh, wow. Okay, these are cute. That's not good. But, like, lines here, and then, like, fluff coming out. I think these lines are just, like, sticks to poke in. This is a really nice piece. The hair color of default Nikki is a little lighter than this, though. So it needs to be dyed, or hair needs to be dyed with it. Okay, just like a very, very low-key bracelet. Like, big, flowery thing here. Is that like a mountain? Probably. And a little bead. Oh, the one eye thing. A more masculine set for sure. Very, very masculine compared to the others. I think because it's masculine, I like the red, because it's more aggressive with like the fire. If you want to have flowers grow into your ears, I kinda do. It's a nice piece. Again, more stuff to wrap around. This is interesting. I am not a huge fan of the fact that it cuts off part of the top right for our side here of her eye. It makes it look like her one eye is very small compared to the other. Now, this problem exists because she's looking dead on. If you're off to the side, I think you can look under that. Just another hairpin. It's not like a Naruto headband because it's so thin. I don't even associate something this thin with like a workout headband. I don't know what this headband is supposed to symbolize. It probably is something to do with, kind of the way like a karate belt works. I assume you have these or some designation of some type of martial art. Pretty generic shoes, very spiky on the front, which I think makes them a little harder to use, but it's fine. Ooh. I kind of like the front of that. Hard to tell what that exactly is. The back looks like it's very, very long and it gets blue at the bottom. They look a little too long. But this is the inverse of what a lot of these are. A lot of them, this little down part is on the back, and then the two long things are towards the front. So this is just like a swapped version, and I kind of like that. And then, like I said, this is kind of a more masculine one. You have the double color here, which is nice. Big, big belt. A lot of, like, belts down here, it looks almost like. And that's not something you typically see in Linlong styling. This is what you typically see in Linlong styling. These very, very intricate patterns. It's a cool design. Again, hard to do anything with. And I do not like the super high ponies and knots and all that stuff. The parting is cute, though. They have makeup for Yuebai. Is it like... Oh, that's the base makeup. And it's... thing in the center, and then above eye, like white marks. Very thin and very flat, angled. Very, very sharp. Looks like maybe a little light of blue on the end, maybe? Almost cat-like. It's because... I think the effect is supposed to be that there's, like, extra light from the top showing here. But it ends up making it so it looks like the dark part of the center eye kind of is the cat shape. Which I guess kind of works as, like, somewhat symbolic. I don't know what dragon eyes look like. Sometimes they are depicted as very similar, where there's strips, like, up. Oh! It looks pierced. Almost. Because of that. That's interesting. Obviously, from the side, you'll notice it's not. But a lip that looks pierced is really cool. We don't have any lip piercings in the game, as far as I know. It's possible there was one in the cash shop at some point. Oh no, I have hiccups. But yeah, that's really cool. Oh my goodness. So I think we're on to Artist Cat. Wow. Wow, that's so pretty. Oh no, I'm in trouble when this reruns. I'm in trouble. I'm probably gonna really want the eyes too, because I know it's dual colored eyes. Wow, that's like maybe some of the best base makeup in the game, I think. And it's all like this work up here. These are nice, but oh my goodness, that's good. Oh, and it's got the extra eyebrows. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's 2 hits already. I hope that the rest aren't as good, so I don't need as many. This looks pretty normal. Super, super light, actually. Like, almost white. And then, everyone knows this. It's such an obvious one. The dual color. You see this all the time. Everyone pulled on this, which I don't blame them. Oh, that's really, really heavy difference. So we've had a couple that are wider at the tops and the bottom, and I've complimented them. This one is a little interesting. It's super heavy center, a little bit out on the top of the lip, but not really on the bottom. It just fades really hard. So it's interesting. It's very, very center heavy, but it still creates like kind of a drop for the bottom lip. That's interesting lipstick. I am in love with these here. I think this makeup, not with these eyes, is kind of the play. And these are really good too. It's kind of... If you get more lines, like you get some makeup that adds lines on top or like right here, you can go for like a spider theme because you can have 8 eyes. Kind of a silly bag. Kind of like pushing it into your body a little bit, but just like mountain design. Little bit of a big ribbon there. Double bead necklace, but it's actually not tight. It's loose to have another like ring around. Oh. I don't know, kind of cute. It's in a really good area of the arm. The texture's really interesting. Just generic fun top. I think these are see-through, which is a fun twist. Wow, those are big. They look like they have the Erosa, too. Because every flower in the game is the Erosa to me. But extremely comically large heart. It's blocking all sound from reaching your ear. Ooh. Even with the flowers, I still think it's kind of like work gloves. Which is interesting. I think you can make these work as work gloves. I don't know what you are. You're not Artist Cat, because that's not Artist Cat's eyes. Oh! All of these upgraded makeups I never knew existed. I guess it's because I just don't check the menus properly. Until recently, I never knew upgraded makeup existed in the game. Because I don't have upgraded makeup for Timeless Melody. Maybe one day they'll add it? I don't think so, though. But yeah, we have a red version of Yuebai. I might prefer the other eyes, actually. That would be nice to have, too. Are we going to have the upgraded... Ooh, we are going to have the upgraded Artist Cat. I think I prefer the red. Maybe those I like more than the white ones. This kind of gets closer to Born Flawless territory, where it's very, very white. They are cute. The other eyes, kind of the appeal of them is how extremely different the color is. They're like yellow and blue, I think it is. So this kind of loses the appeal of the Artist Cat eyes for me. That's cute. You can kind of see a little bit here, the faded part of it. I think both base makeups are actually better than the upgraded form, though. Oh, is that it? Yes. And Starlit Shop. Just pretty generic, a bunch of little things. Oh, that's fun. A big, like, butterfly. Very, very open-topped and no straps at all for them. Kind of loose shoe, but you're using it very casually. Another pom-pom earring. They saw this being a loose shoe, and they said, let's make it even looser. I think you could, like, just lift your foot up and down into this. Straight up and down. Kind of ridiculous. I don't even know what this symbol in the front is. What is it? The Cloud Wing Step. I guess bird-related here? What a silly shoe. I don't even know what this would really be used for, because it's so fluffy. Okay, this is the one I see all the time, probably because I have it, I look at it. This is a thing across the chest that's like a rope. Another one that, because this was in the Starlit Shop, everyone got it. So this was a very, very common use in the Wanshang realm for dresses. So I've seen this one a lot when we were doing that stuff. And it's got a lotus under this. So that's why the other lotus one really confused me. Because I didn't know if girls were wearing that or this. And the way you tell is this has like the rope across the chest. But again, it's so hard to decorate. And I'm finding out the reason it's so hard to decorate is all the Linlong stuff is all stuck together. Everything is just a long dress where things that should be outerwear are just part of the dress. And then you can't mix and match anything. This one actually has outerwear, and it just covers the entire thing. So you can't mix and match anything. Well actually, this probably isn't outerwear. Is it? It might be. The reason I think it's outerwear is because of how thick it is, but maybe it is just a thick shirt. There's not really a way for me to tell. I guess they do call it a dress here. I guess maybe it's not outerwear, it's just a very, very thick shirt. I guess it's kind of fun. It's like a winter Linlong. This kind of is the thing I was talking about earlier where they have flowers on them, and they're comically long. I think this was I think I used this in an outfit at some point. I don't remember if it was my event outfit or not, but I feel like I've used it at least. Maybe I used something similar. But it's a very, very big piece. You need very, very big hair to make it work, I think. But you can make it work. Parabel? You have a full, like, lace top here. That's interesting. Massive ribbon. Ooh, a cat. That's kind of nice. We have the ribbon that looks like this, but has cat decorations. I guess this goes with that. If you wanted to. Cat earrings, you'd have the full cat set. Wow. It's literally just a picture of a cat. Straight up. That's pretty silly. Fluffy boy. I think the fluff is a little out of place with the very, very flat glove of ribbon and then the little frills. Nothing else really is fluffy. Not bad. I don't like the high pony normally, but I think the hair is styled enough that I don't hate it. Bangs very intentionally done. It's a nice curve in that looks interesting. Looks kind of like an octopus, is what I'll say, her hair. Affectionately, octopus. The top of this is the big interesting thing. I assume this part here continues up to the chest, and then there's just this lace that goes all the way up to the neck, and then there's the fluffy boy. And we have big ribbons everywhere. The dress itself, a little high-waisted, and then it's not super, super long, so it's a really short skirt. Very, very wide, too. Kind of a crazy feel on this. It's kind of idly because of how wide and short it is. The top, I don't know. If it's this lacy, you probably can't see through it in the dark to see the yellow underneath. So I don't know how dyeing would all work with this. But it is interesting. I like the open shoulders here. I think idle is the idea I'm getting from it. Some more puffy socks just to go with the other puffy stuff. Pretty generic shoes, but that's fine. This is like a beach-going Linlong, and immediately this, the bangs of this are jumping out at me hardcore is good. Like ribbon tied around like a wish thing? Oh, I thought that was another whistle. It's hard to see is what it is. It's so light. What's it say over here? Blossoms. It's like a flower. One arm, so it's a little useful for asymmetry. We have one that's very, very similar to this, but it kind of meets at the center, I think. This one having things on it, I don't know, I guess it's nice. Typically with something like this, I would associate it with being very plain, because it's just there to hold your hair and that's it. But maybe you can decorate it a bit. Some more of the sticks. These being green. Cute. Jade branches. I like that this is down here. More lotuses. This is the type of design I see on everything, where it's a see-through long coat and a strip of solid on the center. That's every single Linlong overcoat. So this one is just super, super, super long version of that. And you can see how wide the sleeves are, too. This is amazing. I'm not a huge fan of this. It's not super terrible. My concern is you're taking hair from the left side here that could be used for another little bend down like this that would be cute. These bangs are amazing. They're so ridiculously like woven around here and like pushed up and bent. It's very, very cute. I would probably put a hat on that's like a little backwards. Not backwards. A little back on the head. And I don't know what I'd do with this. It's kind of annoying. But I really like that hair. Ooh. That's a very pretty bottom. Mainly colors doing it. I don't know if it's open or not here, or if it's just like a yellow strip. Nice design. Pretty good. Interesting that this is like tripled up here. This is not expected for Linlong stuff, though. I think I would just use this as like a normal t-shirt. It's like decent. The straps are a little smaller than I'd like them to be, but I like the design on it. Ooh. Nice hair. A little shorter than I'd want. And we have our little Bo Peep thing again. There's a bunch of them in the game now. I don't like the things inside, because they take away the room Nikki has. Oh, that's good. So we have one of these that are very, very similar in design to this. It's a little lower, so it's flatter, and it's white, with a couple extra ridges. But this is something we have similar things in the game, and I do like them. This one has straps up, it looks like. Maybe not see-through at all in the arm? No, this part is. That's see-through, this isn't. I think this is a good piece. I'd be interested to know about the back. The back's actually pretty important for that. Oh! I don't think it opens at all to see your legs. It just looks like it does. That is fun. I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm worried about the back just being green, though. If it is, I think this piece is a lot worse. It's so heavily flower-based that it's hard to use this casually. You kind of need to be obsessed with nature to wear that. The most generic socks, I'll take them. Pretty generic shoes. You have like double flower on the front instead of single center. That might be a little unique. Another basket. This one's very tiny with very big things in it. Can't tell what's on the back of these. Oh, it's like a star? Not a huge fan. I think it's bad length and with the little dots. I'd want them a little longer and then not without. Like a little longer without the dots this tinier, I think. Is it like a palm? What is this? The ambird. It's an ambird. Maybe on like a twig. And a little bird on a bow tie. It's a bit fancy of a bow tie that I wouldn't really want to wear to work on formal wear or something, but I don't know. It's nice to have. Oh! Interesting. It's over the arms. What is going on here? Oh, that's cool. I like that way more than the feather I currently have as like one of my only dyes. That's real nice. Very, very similar to the Sith ones, actually. For Sith, her left ear has the snake going up, and then the right ear doesn't have a snake. For this one, they both have a snake, but the right ear is going up over. Those are good. Some more things back here. These ones have a big thing hanging off, potentially. Again, it's because of the snake theming, but this is a big Sith energy for this dress. I think you could put a lot of pieces of this onto the Sith dress, and it would work. Or take a lot of stuff from Sith and put it on here, and it would work. I want to see this more up close. So it is one combined piece again. They're doing the thing. Linlong dresses you apparently can't separate. They're all stuck together, and then you have 7 accessories for them. Because I would love, love, love just this shoulder-to-arm thing as its own piece. And I would love this top as its own piece, and then just make that a bottom. But it's just, there's too many things. We have a tattoo. We have the 2 things for the head. We have crazy gloves. The dress itself, like I said, I like the top. I think it's fun how it goes with the straps across. And I guess one of the reasons it is a combined piece is the most fun thing about the top is that it goes over top of your shoulder things. Which means when you got dressed in the morning, you put the shoulders on first. That's so funny to me. Or if it ties like behind the head or something, that you just had your chest hanging out. You like pulled this up, had your chest hanging out, and then put your shoulder thing on, and then tied it. That's so silly to me. And then looks like a little chain belt thing, and then we have a little thing hanging down here. You do see a little bit of the front here, so it's not too bad. I think this is a really interesting and cool dress. This is very, I don't want to use the word aggressive again. It is, like, kind of that vibe, though, where I feel like this is... I'd expect to see this in a cartoon where the girl's, like, a fighter. It's kind of like a spiritual monk fighter girl. That's the type of vibe I'm getting from this. These gloves are crazy. I don't know if we have many like this that are cut that way. I kind of wish they went a little further with it and had longer ones that are cut like that. But that can be saved for a future thing. They look so interesting over here on the left because of the way they're cut. These are cool. It's a good idea. Ooh. So I'm not a fan of, like, the style of the hair, but the coloring is really good. It's way too straight for my liking. It's got the front and back thing. It just is that... This kind of makes it look like you have, your ears. The way that's dyed. But I really like the bangs of this, too. Really good dye, even though I'm not a fan of the style much. Yeah, look at that. It's so cool. It's so funny. This thing... I said before that I feel like this... Something about this in my mind is related to funerals. I think a person in thick, heavy, long robes with this as a hat, as like a funeral director or like a person involved in funerary traditions. What does it say? Resting in the courtyard, flower branch, plucked a bloom, tucked in her hat. Nothing about that. That association has been pretty consistent in my mind, so I don't know what it's from. But the big flower kind of does throw it off a bit. This thing's crazy. The, like, supplies that, Nikki, the fake, soulless one, would have used when she wandered off into the woods to get overwritten and cease to exist. So Nikki could steal the place of another girl, because that's apparently the thing she does now. Every time we go to a new land, she's actually existed here for a millennium, and she takes the life of someone else. And... what is this makeup? It's just generic because it's the premium. I can't really tell here. Maybe like a little pink under the eyes? A little thicker, darker. Maybe like down angle, but normal size? Ooh, a pretty deep blue. Very pretty. Oh, very, very light pink. Slightly darker and wider than base Nikki, I think. And I own that. So I've definitely used it. I recognize the picture here. That's ridiculous. It's so big. The way she's holding it is criminal. Why is she... her hand's not closed. Close your hand, girl. This hat, it's the Scaramouche hat. And our water umbrella. What is it, Season 2 of Fortnite? Was Season 2 the water umbrella? It's like one of the only ones I have. I think I have like 4 umbrellas in Fortnite. Because I played sporadically, so I would just get a bunch of wins in one season, so I don't have all the umbrellas, I just have a few of them. But I know I have the water one, and it was an early one. Little pin. Cute. Usable in non-Linlong stuff, because it's so tiny. And this we got from the quest, obviously. It's the, like, promise ribbon Yuebai gave us. The red thread of fate she bound us with. We have... I was gonna say frog. Just red ribbons? Old illusions? I don't know what this is. It might just be shapes. It might just be shapes. Over here, it looks like it was a frog. Jumping. I just haven't crafted it, but I should have the recipe, I assume. Heart of Infinity? Oh, our painting outfit, which I say is a battle outfit. It looks aggressive again. She's ready to fight when she's wearing this. Especially if you upgrade it. That red-black is crazy. The yellow I'm not a huge fan of. The hair's pretty good. This might be my favorite, though, because there's a lot of complexity to the color scheme on this. And I think the mountain part is a really good color. This dress is very, very good. I like the bangs on this. They're really thick. It's got like a lot of weight to these here, which is nice. And these tuck downs not being braided, I like a lot. It's just I don't like that. This piece, I think, is hard to use because of how thick this is. And you have like the big shoulder pads. So even though I like the see-through arm stuff, this is one I tend to struggle to use. So it kind of just sits there. I think other ones are better for me. These socks I used too much when I first got them, so I kind of purposely avoid them. But I kind of want to start using them again. I think they're really, really good. Different colors, different sizes, a fade, a really like flowy design. They're not even at the top, so they go in. They're so good. The boots are weirdly solid for a big, big flowy cloth dress. But again, maybe it's for the combat she's doing. This again. The last one was blue and this one's yellow. It does make me think it has to do with martial arts then. And it's some type of like thing that would tell you about what they do. Big little pokin with blue boy hanging down and more flowers. I think there were only 2 or 3 with flowers, but maybe because this is one of the ones we got for free, I have the association that there's a million of them because I just saw it everywhere since everyone had it. Maybe? Yeah, this normal base color I think really works with this. The fact that the arms are just pure white, nothing on them, is what holds the entire outfit together. This outfit would not work at all if the arms were decorated, and I need to take note of that. It's something I struggle with, obviously, where I try to match all my pieces way too much. This is something I talked about with the coloring of one of the shoes a while ago, where I said it was a green shoe that didn't fit the set. Having just one thing that's just colored differently. It's not exactly that this is missing white. It's just that this is all textured and this is untextured. I need to throw in things to my outfits that are off. I just need to not make every piece off, which is what I have a problem with in some outfits. Very good. I don't know much about the designs. I like the mountains. But I don't really know what that is. It's just, I think, a paintbrush. Oh yeah, and that was the only one. Fortune sticks. Oh yeah, these are the gift things, which I always forget the name of. It's like the one's like a ton something. It's not gonna say it, is it? Shongbao, Tuanshan, and Ronghua. No, it's like Ronghua. So I spent a very long time trying to learn to pronounce these three. Shongbao, I think, is the easiest to say. I say that, I'm probably saying it completely wrong. Tuanshan, I think. This one, it's like Roong. Ronghua, I think is how you say it. Like, you go Ro and then Ong. Ronghua, I think. And I have one of the 6 chests. Hopefully these are just things I've not crafted, but did pick up, because that's kind of bad of me. Pretty normal shoe, that's okay. It looks like it's just 2 clips for the hair, and it's just a flower. I have a couple like that, so that's a good excuse if I do have it and not craft it, that's why. Same with these, it's like beads and then a little bit of like tassel. This is pretty good. Interesting shape. It's a like stretched star. And then you have little bit of like breadth to the dress, so it's not too tight. It's got the same type of sleeve thing. Very, very similar to the 4-star, where it's a designed dress main piece, and then it just cuts at the shoulder to white. So you can use this to kind of recreate the 4-star painter with a simpler under thing. That's an interesting idea. So I would take this, and I would put an overcoat that isn't the one from that set, but similar, ones that are like cut here, but they just don't have the big pieces on them. There's something to that, where you can make a copycat dress that's a simplified version of it. That's a really cool idea. If I click this, will it tell me I can craft it, or that I need to go open chests? Yeah, I don't even think I have the recipe for this. This looks like the 2.0 4-star that was on the banner with the religious dress. This is very religious looking. And it's such a weird cutoff here? Are you supposed to wear it with this? Because I assume this is outerwear. Probably not? Maybe. It kind of lines up with stuff like this. And it would kind of point up here? I don't know. This piece is strange to me. It doesn't feel like Linlong at all. And some gradient mountain socks. I actually do have these. What's my goal right now? I don't know. I'm just going to click that button anyway. That's a lot of fan feathers. These would be cool if I get them. And that's it for Danxing. So, we're onto music. So we're onto the 3, like, tinier ones. Gleaming Starlight. Oh, so yeah, it is this season that they added the new area in the Sea of Stars. So we have our idol outfit. And I struggled a lot dyeing this outfit because I needed it evolved to unlock one of my dyes. And even when I had the dye, I don't like how it exactly turned out. But the outfit's so simple anyway, because it's almost just this by itself. I barely changed anything with it. Because I think this just works well as an idol outfit. This is a more interesting look, because you can see the lines. But I just like the pink. And there's 2 types of pink. This one has like the yellow accenting, and this one I think just has like a different shade of blue and pink. The top being a light pink and this being blue is kind of interesting. The thing with these is the arms are so heavy. Also, because the skirt starts so high up and it's so short, it actually looks like your legs are so long. And I've talked about this before, that I know long legs are seen as like a super sexy thing. I don't really like the super long leg stuff. I think it just looks weird when girls wear clothes that make their legs look super, super long. It makes your body look unproportional. This makes it look like 50% of your body height is your legs. And that's not correct. So, especially, I don't feel it as much from the front because I think this thing helps. But when I'm looking at it from the side and I'm just seeing like the leg and this, I don't like that line. So that's a problem you can run into. The way I'd fix it maybe is by having full leggings, because maybe it would make it look more designed the whole way up, but I think it's just the thing you run into with short dresses and short skirts a lot. I do like this necklace thing. I use it all the time. I probably do like this color the most. It's the idol color to me. Hair's okay. It's got some interest going on with the like kind of side braid, but I'm not a big fan of the thing coming down the front. And this piece is pretty good. It is a pretty tight, reflective, strict material. I think it has a cool strap, and it has this thing that comes down too. This piece, the back thing here that hangs down is really hard to dye. It has the see-through thing with folds problem, where if you dye it one color, as you turn, it gets so dark, and then as you look straight onto it, it gets so light. So it's really hard to find dye colors that work well with it. But, and then I talked about the leg thing with this, but the rest of it I think is nice. And these are super heavy duty. I think they don't work super well with this dress, but I think they're good in general. And they are like the one finger instead of all finger with the cutouts. These, I'm not a huge fan of. I think they end up going a little more towards like the space station vibe, even though they're made of very similar materials to the gloves. I don't really get that feel from the gloves, maybe because they're open. If they were closed, maybe I would have that feel. But they look a little too, serious, I guess, is what I would say. This is a very good piece. I like this piece a lot. Just some beads on the leg. It's a very uncommon piece. I have beads everywhere else. The leg beads, I think, are rare, though, surprisingly. So it's one of the few opportunities where I actually appreciate having them. These I do not appreciate. And this piece, I mentioned, I use this a lot. I think this is a really good piece. I could make the argument that it is the type of thing where it's two pieces combined. It's a necklace with a butterfly, and then a completely unrelated choker. But these, pattern-wise, match up really close. So I think that's why I still associate them as being properly one piece there. And then we have some stuff to throw in the hair to match that if you need it. Very good set. Limited resonance. This was a 1 5-star, yeah. So this is Dance of Verses. I think this is the one where it gives you like 16 options or something with music, and it creates like a different dance based on what you press, something like that. Ooh, that's interesting. And the red. Probably... That one's really interesting to me. I think this matches the theme well. This might be a bit much. Same with this. I like them, but they might be much. This hair is very good. Very interesting, too. So I'm not a big fan of the thing in the back. This here, I think, is cute. Like little swirlies. This kind of poking here. And then this is a braid with little beads in it. There's a bunch of different pieces to this hair. It's very separated into pieces hair. But I think it works pretty well. And it doesn't even need to be in fancy, like, opera dresses. I think you can just make this work with a lot of other stuff. I think covering this makes it a little more universal. So you probably want a hat if you aren't using it in something like this dress is meant to be. The fans are so big. This is, I think, the same size as the one from Dancing Island. It's also the shiniest thing in the world. It's creating the sun. It's so bright. This is ridiculous. I forgot this piece existed. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone use it. I'm sure people have it because this set is nice, so they probably pulled on it. But this piece is ridiculous. It's like a city on your head. And then the big feathers, those are cool. That's a headpiece that I think I could get a lot of movement out of. Butterfly flowers, varying bead sizes, lace, gemstones, metallic things, more beads hanging down. This is like one of the most egregious examples of a million things combined into one piece for necklaces. I'm not a big fan of this. The reason it looks like this is because of how fancy the dress is. You're trying to, like, match the regalness of it. I just think that this is a bad piece in general. It might look okay on this dress, and that might be the only one where I like it. Love this. Big wraparound. It actually goes, like, down almost into the ear. That's a little crazy. Most of them just go up to, like, that. It's got kind of, like, stringy stuff here, too. That's a little worrying, because I feel like that's going to snap. Oh, this piece. This piece is ridiculous. Let me take a sip of my drink looking at this. I do know that this type of, like, fluffy thing that's not flat the way a jester's is a thing associated with theater. That's where my knowledge of it ends. So this is a thematically correct thing that I don't have the prerequisite knowledge to meaningfully comment on, just like everything Linlong related. I just think it looks very funny. I think these are pretty good. I don't like the super, super tiny gloves, though. These are like a middle ground tiny. And they have the opening that I hate, where your hand sticks through. I hate it so much. It makes me uncomfortable. Like my hands, like the skin crawls on my hands at the idea of putting a glove on and having a big opening. It just feels so weird to me. I never wear fingerless gloves either. That's why I kind of hate them. I wear gloves a lot. It's just, I don't wear any gloves like this. I just wear full gloves. I think I had a pair of fingerless gloves that had, like, cushioning for holding handlebars on bumpy roads for riding my bike. And I tried using them, and I just didn't like them, but that was mainly just because they felt bad. They were, like, wrong size. So technically, I guess I have had fingerless gloves before, I think. The bottom of this is interesting. It kind of reminds me of Timeless Melody, where it looks like, that one, it's the Feyre sprites every once in a while going the whole way around. This one is this logo here, just every once in a while. And it looks almost like fireworks, sprinkling down, is what I would refer to this as. The top, we have some more, like, crunched up dress. This here, I can't quite tell if it's part of the sleeve or not. I don't think it is. I think this part's attached to the side. And the sleeves end here. They're, like, pretty short, I think. And then we have, like, a big open chest window, because that's where the necklace all goes here. It's pretty straight, too. But it's not... It doesn't feel as blocky, even though it's straight across, because it curves in to try to, like, reach the neck as you go up, which helps. The shoes you'll never see in the dress, but... Ooh. It's got, like, a whole story drawn out on the front. That's kind of cool. They have a ribbon on the back. Looks like at least a little bit thick heel, and then it's, like, gold-plated underneath. Good shoe. Oh, and you're the sun one. The liar. I like liars. I'm just so bad at the music stuff. I thought when they added the Pipa to the game that I would be able to make it work. And I practiced. Over time, I probably only practiced like 4 or 5 hours total. And that was over the course of like a couple months on and off. And I never got to the point where I could do anything at all with the Pipa. Like, it was so bad. And the reason it was so bad is I couldn't even just, like, pick a song to learn, because I don't know how it is now. It's probably still like this. I don't know if there's much of a music community for Nikki using the instruments. And even if there is, it's probably high-level stuff. Because at the time when the Pipa was first added, it was. The thing is, I need, like, very, very detailed sheet music that's written in whatever the thing is that I knew at some point because I was looking things up about it and reading the sheet musics. There's like a very particular type of sheet music you need to transfer into the system Nikki uses. Like, for it to make sense with the number of keys we have and all that. Whatever it was. I did a bunch of research at the time. I was so bad at it. It's terrible. But I like the idea of the instruments. I wish I could use them better. This dress I probably am going to like in yellow because of the theme. One of these is green. You're probably the green. This one jumps out big time as being really, really cool. It doesn't fit the liar theme to me at all. I don't see this as a liar dress. I see this as a battle dress. This is being recorded, by the way, on the 27th. The day 3.4 came out is when I'm recording this current section. They added some pretty aggressive stuff in 3.4. Nikki is fighting. She is turning into a warrior princess. And so is Momo, apparently. I haven't done the quest yet. So I guess that's got me in the mood to see Nikki in a more aggressive way in terms of combat. So everything's a combat outfit to my brain today. But yeah, this is what lyres should be. This, like, golden, angelic feel. Wow, that's a nice earring. That's very good. It's almost like a... One day I'll remember this word. The thing... It's like... nobility? Or something like that. The thing that hangs above a child's crib. I literally can never remember this word. I never use it in conversation, ever. I don't know if I've ever even, like... Nativity. Is it... No, is nativity the thing for, baby Jesus? I think... Listen, the word completely escapes my brain. But it's the thing that you hang above a baby's crib is what this makes me think of. These are cool. I think these would be super, super good on tons of outfits that have to do with birds. It's not quite the fingerless glove because it just goes up to the 1, and the rest is kind of wrist length. These are a little weird, but because they're tiny, I think you can get away with it and just have this be feathered wings on your arms. These are pretty good. The one thing I'm not a huge fan of is how they are, like, pretty symmetrical. I wish they were a little further off, because the flowers are a little off, but I still think they're good. Very, very generic hair. So maybe usable for, like, a very specific outfit, but not exciting to me. This is very nice. This is... Does this look very similar to the 3rd Kilo outfit? In my head, this is what the 3rd Kilo outfit looks like. The 3rd Kilo outfit, I think, has, like, petal tops. But then I think the rest is kind of lengthed and widthed. Weirdly pronounced word, but similar to this. So I think that's the feel this is giving me. Is this feels like the 3rd Kilo dress to me. And that's a good thing, because I like the 3rd Kilo dress. But I want to... Can I see closer on here? Yeah, it's like a sun as the design on that middle section here. It's cool. And then you have up on the shoulders, and then like a little bit of chain stuff going down. And there is also like the little cape things you can see. You can kind of see it like here and here that hang down off, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it's okay because they're not as long, and the dress is really good. In particular, I really like the arms in this with these on. They're still like low-key enough that I think a tiny glove or no glove just works with this. Normally, when I'm talking about fully empty arms, it's long, thin dresses that I think work pretty well with it. Pretty good tie. Got like 1 feather. It's not like the best, but these are useful shoes. They're shoes I could see myself using for sure. This is very big. Look at this picture on the left. It's huge. What is it? It's like a veil that doesn't have the top part. It seems interesting. And it's probably super interesting to use as like a back piece that hides the back of your body. Pretty nice crown. Got like music notes because it's wavy like a track you'd think of. This is a good set. Oh, we have like the Techno Angel one. I do like this one. This is probably my favorite color of it. I do like all colors on this. But again, this kind of like the other idol set is the idol color for me. Honestly, the hair looks pretty fancy, but I think there's a lot of stuff like it. And then we have another mic. I think this one's a little better than the other. The other one's a little silly. This one's a little more serious. You don't have the other clip into the ear. I think it's only on the ear here. But it's a more serious mic. Those are pretty good. I really like those, actually. Feathering out. And then this thing, I'd like them even if it was just this feathery part. This is pretty big. There's something over here to the left too. I think just feathers, which are going to tickle your face nonstop. Big like bow tie with like a handkerchief thing hanging down. Not a huge fan of this. But if you have a shirt that's really tight to the neck, you can probably use it. I wouldn't want to use this if there's an opening kind of like the one in the background here, where it kind of leads onto the shirts. And then this, it's really hard to tell, but it has kind of like electric dots and stuff on here, kind of like this is a monitor screen, is kind of the idea. The skirt is like doubled in. It like hangs over itself, and it has double long pieces. The other one just having the single. This is a pretty good one. The belt, I think, is a little out of place and silly, but I think it kind of works a little more because this looks non-idly. It looks more like office wear, this bottom part of the skirt. The top doesn't at all. These are crazy. I've mentioned before, I like ribbony, cross-stitched stuff, and I need more full outfits to make use of it because I have a million arm and legs that do it, and I want to make, like, sewn outfits, kind of, because I've said before, I'm holding out hope that we get a full ball joint doll outfit where we have arms and legs that turn our joints into ball joints, where you have like the lines drawn on like the Herta puppet from Star Rail. The more serious they go into the puppet thing, the better. Kind of fun. They don't have the space station problem that I think the other shoes did. They're so bright. They are very cyber, I guess is what I would call it. So they're hard to use on a lot of items in Nikki, because not many fit that theme. This is just good. And opposite leg, too. Another thing that maybe it's just my brain remembering things wrong. I feel like most things in the game I have that go on one leg, go on the right leg. So a left leg one seems useful. Oh, and we have electric guitar. This was, yeah, crazy good combo here. Hit with Lyre for the, like, big beauty factor, and then electric guitar right after, like, 2 weeks after, for the super, super cool factor. And these are, like, I appreciate them trying to make other colors, but this is just, like, the required color for this type of set. Hair is cool. It's a little linlongy, so it's not, like, jumping out at me as stuff I like, because I don't really like the wrapped around. The bangs are kind of saving it a little. Pretty generic, honestly, at least there's a clip up here. It's only on one side, though. The spiked collar. Again, I like that, but it's ruined, because it's attached to this nonsense. Why is there this insane 1,000-bead star thing just thrown onto this when we could just have a spiked collar? Imagine just having the spiked collar you could just put on anything you want. This jacket's very cool. I believe this right here is see-through. I think the main section of the jacket's see-through and the arm isn't. Maybe even the full back or part of the back is see-through, but I'm pretty sure this underarm section is see-through. Lot of leather, lot of spikes. It's exactly what you want it to be. Every piece here just makes sense. This is a very nice top. The problem is it is attached to the other. It has the fishnets in the center, so you do kind of realize when you look at it that they are going to be tied together with that. But fishnet tummy, cute. You're not going to get that almost ever in other outfits, just because we don't have that level of customization in the game normally. The skirt that's kind of cut and has multi-layered stuff, and then what kind of looks like a big jacket behind it with the big hang-down part of the skirt, with a very interesting fire underneath, which reminds me of like the Sea of Stars stuff, where there's interesting things under the dress there. This is just so nice. It's very, very nice. Little torn up, different size. You got a little belt. You got these. This is like, it's an okay piece. It's like the weakest part of the set, and it's still good. Other than like this, I ignore that. Boots, pretty hardcore. It's hard to get boots that match like an electric guitar thing. I don't know what, if I wasn't looking at these, I don't know what type of shoe I would even want for an electric guitar outfit. It's kind of like a blank spot in my brain. And then some spiked gloves. Again, they gotta have this weird hole in them. Just make them solid and put the spikes at the end. I don't get it. It makes more sense to have open fingers if you're using a guitar, though, so I do not blame that, because you have more control of the string, obviously, and it probably changes the sound a lot to hold it with things that aren't a finger. I assume it's sensitive enough to matter the material, probably. Ooh. It's like center decorated only. It's like the top of the center of the eye and the bottom center yellow. Pretty, like, happy. Wow, they are long. They are maybe like a little green, but super, super long. Probably green, because these are green. Green eyes here. Oh, wow. Very, very big puffy. Very, very shiny and gold. And it's because you want it to be recognizable and seen from so far back, because you're making a stage presence. This is the set for this. You're supposed to be on stage performing. So that's why you need the biggest eyebrows. Not eyebrows, eyelashes. I did that earlier, too. And the thickest lips possible. So they're visible. When you move your mouth, you want everyone to see that your mouth is moving. What a ridiculous change of pace. Jumping from the fancy dress to this. They're cute. Useful. This material looks a little strange to me. It looks inflatable. Like someone blew it up and it's like a balloon. And then you have the Minnie Mouse ribbon on the side. I don't hate it. Mini jean skirt. Little wavy waist, too. I think it's cute. I've said before, I don't like jeans, really. But I still try to use them. And I think this is a really cute skirt version. So, I like this. Very, very, very cute. I wish I owned this. This is very nice. The little hearts here, they add some detailing. I'm not super excited about them. I'm mainly excited about, like, the level. It's a good length. You have a lot of space up here. It's kind of complicated whether or not you'd have space for a detail shirt where there's, like, a design in the center. Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But you have length here to get a skirt that pokes up but still has open shoulder. So then you can kind of, like, see a good bit of it. And then have your arms. It's a very interesting size area, which I think works well. So very, very, very good piece. The back might be a little boring if there's not anything to, like, coincide with this or that. Interesting. Lopsided in an interesting way that it's just center and then here. It's like... it's kind of weird. It's fun. Tiny space boots that are crinkled, which I'm not a huge fan of. And this is probably upgrade, I think. I like it better, just it's thicker and darker. Just too thin for me. I was expecting these to get even longer. I think they just got darker, I think is the only thing that changed. These are really dark too. This is so dark. That might be the darkest red lipstick I've seen. I guess I'm a makeup upgrade hater, I guess? I almost always think the base makeup is better. Starlit Chop. Wow. This is, like a cooking pan hat. It's got... I remember this, yeah. It has, the separated rim. It's, like, offset. It's actually kind of cool. I just have no idea if I will ever use this for anything, because it's such a weird idea, but it's a cool idea. I think it's, like, really special. Tiny baby side hats. Maybe one day I'll find a use for them, but I just don't like them much. This I hate. I hate the beads, and I don't necessarily, like, hate this thing or the ribbon, but the idea of me using this on a dress is almost 0% because it's just going to get in the way of stuff. I don't ever really feel like I want giant things hanging down on my dress. To make it also have the dots is egregious to me. Same with this. Why is this even one piece? That's crazy. The double ringed thing with a gem in the middle, and then you just have a giant ribbon attached. I guess there's already like 4 of these in the game, so you might as well just throw the ribbon one because you don't need a 5th one. So I understand that, at least. That's a good thing. Very fancy. What would I say about this? It's an undershirt. It's something I don't think I should be looking at without something over it. And I don't know what exactly that is. Like some type of suit piece over top of this. It's like calling for it. That's pretty cute. The length of these is weird to me, but I definitely wouldn't want gloves with this that go up into it. That's a big no-no for me. I think the undershirt being really cute and frilly is helping. I was gonna say, I don't know if I would put it in the Mayor Grace work area thing, because I think it's a little too open. It's the type of thing, like, if I showed up to work in this, she'd probably tell me to, like, close it a bit. It feels a little weird to me. So when would I wear it if I'm not gonna wear it to work? I don't know. Would I wear this to go see an opera? I don't think so. I think I'd dress more modestly. So I think my problem with this, I think it's cute, but I don't know when I would ever use it. And then this is useful. It's just like a masquerade mask, so you can use it for a bunch of different situations. You can use it if you're like a thief, you can use a thief mask. You can use it when you're going to a party, for like anonymous party stuff. This has a million uses. Or just like a bird outfit, you could probably get away with it. The kite's return. I forgot about you. Linlong kite outfit. This piece, I think I was able to use before. It's a cool piece. It's just really, really big and hangs down really low. This hair is super, super fuzzy, which is fun. But again, not a big fan of that type of tie-up. Pretty, like, I think it's a bird holding a ball. It's okay. This piece, I think it looks like something a cow would wear. Like, it's almost like a cowbell. Because of, I guess, the way this goes. I've kind of always had that association in my mind. It's weird. Take a sip of my drink here. I don't necessarily hate the piece. It's just, I would need, I think, a tight-necked shirt. I don't want this on skin. I want this on the clothing. So I wouldn't like it on the set it comes with. I want something that's closer up to my neck to put this on. I don't think this is bad. It reminds me of the one we had earlier that had this same type of cut. I don't remember what the arms on that one were like. I'm not going to be able to find it, searching through probably. Where on the kite's return. Was it one of these? No, it was last update. Was it you? No, it was not you. Was it you? Nope. It must have been, Premium Shop. I am not gonna be able to find that piece, which is sad. There was a piece that felt similar to this to me. I think it's the one I said that the bottom was unflattering. So if you know which one I'm talking about, where I said the bottom of the dress is unflattering, that's the one I think this looks the same as. And I think it's okay. It's hard to accessorize around because there's a lot of things hanging on it. So you'd want to put like a ribbon on the neck, but I don't like how open the neck is in this. I feel like it shouldn't be as open. These are cute socks. I would like these for other sets, just to use in general. I do have them, so I'm saying it in a weird way. Generic shoes, but that's fine. Home Management Insight. What are you? $1.9. Oh, that is when the house was added. I forgot. So we have 5 outfits here. We have a construction outfit. Kind of a silly hat. Just normal stuff here. Very, very, very good glasses. These are my main glasses. I use these for everything. I have these dyed a little darker because I use like brown glasses in real life, so I try to dye them closer to mine. Cute hair. It's a little simple, but that's fine. It's a little too straight for my liking, but it's fine. Pretty good shirt. Just work shirt. If you need it and you don't have it, it's a disaster. But I personally don't make many businessy outfits. I tend to make more fantasy-themed stuff. So I haven't had good uses for it other than the construction outfit I made. Which I think I don't remember if I used this shirt or one very similar to it in that. But that's like one of the only serious outfits I've made. This I think is silly. It's a dad coat to me. I don't think it works well on Nikki's body. Definitely very, very oversized and silly. But I don't think it looks good on her. These are kind of nice. Some tummy here, which is cute. Which means they're probably really low cut, actually. But I don't know. I'm always worried when I use overalls that I'm gonna look like a little boy chimney sweep. I just have that idea in my mind that I have to like get away from it. Because I don't want that to be the impression of my outfit. Unless I'm literally trying to make that. But so far I've never tried to make that type of outfit. Maybe when I go to Sichia, instead of going to a school, I'm gonna go become a chimney sweep. I'm gonna go window knock. They don't have, we have pair pals, but we don't have alarm clocks. These are amazing legs. I've used these a million times already, even though we just got them in 1.9. This solid material with interesting bottoms, and they dye pretty well. These are really good legs. The best piece of this set, other than the glasses. And the glasses are just good for me personally. Shoes are pretty normal. We have our planting outfit. A very good one. It's unlucky that they also gave the Stardew Valley one right after this. And planting is such a common theme, with a lot of outfits being flowers, that this is an easy-to-replace outfit. We have a little thing here, very, very similar to the sheep herder hat. It's a little lighter on the head than the sheep herder one. Yeah, it's pretty just normal stuff. This I've used before, it's pretty nice. Pretty low-key. The back's pretty big, but that's fine. Very, very, very plain shoes is okay. This is maybe like one step above Stoneville. It's plain in its decoration, but it's got more layers. Stoneville stuff is normally one layer, and this is like 3. I think this is very cute. If I remember, I should try to use this when I go to the Stoneville contest, because it is Stoneville-esque. One front, one back. Could be useful in some situations. Crunch top socks, not even crunch bottom. So you manually crunched them, it wasn't gravity that crunched them. And then we have the Star Collector. I never really liked this outfit much. But it's got some interesting pieces. We have asymmetrical piercings, which are nice. Some silly goggles. Pretty long, but at least thematically consistent necklace. A pretty good choker. It's a little on the thin side, so it's hard to see in most outfits. These are silly boots. They remind me of the waterproof ones from the rain outfit, where they have like the bubbles underneath. These are ridiculous. It's sunburn blockers again, but you put a bunch of like straps and belts on them to hurt yourself. It's a really crazy piece. It's one that is so weird. I think you can actually use it as a centerpiece for an outfit if you try really hard. This hair is crazy. Super, super puffy up. It's just, I don't like the high hung stuff. These, I think they end up going in the silly category, and that's why I'm not super into them. I don't think they're very serious. You can say that they are a good, like, worker outfit. If you dye them a little bit different color, you could use it for, like, a construction outfit for Itzaland or something. And I think it'd be okay with, like, browns and stuff. I personally just am not a fan of this type of thing much. You have the big, big, big shoulder things here, and I don't like how high up the leg they are. This, though, I like a lot. I think it's really cute. It's a little low down. You're actually showing a lot here, and it goes pretty down onto the tummy, so it's like offset a bit further down lower than I would expect. But this type of thin top like this, being in this material, pretty rare. There's not many in the game like that. So this is very nice for matching some pants. And we have our music, the animal inviting. The cape is very silly. Most of the time I don't use it just because it gets in the way of a lot of the long hair. And I typically associate the cape stuff with having longer hair too. And this one like kind of juts out a little bit further back than I would want. But it's very nice to have, and I'm definitely going to be able to use it for stuff. The hat's a little silly and not my type. The shoes, I think this... Oh. My allergies are really getting to me. Give me 1 second. I mentioned earlier that this section is being recorded on the 27th, and it's so bad I can barely speak. I just recorded episode 202 right before this, and my nose feels like I put a chili up it. It hurts so bad. It's on fire. Yeah, it's this section hanging down here. I'm not a huge fan of. I think the inside here is really interesting. The, like, barcode scanning inside. The music note's nice. You could use this shoe. It's just, it's not interesting to me. This having such a high neck is really crazy. It's like one of the highest necks in the game, I think. It's so tight and high up there. Big, big music note does mean it's hard to use this for non-music related things, which is a shame, but I don't know what else you'd use this dress for. One of the problems is with this, it's cool, but I don't really feel a vibe from it if you, like, ignored this that my mouse is over. It's just kind of like a McDonald's arch with an overcoat really, really tightly wrapped and cut. There's, like, some diamonds, so maybe you could say it's, like, a poker. Maybe this could be, like, a poker playing set. You can put a bunch of hearts and diamonds all over for your accessories, and this could be like a gambler. That might be an idea for this set. I don't know what you do about the music, though. That's the problem, where I was saying that this thing being in the way. So you have to be a little creative there. I hate these gloves, because they got the big open thing. And they have the open hands. They're like everything I hate. This hair is very cute. Extremely cute. The bangs are pretty normal, and I think that's nice, because some hair that's this cute in the back has parted bangs, or straight cut bangs. So now we have a little bit of, like, messy bangs. Like, self-cut bangs, maybe I'd call that. And just some nice gradient. And then finally we have fish keeping. We have two outfits we got that have these, like, overall type pants. These are the waterproofing pants. This is a very silly hat, but obviously thematically consistent. It's just, it's not the type of thing I'd really want to wear to fish. It's the type of thing I'd want to wear if I was, like, a, outdoor aquarium worker. Like, if I worked at, like, an outdoor dolphin show or something, I expect to wear this. So the fish keeping thing makes sense for it. Another shoe that has the pull string to tighten it, to try to reduce the amount of water that gets in. And then, also, it's to, like, try to seal on the legs, because you have 2 seals on this to try to just keep water out. And that's why it's so high like this, and it attaches onto the waist, because you're supposed to be walking in water in this dress. And then you obviously have like your work clothes. We have a set that looks almost identical to these work clothes, just without the leggings, and that's really cool. The other one's also closed. This one's open, so you can see what color your shirt is underneath, and you can dye it to be other stuff. It's got little fishies on it. This is a very, very nice piece, but it's just hard to use for other stuff, because where else, other than fly fishing, do you wear anything like this? So it's only really useful for a fishing outfit, and that's it, which is sad. You can't even like make it work as construction, I think. Kinda silly. You have like electrical rubber gloves, and then you have like plaid grandma fabric underneath. It's kind of just a vibe I don't really understand. I understand that if you're getting wet, you want like the rubber gloves like this too, but I don't know why you would have this fabric underneath them. It kind of just seems annoying. Ooh, very pretty bangs. I just don't like that. And it is a like ponytail too. Pretty normal. I mean, I'll take it. Then we have random surprises. Oh, just a cute little diamond bag. You could use that if you're doing the gambler set, because it's got diamonds on it. And, ooh, I forgot this piece existed. It's a little hard to use, because this shape, this, like, long heart, I don't really know what vibe it's supposed to give me. It's kind of just an arrow. It's an arrowhead. But it's not really like an archery set. So it's kind of like it's an interesting piece. I don't think I've ever used it. I don't hate it. I don't really have a plan for it, I guess I would say. I'm missing a Stardew Valley piece. How did I not get this? That's crazy. I must have just missed a mission. Or this was like a multiplayer thing. Because this is obviously never rerunning, so this is just a permanently never obtainable piece. And it is pretty cute, so I would like to have it, but it's just gone. And then this set, obviously I like a lot. I've used pieces of this for a bunch of stuff. I think the shoes of this are very, very good. This chicken is almost impossible to use for other things. It's got purposefully, like, really badly cut out on paint.net texturing all over it. Another hat similar to the last one, and the sheep herder. This is a pretty silly one, but it's not as long as some of the other things, so it's usable. This is huge. This is really hard to use, though. These shoes are very, very nice. The dot texture on this isn't, like, overtly video gamey, the way the backpack and stuff is. And it's got some flowers on the back. It's very, very pretty. This is just a great outdoorsy dress, but it has a lot of layering to it. So it can be a little advanced. So it's not like super casual outdoors. It's very, very dressed up outdoors. So it's more of like a date outfit than a casual outfit, I guess I'd say. Very, very good hair. And very cute socks. I love these because they poke up a bit. Now, obviously, in real life, because they don't have, like, a backing, these are just going to, like, fold and bend and be a mess. Or they have to be sticky. And then if your sock slides at all, it, like, reorients them. And the bases will move around, and it'll be weird. I should Google why I missed this. That's weird. I don't know what I had to do to get this that I didn't do. Like I said, it must have been, like, maybe I did the quest, and then I had to, like, click something in the menu to get this, and I just never clicked it? I don't know. It's weird. Pepal Premium. This is the Monokuma outfit. I forgot that existed in the game, too. I feel like I haven't ever seen anyone wear this. And that's surprising, because I've literally seen in the color lookbook, Danganronpa characters. I guess no love for Monokuma. But it's a Sleepwalker's cap, apparently. Broken ear, which is interesting. Very silly monocle. Work gloves. Honestly, pretty good work gloves. Maybe it's hard to line up with this, and that's the problem? Because it looks like it might be different lengths. Ooh, bird hair. I like that. That's really good bird hair, actually. Yeah, that's really good. Little, ooh, this texture is really interesting. It's kind of like diamond texture. That's another bear, I think? This is kind of cool. I'm not sure how I would use it on other stuff, though. It's a lot of stitching. It's got a thing here. It's got the bear with the big feather. This, like, diamond-y texture. It's very straight, actually. That might be problematic. It's going to be kind of hard to get outfits working with that. I'd wish this was in a little closer. That might be an issue. Oh, what is this belt? It's so weird, but interesting. Oh, look at that. It's like stitched on. Because look, it stays tight and then goes out with her chest. It doesn't go from her shoulder to her chest and then have an air gap here, which means it's stitched towards the shirt the whole way down. That's really weird. That's super weird. And it's not attached to the pants, obviously, because these are basic Nikki pants. They're not, like, real. And it doesn't look like it hangs down in the back, so where does it end? Does it end, like, just after the shoulder? What a crazy piece. Hang on, what's it look like? You just can't see it underneath. That's so weird. I guess it's tight to the body so that it doesn't poke through with physics? This is, like, the weirdest shirt in the entire game. I really like, the untied, like, bow and the offset to the side buttons. That's really good. This is the weirdest set ever. Maybe I know why people didn't buy it, because it's confusing. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's just a very confusing set. There's obviously good pieces in it. I think this is a good piece. It just might be hard to use because of how straight it is. I think this is amazing, amazing hair. I think that's a really fun cap. I think these might be usable. Like, they're not bad pieces. I think these look like just normal work boots, which maybe you already have some, so it's not important to get more, but they're okay. It's all just, like, slightly weird. There's so many pouches everywhere, too. A belt that hangs down and ties here to the side. Some type of, like, tie on this. The super, super cut off here that then has another leg over it. That's the exact same length and style. Like, you bought two pairs of this and combined them. And it's barely even hanging on. So you have to trust that your sewing in this section was literally godlike. Or else it's just going to tear there. Stuff's gonna, like, fall into your pants because it's open. It's such a weird pair. Actually, it's probably also attached here, because you can see a line. I don't know. It's weird. Oh, this is like another musical set. Cute bow. Like, triple earring. Honestly, even though I don't like high ponies, the coloring helps save this one, and it's a very tight face, so it makes her look really baby-faced, which is cute. Oh my goodness, that's pretty good. Why is this Saber's dress? This is Saber. Hello? Is this like a one-to-one Saber's dress? That's crazy. I like it. It's also got the open triangle that we talked about for a couple patches ago. This is really cool, though. It's kind of like a wizardy cape. It's got the trails in the back of the conductors. Very, like, wide-shouldered, so maybe it's hard to make it look feminine, but I think with, like, a big witch hat and a long robe under this, it's gonna just work. I don't know why Saber's wearing it, though. She's a, she's not casters. She's not a caster. They took the thing I don't like about the gloves where they have the opening, and they made the whole thing an opening. I don't even really understand how this glove works. It's, like, held on by tiny, strings. It's so egregious, I actually like it. Because at least it's something new. It's not just a black glove where the back has a hole in it. It's just two gloves that are stitched together by metal wire. Which, I'll take it. It's something new. Cute bag. I swear I've seen, like, 5 of this bag. I swear I have a bag that looks just like this. Cute socks. Pretty normal. Nice gradient. Oh, very nice. Very flat texture. That's not good. But I like the design on them. I think the design's cool. But I'm a sucker for space stuff. I thought you had maracas. Are those maracas, or are they like light sticks? What is the Dopamine Dance Club? This is ridiculous. What am I reading over here? Oh, I'm liking number 2. Number 1 is a party girl color. This not as much. It's just, it's nice green. But that's the banger. That's my type of party girl colors. This is a shower cap with goggles. This is okay. I like how loose it is. Yeah, this isn't bad. Not bad. I'd definitely use it if I had it. Pretty just generic if you need a square. Cube, I mean. Then you got it. Wow, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anything with this texture in the game. This is the first time I've ever seen a spiral like this. That's so unique. This piece is instantly super, super good because of that. Even though this part's crazy. This here is like a 1 of 1. This is pretty good. It does fall into the kid dress category. Actually, maybe I take that back. I don't really see this as kid dress. I see this as purposefully childish adult dress, which is another category. Every time I've talked about it, I bring it up. There's, like, levels to dressing like a kid as an adult and the ways different aged people can do it. This isn't in that. It's in, like, a tangential side category that's dressing like a kid that isn't a kid. I don't know. It's really complex. It kind of makes sense vaguely in my head. That's a really nice coat. I can't tell how much of it is see-through or not. It might be, like, almost fully see-through. But that's really nice. You could definitely use that on, like, every childish outfit. Those are nice, too. Little, like, wavy rainbow. Rainbow up to the stars. It looks like it's see-through, so it's going to be really hard to dye. But a fun, fun sock. These are very similar to the water boots, I think. I think they're see-through. Looks like it. More rainbow down here. Maybe these could work for some stuff, but I'm not super jumping at those. These things, what are they? Cheer sticks. Are they supposed to be light sticks? I think, no. They are maracas. Yeah, they are maracas. They're shining light stick maracas. That's crazy. The Nikki sign. I've used this like 2 times in, Mirror Crown. It's very silly. I upgraded it the day I got it. So, in the event I ever have, like, a ballroom suite, Nikki pulls this out and I get a laugh. It's a Highly recommend upgrading a couple joke items just so that you get jump scared by them. Little crown. These are all like joke things, so they're hard to use. This one's probably easier to use. Again, they're not ever gonna have like a bunny girl outfit. I talked about before, like casino girls, you have to wear a suit or a bunny girl suit. This would be like what you'd wear on your bunny girl suit, but that's not gonna be in the game. That's such a weird thing for Nikki to wear. And little like Taniki Bibkun type thing. Maybe if I'm performing like a comedy special at the Chuckle Club, I would put this on. Oh, and that was all music season. Golden season. Oh, wow, there's a lot in here. Wind swept wheat. This is it. This is the other dress that is the scarecrow. I think that was what the inspiration for this was. You're supposed to be like wheat. Like your hands and skirt here are supposed to be stuffed with wheat. That's why you're so like fluffy and you have things on you. I think this dress really grew on me. And I think it is dyeable, which makes it work like way better. Because I didn't like the blue. That was like a big thing I had when I first saw this. I think it felt weird. And with dye, you can really make it work. Very low-key pieces. I forgot. This piece was broken the day we got it. It's still broken. For some reason, this doesn't work on the preview picture. It's supposed to be here. But it's always been like this. These little suns, I think I've used them before. These chains I've used before for sure. They're rare to be useful, but when they are, they are. I use this like almost every update. This is what I consider my current real wedding ring, just because it's a heart ring. So until they add a wedding band, this is my current canonical ring that Compendium gave me when we got married in my head, because they haven't added it to the game yet. Very, very good twin tail hair. Very, very good bangs. Nice forehead. Blocks the eyes a little, which can cause problems with some makeup, because you're kind of killing the side of it. But it can work. This piece, like I said, it's ridiculous. I think it's dyeable, and I think with dye, I like it. These are really good. I've used these a lot. With or without dye, I think they're just good pieces. And these are just pretty generic boots, but that's fine. Oh, I did not... Oh, I was gonna say, did I not pull for the 5-star? Why is the 4-star at the top? It's because I finished the 4 stars, and I pulled half of the 5-star. This was a crazy update. I pulled half of a 5-star and 2 singular 4 stars. This one was on the banner with this, I think. I think those are the 2 that were together, and then this I pulled on its own. So this dress, I'm really happy I pulled, because the pieces in this saved my life for a lot of sets. That's crazy. This is very bright. Some of the accessories and stuff are good in this. I think the wings are better in this than the base wings. But the wings are cool. A little hard to use. These are nice. This is very, very hard to use, but it's fun to have, and I'm glad to have it. This is also pretty hard to use because of how big it is, but I have been able to use it a couple times with bigger hair. These are very useful. This is one of the pieces that saved my life in Itzaland, because it's very, very obviously nature-themed barefoot, and that's what I wanted out of everything. The Kilo barefoot shoes make no sense at all to wear in Itzaland, because it's like soft, see-through white fabric on the bottom of your foot as like a stirrup, and that's it. And it would just be covered in dirt and mud. With these, it's kind of the point that your foot is covered in dirt or mud. It's just made of like nature-y things. This dress is fun, but I find it really hard to decorate around, because Not exactly that it's got so many flowers on it, but this part is actually, like, deceptively wide. It's really, really big. And it actually, because it's so big, it makes it look like it's further down the legs than it actually is. These, obviously very good. Useful in everything nature-related. Super, super useful. This hair was the sleeper hit. I thought, when I got this hair, I would never use it. That it would be a full joke and be completely useless. This hair is amazing. The thing about this hair is it works really, really well in big hats. Because it just fills out the hat and you don't have any of the weird stuff where there's like holes around Nikki. And it can also hide things. I mentioned, when we were in the 1.0 section of this, the 4-star fishing on the standard banner, the hat has the little chin strap that has a fishing hook right next to your face. If you put that hat on with this hair, the hair fills it out really nicely, and the fishing hook is hidden in your curls. I think that's a really good combo. This hair is amazing with hats. On its own, I think it does fall into the category of, like, silly hair. With hats, I think this is super useful. This is hair that I would be sad I didn't have, because at the time I just didn't realize how good it actually was. This, obviously, a set I love. This hair is amazing. It's definitely top tier 4-star hairs in the game. And I am biased because it looks very, very similar to Timeless Melody. Big silly ribbon. If useful, then useful. If not, not. Nice that it's offset, but pretty simple design for this. These are very big, and there's, I think, 2 or 3 of them in the game. But they don't have ribbons, and this one does. I think there's 2 in the game that are similar to this with no ribbon. And then this one is just that with a ribbon. I don't like the little balls on this most of the time. So, if you need them, you have the socks. But otherwise, I would use other socks. And these are just nice shoes. They're real simple. They have very, very high heels. So this isn't as high off the back of the shoe as you think it is. You can see how steep it is here. So, even though I don't like these things here, if you need a simple, super high heel, I think this is an okay option. This dress is hard to decorate with. I decided when I was making my custom version of the Cloud Revelry set for the Whimsicality to not use this as the base. It's got a lot going on. There's a lot of texture to it, is I guess what I'll say. And when you have things that are this 3D textured, if you don't have other pieces on it that are 3D textured, it stands out in a bad way, I think. So you need really textured hair, you need, like, 3D things on your legs. It's a lot. So I think for simplicity's sake, I haven't really used this dress at all. Which is a shame, because I think it's cute. These wings are amazing. You won't be able to really see it from the back here much. You kinda can. These wings do have interesting texture on them. There's, like, designs on the wings, but they just don't show up on white. So, like, you can kinda see the line there, but if you dye them, you'll notice it a lot more. And the wings are just very cute. They're angel wings. I love them. Now, the witch. That's a pretty good green, to be honest. The pink is amazing. This is cool. It's maybe just not my personal preference. I think the pink is cuter. This is nice. The hair is the big deal. The green hair is super good. I think the base and the pink really stand out to me as super, super good. Something interesting about this dress. Where is it? That's not gonna work. The way... I need a dark one. The way the top of this dress is designed creates another silly chest problem. You have, like, the tight, hard part here. Then you have your normal, like, chest, soft, like, extension part. And then up to skin. But it's so thin. Look at how thin it looks. So it looks like your chest is like a tiny little line instead of more of a, like, circular shape. So you get a really silly effect of your chest on this dress. It's more obvious with the darker ones, because the lighter ones just blend a little more into it. But I didn't pull the whole thing anyway. I got the hair. I love the hair to death. I got the hat. I love the hat to death. I wish there was a way to get rid of some of the things hanging down on it, but the hat is very, very nice. It's a very good witch hat. This is useful. I think it's kind of sea-themey. It's got more, like, branches on it, but I think you can make this work for sea outfits, too. These are very overbearing. They're very, very big. But it's useful to have. This, as well, is, like... There was another flower we had earlier that was about as big as this, but flatter. So this is, like, a bit thicker of a flower, but it's huge. It's also very low down. Pretty normal for that. Legs are honestly pretty normal. You can't see them well in the base dress. That's why the legs are pretty, like, under-designed. Same with the shoe. That's just typically what happens. The legs and shoes tend to be under-designed when it's a long dress. These are cool. It's basically just the scarecrow thing, but tinier, which is useful, for sure, in a lot of situations. I do wish I had those. This is Arya, but fatter, where it's sleek, weirdly wide hip area, and then sleek again that goes out a little. They open at the front, so you at least can see your legs a little, but the material of this is really heavy. This is a really heavy dress, I think. I think it looks good. It looks kind of like your, not a jellyfish, but kind of maybe a little jellyfish-like. This big open section here, and you got the things hanging down. So it's a weird effect. And a lot of flowers all over the place. But I did, like I said, I pulled on this dress 100 times to try to get the hat and the hair. I wanted both of these, and I got insanely lucky that I got them both. I think I set the hair as my target, and then I think I got the hat along the way. I think that's the order it happened in. I don't remember what one it was, but I did have to do 100 pulls on that to get my stuff. This. I do not remember you. What are you? You're the planting that gives you the new, thing that, like, auto-fertilizes or something. Yeah, mutations and crop growth speed. I log into the game once a day, so I don't care about crop growth speed. The only one it matters with is some of the fish. Take, like, 30 hours or something ridiculous. And this is the planting outfit, so it doesn't even help with that. And I'm too lazy to feed them fish food. Ooh. I really like the hair on the final one. The dress on this one's really good. The pink's pretty good too, though. I'm just not a fan of the blue hair on this. Big, big, big ribbon. Multi-layered ribbon. The ribbon itself is actually small. It's just a lot of layers. Interesting. It's like a square, or a diamond, I suppose, with like a flower imprinted on it. Another one of these, like, necklaces. There's a million like it. It's open? It looks maybe like it's a little fluffy, honestly. And there's so many flowers. It's like an overwhelming number of flowers on them. There's a little bit of interest in them just because they're pretty uniquely over-decorated. But it is the type of glove I don't like. The hair, it's a nice design. It's kind of cute. Good bangs. It's just that I don't really like the color much. I think that's the main thing holding me back. If I had the black one, it'd be better. This dress is very small at the top because there's not much going on. It's just like a strap and then a tiny little cube of your body because all this is open. All arms are open. And then this is a cascade. It's like a million layers of thing. and very fluffy. I think you can see your legs maybe from the side, because this is pretty high up. But a little bit of an overwhelming dress. It's more on the childish side as well, but hard to decorate around. Very, very plain leggings, but they're fine. Cute ribbon with something in the front combo instead of just ribbon in the back. Kind of going with the clutter feel, like this, which I think works for the set well. Because that's kind of all this, is just clutter. Affectionate. Clutter, affectionate. And this is the makeup for our floating. I forgot you were a floating outfit. You're the magic broom. Oh yeah, the flowers. I did get this. That's one of the... I got all of them, because I did 100. Pretty good. They're the small ones. I do like those. These are the yellow, shiny ones. The very, very light eyes. These are hard to use, honestly. They're almost like blind eyes. Very glossy, but only deep in the center. It is pretty, shallow lipstick for the rest. These are kind of cute. I'd probably like to glow up more, even though these are more realistic. Kind of, the pink always just makes me think of dinery stuff, but... I don't know, they're okay. I mentioned before I'm not a big fan of, like, the jean material stuff. One side, it's not super big, so it's okay. I think there's some good decoration there. These are the ones I wanted to use for, like, a Christmas outfit, but I never made a Christmas outfit. Because I wanted to be the present. So, we're keeping that in mind. There's a bunch of Mrs. Claus stuff we looked at earlier in this video. This is... I guess there's an upgrade for this again. How did this happen? How did they release upgraded makeup and it took me a year to find out it's in the game? That's such a silly thing. It's literally just because I don't double pull dresses anymore. It's like purple instead. That looks kind of nice. These would probably be easier to use. Maybe that's the first time I like the eyes better in the Evolved, just because they're easier to use, although the others are probably more useful, just because they're special. Kinda like that. Those would also be useful. Pretty generic if you need a little diamond, sure. That's cute. It looks like outerwear is stuck to it, which is not great, but it's just a very casual outfit. It's a Breezy Meadow outfit, which I like. You do that, you do, maybe like gloves that go up to here. You do tiny socks with low ankle shoes. The blue's nice. I'd stick with this color though. And I think you have a comfort date outfit. I mentioned before that the other dress was a date dress. This is a comfort date dress. This is not what I'm wearing on a first date with a guy. It's gonna be a few dates in where I don't feel the need where I need to show off as much. I don't need as many layers. I can kind of tone back a little bit, but still try to look cute. That's kind of where I put this. And kind of all over the place, but it's tight enough together with the two things. It's not bad. It's probably still usable in a lot of situations. That's crazy. Those colors are crazy. I think the naturey ones make a little more sense. That must have been the limited section. Exclusive treasures. Another one of these big ones. This is the one I think I said looks way too heavy. It feels like it's going to fall, and it's going to weigh 1,000,000 pounds, and you're going to get an arm workout holding it up. And then we have a very old London hat, which is very silly. And the Starlit Chop. An amazing top. Love this top. This is a really good Starlit Chop. This one goes off. Everything in here is crazy. These are very nice. You need a pretty wide necklace, I think, to make this work. But you also have some tummy if you want a low-cut pair of shorts. Or you have to If you don't want any tummy, you actually are limited because you have to get some really high-cut shorts, and there's not as many of those. This is like a more formal version of this. They're pretty much the same dress, just like adjusted up a bit. It's got a little bit of see-through stuff there. It's a little easier on the neck. But you do have to deal with having your hands exposed more in a weird way. These pants are very fun. They are kind of party girly. I think the pink is doing a little of the heavy lifting and giving me that feeling. But they're a little on like the hippie side. So they're not like the most useful in all situations, but they're still nice to have. And this is just a generic nice dress. It's a Stoneville dress. Stoneville, a lot of the girls, I think, tend to wear shirt and skirt over dress, I think. It's honestly been a long time since I've actually walked over there, so it's kind of loose in my head. These are nice. It's a little hard to find tops that work super well with both of these. Because they're pretty much the same thing. But the problem is you need it to show up here and not just be like a line. It needs to come in a little bit. And then you either need full sleeve or probably a little more than like this. Because if it's just there, it's going to look weird poking out. You need to like get away from it a bit so the texture evens, and then you can do things. And you have space to show like some logos and stuff on the shirt. So these are just fun. They can be a little finicky in what looks good and what doesn't on them, but I think they're really nice pieces. And then this is a handheld, so it's not very useful, but it is what it is. And World Tales, something I haven't crafted. I haven't crafted the camera. In my mind, it just kind of doesn't make sense for me to have it, because Momo's the cameraman. So I don't want to take his job away. Yeah, it's just a little camera. It's fun. And the premium. There's a lot in here. 3 sets. Oh, please be actual outerwear. Please stop combining everything. Pretty good. Pretty normal. For some reason, all of these, they feel inflatable to me. They're not flat enough. These need to be flatter. I know the concern is clipping with hair, but I think we need to... Someone needs to workshop a way to make them look flatter and not clip, because I don't like them when they're this thick. They look like folded up towels. Oh, anklets, anklets. There's so few in the game. Very, very good. Oh. I really like this edition. I was gonna complain that it's just another massive ribbon, but I really like this. That's really interesting. I would throw this on a Linlong dress, and I think it wouldn't be as out of place. Very, very nice shoes. I love these shoes. It looks like the sides are pretty much gone. It's just like the strap on the side. Not super high heel. Pretty thick heel too. Very, very nice. Oh my goodness. I did not at all get the impression that this was not a dress with a tiny overcoat. That is so good. This looks like... You're either a chess piece or like a captain in a spaceship. I don't know. It's really cool though. I had no idea this piece existed. There's so many things you can do with outerwear like this. That's crazy. It's got the little triangle top again. It's so cool. I really like this. It's a little wide, for sure. For sure. It could end up making your body look pretty bottom heavy in a bad way. Because it does the thing where it follows your hip and then just shoots out and doesn't ever curve back into your body. So it looks like you're just getting thicker as you go down. Oh my goodness. Is this like one of the best premium dresses? How did this sneak by me this hard? I love this dress. It's hard to tell what exactly is going on with this. I think it's just like a long string hanging down. This is really nice. I get the bottom looks pretty long, but the top of this is so nice. It has like a little bit of the hippie energy, kind of like that pants set from earlier. But I think it's a little more forgiving. I think the straps are nice. That's good. Little tassels. I really like this dress. I just don't know what I'd do with it because the bottom is so plain. And you probably can't really texture it much by adding things. And you're not going to really be able to use like wings or something to wrap around it to add texture to the side. So that's going to be a little rough. But I feel like I'd try to make it work if I had it. Pretty good hair. I really like this part here. The hair itself, because it's like straight down to like maybe here. And this is cut straight too. That part's not interesting. I like the fraying right at the side, right before it starts getting into the straight stuff. And another handheld bag, actually. This one I think has a cooler design. It's like space butterflies. And we have Daisy Murmur. Cute, stylized hair. It's a little neater than I'd like it. Another ribbon for the neck. Not a huge fan of them. There's so many. This is a little smaller than a lot of the others. This is like a more advanced version of a dress we had earlier that I talked about really liking, that I used for custom stuff, where it's the multi-layered, very thin dress. This is just a thick version of that, where it's like a line, little bit, a line, little bit, a line, and there's also the shorter one that's just 3 of them instead of like 5. This definitely, again, looks like outerwear, but it's just tied to the piece. I like it. It looks like this is also the bottom, by the way, because you like see over here, like the dark green is the bottom layer, so it actually ends like right here. So you get probably calf height and down visible. Kind of looks like a honeycomb outfit. I think you can make it work into something cute. That's like a low-key usable. Pretty simple socks. Very, very simple shoe. Not a fan of that, but it's okay, because it's just like a little bit of a different design, so it's something. Maybe that is a bee design, actually. This hat, I think, is actually good. I complain about a lot of hats, and I say I don't like it to a lot of hats. I think this one's okay, actually. And to see why, I guess it's just how wavy it is, and maybe I just don't like straight brims. Or hats that have low wave, where it's like one dip for the whole side. Those are some comfy pants. That's crazy. So this isn't a dress. That's a shirt. If you want it to be a dress, you can make it into one. You just put like some shorts on underneath. They're tiny. So it's more flexible that way, which is nice. These are nice, though. These, oh my goodness. These with the really thin white tiny strapped dress that we got recently is like the perfect sit around home. It's so good. I wish I had these. Pair Pal Premium, why do you torture me so? Those are so good. Oh my goodness. Crazy. I love this. Oh, it's so hard to pick between these two, though. They're both really good. This one, I think, is... the hair is kind of pushing me towards it. The hair itself, I think, is not super interesting on its own. That's interesting. One of these, like, over-shoulder hang-down things that are always Linlong-esque, but it follows the arm and connects here. I swear, I had to have missed the shop. Or, like, forgot to look at it for this update. I was very busy this update. This was a huge, huge, huge quest that I really struggled to get done in time. I barely finished this update. Maybe I was in a rush when it came out, too. I swear I didn't look at these two. I feel like I wouldn't have missed it, though. So I did, but maybe I was, like, tired that day and just didn't write it into my brain. But these two sets are both, like, some of the... This is, like, some of the most interesting pieces with this outerwear. This is, at least from this picture here, insane. Maybe they'll throw it all away and I'll hate the bottom. And maybe that's why I didn't remember it. But this piece here is crazy, too. This is so good. That's such an interesting piece. I would use this all the time. Oh my goodness, those legs. Wow. Those might be like some of the best legs I've ever seen in the game. It's an ice skater. Those are ice skates. That explains why she's so pretty. Like, that's like... In terms of, like, sports outfits and girls, the prettiest are always the ice skaters. Because their dresses are always so sleek and, like, colorful and fancy. It's the prettiest things ever. Look at that crown, even. That's a very fun crown. It looks like it's a little thicker here and then gets thin with the metal for the center. Oh, even an upper ear thing. Is this the perfect set? Is this, like, the best set in the game? The best Pair Pal Premium set, maybe, by far. Interesting swirl necklace. It looks very similar to a couple of the 5 stars. I think Crimson Feather has one like this. There's one a little after that that also is like this. I think maybe the 2.1? Is it 2.1? I think the 2.1 has like a feathery swirl neck piece like this. Oh my goodness, you have a ribbon. You're a ribbon dancer. Are you a ribbon dancer on ice? Okay, it's perfect. I'm coming back to it. Let's look at this first. Oh, it's like a little side attach piece. I would get this and put this on the idol outfit. Because it has one on the left already. Sorry, it has one on the right already. The right back? So you can put this on the left. This is perfect. This is what I was saying. Ice skaters have the prettiest outfits in the world. This is so good. I think this might be, like... In totality, this might be the best Pair Pal Premium in the entire game? How did this sneak by? I had to have seen this, and... My excuse is I probably was just, like, tired that day or something and didn't write it into my memory after I saw it. This pains me more than anything else I think I've ever seen in Pair Pal Premium to not get, is this specific set. The fact that the double of it is so good, too. Get the real dark ones. Oh my goodness. Wow. What's the glow up look like? This has got some crazy color to it. It's got like green or something. Yeah, it's green. That's pretty crazy. I don't think I like the green, really. This, I think, yeah, this color just stands out a lot. In not, I think, a good way. I'd probably dye it a little differently. This looks the same to me. I don't know how I missed this, but it's actually, like, perfect. A towel. It's not a full body towel, which is what I was saying I need for, like, the bathroom setup at my house. But I need an outerwear that's a towel that I can throw on, like, over a tube top or a swimsuit to kind of be like a just got out the bath look. But a Momo towel is fun. You can use it for a gym set. Very, very useful for a gym set. I do have it, so I might have even done that at some point. Little silly hat. The hoe, which I've used one time for a photo, and it took forever. The silly anime glasses. Big, 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 like, blush stuff here, which is crazy. Oh, those are really thick. A little more yellow or orange than I'd like, though. I think these are like a little long, but then they have that same like green, orange, whatever it is. Wow. What? They look so undetailed. What an interesting idea. Weird. It looks like a different game. Like it's... It looks like it's like a PlayStation 2 game, affectionately. Orange lips. Not bad. And we already looked at World Tales. Yeah, we did. Okay, we only have one section left. It's going to be Encore season. It's not going to be that long, but that's a problem for tomorrow me. It's time for the final season. It's Encore season time. I am sad. You can obviously tell from the length of the video and the intro stuff. I'm sad that this is the end, and that I can't get to Itzaland. This is being recorded during 2.4, so we have The Forest Needs Not Listen now, but a lot of pieces I'm really, really interested in looking at. I really want to know where a lot of these pieces are that I'm missing, and it's not going to be part of this episode because I ran out of time. I'm really sad. We'll talk about it more at the end. For now, we can get into our final one here. Limited time resonance. I have one thing here. What in the world do I have from the limited time resonance? I must have pulled on makeup, didn't I? That means, yeah, I would have an outfit piece, and then the piece is makeup. That's probably what this means. Oh, okay, yeah, I have the neck piece of this. I really like this neck piece. Candlelit Echoes. I believe this is the one that makes it so you can take duo pictures. Like, you can place a clone of yourself to use two-person animations in the camera. And literally in the update, this is being recorded, 2.4, I think they added an option into the camera so you can use two-person animations by yourself, but you don't have, like, the extra person with you. It's just your character alone, but you can be either one. So, I guess, relevant discussion topic? I don't remember what colors these are, but it's going to be hard to beat the base one. Never mind, the black's also really good. That's interesting. Probably also good. The black and the purple are both probably similar, and there's just little things. The hair looks almost identical. Little things that separate it. Oh, there's a reward here. Is there a handheld? There is. It's the candlestick. I always forget to look over here, because I always just assume it's the diamonds. So this is the one piece I have. It's a pretty cool piece, too, actually. The gem is offset, and it goes really far out to the right side. So, it's a very nice neck. I've used it a couple times, and it's just from 1.11, so it's pretty common, I mean, pretty recent, and I've still used it multiple times, I think. But, pretty nice piece. This is pretty good. The veil flipped back dark here. At the time of recording this, I don't know if I've pulled on Daughter of the Lake or not. I know this is episode 205, and 203 is the pulling episode. I haven't recorded it yet, so I don't know yet if I'm pulling on it. But that's fun, I guess. I might have a veil at the time of this episode going up that I don't have now, and I won't have to worry about being sad about missing this. This one's interesting because it does have, like, a front cover, but it's flipped back. And the flowers and stuff, I don't think they're a problem. I don't think they make it substantially harder to use the piece, even though it does kind of set a tone that sometimes maybe you wouldn't want. Well, actually, I think, because I was trying to think, when would you want to use a piece like this? It's like weddings, it's, death-related things, and I think both of those you can use flowers for, so maybe it's not that bad. Oh, I wish I could see the other side. This is nice. I actually think this looks cool, but looking over here, it looks like maybe this is an up on the earring, which I really like and want to see. This piece is crazy. I don't I think it's cool. It would be funny if you're able to use this with the other eye patch that covers this eye. Some face things you can double and triple. One of the ones that's useful in a lot of things is the Band-Aid. Because not a lot of things take the side of the face, a lot of things take the eyes. So you can have that with a lot of separate pieces. It'd be interesting to see what you can actually put with this. Like, you're not going to be able to put glasses, because they're probably going to clip, it's going to disable it. It's an interesting piece. It makes me kind of feel like cyborgy. Like, almost, this is like metallic replacements. Like, you got into an accident and they go like cybernetic face or something. And then this hand thing is kind of ridiculous. But it is a skeletal hand that kind of reaches around you. It's cool. I like it. I don't know what the physics look like when you're walking around. It's another one where I think the physics are probably pretty bad, but that's just an assumption. I don't have any, like, real reason to think that. During the event, did we transform into this and walk around as it? I don't think so. If we did transform into this during the event, we weren't walking around, I think. It was just for a cutscene. Yeah, I assume it's, actually, maybe we did run around. Did we run through the dungeon wearing this? It's been so long. I don't remember. But yeah, I don't expect the physics on this to be good, but I don't think it's that big a deal. It's a piece I'd use a lot if I had it, because it's very fun and silly. Ready already. The hair isn't that long, I think. I think that's the end of the hair. It's a little hard to tell because of the color. But very messy bangs. A little bit cutting in, only on one side. These are cute. What's interesting is this side thing here. It's hard for me to tell exactly what's going on. I don't think it's tied up, but I guess it must be. I think I see it right there. So I think it's got, like, Princess Leia sides. And then the rest is really loose up at the front. So that's why it's a little tight back here. I'm not a fan of that, but I'm a big fan of the bangs. So maybe I would use this hair with a hood. So you cover up this, and then maybe the hair can still poke out the back if it's an open back hood. Kind of like some of the archery hood type things. Although it has to have the hair able to flow out the back. Another long dress, another very, very wide dress. At least this one isn't as straight up and down as they normally are. This one's more curved, because a lot of the decorations in it follow this flow that the crunchy part does. I feel like there was something weird about the center. I'm not going to be able to see it based on changing pieces. It's open on this one. Was it not open on the other one? No, it's open. I don't know. I feel like there was something weird about the opening on this. I like also, it's hard to see, but I think this is kind of like ribs here. I'd have to zoom in a little closer to tell for sure. But I think this is okay as far as big dresses go. It's just none of the big dresses really speak to me. So I'm not turbo excited about it. In terms of the upper part here, it's pretty normal. Open shoulder, nice. Looks like maybe there's a little thing that pokes up here, like a little gem in the center, which might make it so you don't really need a necklace. Maybe you throw a choker on instead for this. And yeah, down the sides for the straps. These are crazy. Really high up and big open spots. These are really unique. It looks like they have like vines wrapped around them almost. I assume it's more metallic rather than nature-y. It's so hard to see. I think it's like waved into open fingers, but there's stuff on the fingers. Like metal pieces. Because if you look over here, it looks like you have finger slots. But when you look over here, it looks like your hand is poking out. But there's metal. So it's like a million metal things that you slide your hand into. I don't know. This is a really weird piece for this. It feels like it doesn't quite fit it, but I think this is a really cool piece. This is another piece that I'll slot into the Space Whale technology set. This is the type of thing I would expect to use in like a cyborg set. So I would want to use this to try to be like an android or a cyborg girl, which to some extent we know exist. We just don't know what they look like, because we had the record that at least one of them was in Itzaland at some point. And their exact, like what they looked like hasn't been described as far as I know. Pretty normal, not bad. Looks like openings, maybe, rather than coloring for this central one. Hard to tell exactly what the bottom of this shoe is. I don't know if it's... I think it's see-through, and then maybe the back is blue. But this, like, front section is see-through. It's a pretty normal leg, pretty high platform. But, I don't know, they're pretty cute. I like them. A lot of, like, okay pieces in the set. Oh, yeah, we can see here this is more like ribs. It's just, I'm not that excited by the dress. I really like the veil thing, the arms and the hair, and honestly, the choker. I do like too, so I'm glad I got it. I think when I got it, I wasn't that excited, because there's pieces I like more. Also, the eye thing is interesting, but I don't know. It's okay. I like it. You are a crazy one. I forgot you existed. The pink is kind of interesting, but this is, I think, how I associate it, because it is a kind of like bad girl outfit. Kind of. It's like a loving bad girl. I don't know how to describe it. We'll talk about it when I get to the dress. I do use these. I think I've used them once or twice. They're nice. These I've surprisingly used. I was not expecting to ever use these when I got them, I think. And I think I've used them multiple times. They just have a very high level of usefulness because of the size of the glove and the end point. So, even though I don't think the design of them is super, super great, like, the spiky nail ends are kind of nice. It's just that they've coincidentally been the correct size and shape for a couple sets I've made. So I'm very glad to have them. Not really my type of hair. I kind of like how it's parted, though. These are very pretty. I really like the strings on these, actually. I don't like the belt as much. I'd prefer that to just be a normal strap. But just like a really normal shoe with these cute little strings. It does have this thing here. For some reason, it's a lot higher than most shoes have it. Maybe that's like a positive, but I still don't like in general that they exist. But at least they're decorated a bit. They have the strap itself and the little flow-off thing. Are you going like crazy again? Luckily, we are on the final section here. Is 3 of these in the picture, so there must be one at the back of the hair too. And that's on each side, 3. This is a ridiculous amount of ribbons. It's such a crazy amount of ribbons. You got these here, you got these here, you got these up here. Just 2 on the little arch thing. Oh, those are actually really cool. Like low poly moon is a really nice thing, and I don't even think they're hard to use on most sets, because they're not low poly in the way the Stardew Valley backpack is, where it's just very blocky, very obviously supposed to look digital. This is just not smoothed out, which is a cool look. Look at this, it's crazy. This, I feel like I remember it sticking out a lot. But it's such a cutesy dress. Kinda has, like, dark nurse vibes. I know the chest is closed, but it kind of makes me think of Magenta from Gushing Over Magical Girls. It's that type of... like, it gives me like a nurse vibe. I don't know exactly where that's coming from, though. It's got the tail. It's kind of vampire-y, too. I think that's the red and black speaking, though. The, like, fluffy shoulders, this poking up, I think, might also be contributing to that. Heart is nice. I think it's just nice. I assume it is a full dress, and it's not a shirt with, like, some short pants that are kind of attached to it. Yeah, they probably wouldn't let you override these with something else, so it has to be a full dress. I like this, and I think it's really easy to decorate things with it. Now, this is a very nice recolor of it. I'd want a little more contrast in it, though. But if I had this set and all the upgrades, I'd probably make something with this. I feel like lately, at least, I've been using too much black. I went through a phase where all my outfits were green when we first got to Itzaland, and lately I've transitioned to, I think, overusing dark outfits. So I'm kind of trying to stop myself, but I love them. Hang on, what are the two pieces I have? Obviously, I know I have these and these, okay. I don't remember what... oh, never mind. I was just saying I don't remember why I have them. I have them because I pulled on this. What did I get from the makeup from this? We're going to find out in a minute. It's the eyes. These are what I consider my favorite eyes in the entire game. So I will talk about them more, again, when we get down to them in a second. Mushroom Girlio. Pretty good mushroom colors. I forgot, this is the dress with the very, very interesting material chest. This I don't see as much as the mushroomy stuff. Red is just such a generic mushroom color. I think this is more interesting. But more of these. When we went through... was it version 1.9? Was the Starlit Shop of 1.9 just 1,000 things that were mushrooms, or was that 1.7? One of the Starlit Shops was just 1,000 things that were all mushrooms, which was very silly. So more mushrooms earrings is crazy. This mushroom hat, I would be so happy if I had this, because so many things could have used it. I could have used it in my outfit for the 2.3 event, because it would have been super, super relevant, since having the little cap would have been nice, but this pretty generic. I like the two mushrooms on here, by the way. The ribbon I don't like as much, but I think it's okay. I think it'd be too plain without it. So I don't know what else I would want there. So it's probably for the best that the ribbon is there. But yeah, this is pretty normal. This also is super, super tall. This is... it's not princely. It's... maybe it is kind of princely. A different type of prince that I normally talk about. It is like... it's a high society dress for young men. But I can't quite put my finger on... I have hiccups. Hopefully this stops soon. I can't quite put my finger on exactly when it's used. Does it say anything over here? No. Like you wear it with a suit. I don't know. Like I said, it's definitely a high-class young male thing. I just don't know the context of it. Those are pretty nice. Nice strap. It's a big, big open section here. It looks like there's a heart with leaves and then like a circle of something drawn in the middle. Something about shroomlings. And then this is a crazy one. So, it is the puffy and then in skirt, which I've talked about because there's been a couple of them. Not a huge, huge fan. It's okay, though. I don't hate it. It's just not the type of piece I would go out of my way to use. I'd rather have shorts if I'm going to go with this. This here is super interesting. It's 3D with like a plastic poke out heart and then 3D objects inside. I don't think it has liquid in there. I think it's just air. But it's such a weird texture thing. Not texture, because it's just smooth. I think it's like plastic. It's smooth texture. It's such a weird design. And I don't know exactly what the point is. It makes me think of like a watch. One of those really fancy watches that are so fancy you can't even use them to tell the time because they're over-decorated. That's kind of what this makes me think of. We have a little like diamond opening here, and the open shoulders are cute. Oh, this set, it's hard to tell from this. If you look at this set from the side, I think the shoulders look pretty bad. I think, I remember that. From the front, I think it looks okay. From the back, I feel like I remember it looking okay. And then from the side, I think I remember hating the shoulders. They felt weird. I don't remember if the problem was that they felt really long. I think that's probably it, just based on looking at it here. Because this is a very, very big opening. And I can see why it would be unappealing from the side. But yeah, that's just me going off memory from back when this was on the banner. So maybe I'm misremembering exactly how this set worked. I don't exactly hate all the little dots because the whole dress is very, like, bubbled. I think these are actually very thematically nice. My main concerns with the dress are that I would just rather this be pants that are puffy than a skirt. And I've mentioned before, the reason is it feels extra constricting. Even if you showed me this and told me that if I turned these into pants, it would still just be as restrictive, I wouldn't believe you. It feels like you can't move your legs at all in this. But that's just why I have the preference against that stuff. I think it's a funny design. My concerns are that this centerpiece looks a little weird because it's just such a out there material and type of thing, and that the shoulders might look pretty bad sometimes. What would I do to deal with the shoulders? There's the obvious thing of just put on an overcoat. There are a couple like chokers and necklaces that go this far. So you can do water walking, you can do... Is Providence the one that has the thing that goes all the way to here? Maybe. Or maybe that's Born Flawless. One of the two. Born Flawless or Providence has a thing that wraps around the neck and it travels down the shoulder. Something like that I think would help a huge amount on this. Hair... It's probably useful. Immediately what comes to mind is you can wear really high backpacks or things that are just on your back. Like, if you have this one, I think you could use the hat from 1.0. The, like, big circle hat that's on your back. It probably fits with this hair. This has the same neck piece as this. So if I knew what this was supposed to represent in terms of its use in society, I would know more about the sock. But this is one of the socks where you kind of want to use it for big shoes that are, like, I guess short boots, to add flair to the top of the boot. You don't want to keep it as a sock. You want to try to, like, fuse it with the shoe. Is my take on that type of sock. I guess in this case, it's just being used to add the fluff to match this. I don't remember why that exists in reality. And this is the lantern light up one. Oh, it's the bird. This one was really good too. Green birds ride the wind and bring the news from the forest. Pretty normal. Goes up a little in the air, which is nice. An interesting crown. It looks from the side, I feel, kind of different. It looks like they're poking more than this. So this might be a bad angle, where it looks like it's just one big piece, and then from the side, it's more of like a W of grass. And obviously, this is way too far away from the head. Was the hair that puffy? Oh, it's because of these. Okay, that's why. Yeah, so you might have some weird issues with sizing of this. You need very, very specific hair. A lot of Linlong stuff, maybe you'll accidentally have the right size, but if you don't have, like, right on the side of your head buns, this probably just doesn't work. Got a little flower in the center. This looks like it drops very far down and connects between the two here and down here. This, I think, is also not a great showing of it. This is the type of thing you'd put on straight hair to add some visual intrigue. So, if you had the straight hair, you slap this on the back, it kind of cuts it up for you. Oh, I really like the choker part of this. I think the necklace is fine. It's got a really interesting string. It looks kind of like it's little pieces of string that are hardened, all connected to each other. I really like this design here. I think it's see-through. Yes. So that's skin tone behind this. That's really nice, though. I really like this. This is a really good one. Hurts I don't have it. From the side, with these lines, it makes it look like it's a hand grabbing onto the leg, which is kind of cool. And these are... they have platforms under them, it looks like. Is that just like a weird reflection thing? Because I don't really see it over here. Over here, they look really, really flat. I think it's just a reflection thing. And the green here, the bright green, is the only bit. So I don't think they're very thick. But they're kind of like C heels, which is an interesting idea, because I would normally associate shoes that you could slip on and off and walk around a little more comfortably if you're going to the beach in them. But I guess if you're dressing up for the beach and you're not really going there to play, this is the type of shoe you would want. As long you also kind of need safe places to walk. So maybe it's more for like beach shacks that are not actually on the beach. Maybe like more of a boardwalk type thing, where it's right next to a beach, and then everyone from the beach is going there, and you're just going there without having to walk on sand, is kind of my idea. Oh, I wish it was zoomed in more. We'll look at the other out here to see the top of this. But the actual bottom part of the dress, very, very simple. This is one of the ones where I always talk about, I want flashy hands, because I need something that's going to swing around my waist that's going to draw your attention away from the massive, long, and undecorated dress. The very, like, center part of this is super cool, though. Kind of like a phoenix, almost, rising up towards this. And it's really hard. Is there a darker one? It's a little easier to see here where the actual dress itself is. So you can see, like, it comes down to where the head is and then goes back up. And you have this, which I think is from the hair. It's this part hanging down, lining up with everything. Another flower down here. The texture behind the bird thing is super interesting. Like, the big leaf texture here, like the veins on the leaf. It's really hard to see in this. But this section, really, really cool. I would get this. I'd probably not put anything serious on the neck. Like, I wouldn't want overcoat on this. I would want maybe a necklace or choker, one of them. And then very fancy arms, probably. It's going to be hard to pull off. This dress, I think, is actually kind of rough to make work. But the design up here is so cool, I kind of forgive it. And these are nice. They go very high up, very sparse. So if the ones you have from the... Does the grass witch from the flying broom thing have this type of arm, or is it a normal one? And then the scarecrow, I think, also has this type of arm. So if you have one that's not quite the length and thickness you want, maybe this will be a good option. But there's a couple in the game similar to it. And then the hair with more poke out side buns, but Hair itself, a little wavy, pretty long. Stuff in the front, not great. Bangs are okay. It's got the little double up here, so it adds a little bit of interest to the front. And we're on to the makeup. I think they're the best eyes in the game. They're the ones I like the most. Now, it is a little close. Sith's eyes are pretty close. And some of the really fancy ones are cool. I like Born Flawless. I like the deer's eyes. But these just speak to me. I always refer to them as dead eyes. If you ever hear me say dead eyes, this is the exact eye I'm referring to. And the reason I like them so much, because of the way like the texture in here looks, it looks like she doesn't have light. If you zoom in, she does, I'm pretty sure. It's hard to see. If you really zoom in, you can see it, though. She does have light in her eyes, but it looks like she doesn't. And it just makes it look like she's a corpse. And it's adorable. These are amazing eyes. I throw them on, like, all my dark sets. And I have to stop myself because they're overused by me. This makeup is ridiculous. It's crazy that you can't see, like, any of this on the actual set, and then you open the makeup in the Deep Echoes, and you get jump scared by the asymmetry of it. So all this is hidden under that eye patch. And then these, I think they actually stick out 3D. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how they would otherwise, because they're in front of the hair, so that's a pretty obvious statement. In terms of usefulness for this, if you didn't have the eye patch, it's a little complicated, honestly, for me. I don't know in what situation I would want this type of eye makeup, other than more of a silly reason. So I don't know a serious reason for this. I think you would have to, like, cover your eyes, or at least one of them, to kind of get, like, a good effect out of this. Maybe like a little purple? Hard to tell. Very, very small bottom. That's probably default bottoms. Maybe just a bit longer and thicker than normal is all that is? I don't think it's even colored. Ooh, dark purple, little bit of a tiny bottom lip, little bit of gloss. Not bad. I'll take it. We have an upgrade that's a little more pink. Hard to tell. It looks like the outer section is a little pink, but other than that, it's pretty similar. Ooh, I might like that more than the purple, but I like purple lipstick. I think it's hard to use, but I do like it. But the hot pink here is easier to use. I purposely did skip the eyes. It's not the same. They're not dead eyes anymore. They're... I don't know. I can't quite tell if they're white or pink. That does actually matter. The texture of them is cool. That, like, central image thing in the eyes is cool. But they're just not the dead eyes. They're not the ones I love. They're not my favorite. These are very, very bright. Very thick on the fluff. It's so high up, too. It probably actually lines up well with the bottom of skirts for short skirts. So there's probably some cool stuff you can do with that. Very big and very comically looking bow. It looks like clip art. Affectionately. That's a nice top. That's nice. It's a more childish rock top. It's a little blockier and more secure than some of the other ones we have. So that's what gives it the childish feel. I like the little circle thing here. Got a little heart. These are a cute touch. I like them. They are like thicker, but they're not super, super thick. They might even be partially see-through. Bag. Not bad. It's a little sharp. I don't know how useful this entire, like, fifth of the bag is, this little corner, because it's not going to really hold much, but it's something. And it has a glow up for some reason. I'd prefer this color. It's an okay bag, though. It's very stylish, so it's usable. Just some very, very generic shoes. Ooh, I like that pink, actually. So brown is the generic shoe color in my mind for things like this. But these are just cute. I'd wear those in, like, Stoneville. I cannot tell what that is. It's so bright. Legendary creatures stumble peacefully upon green grass. Faint glow gathered at the tip of their horns, slowly casting its light across a still night. Is it horns? It might be, like, deer antlers? Wow, is it possible to get lighter? I think it did. Oh, and that was it for the limited resonance. Home Management Insights. I don't know what this is. Oh, they added cooking in 1.11. I did remember it was added later. Big, big, silly hat. Just some more ribbons. Very, very simple ones. Another neck ribbon. This one at least is together. The other one we have that hangs a little lower where it meets also widens out. These stay together. And then it does have a logo in the center, which can cause problems. I was going to say these are very similar to the boots we just looked at, and then they're open. So, what is the difference between this and a shoe that's just this, but you remove this piece and have a tiny strap? Because it's literally just the strap is thicker, and that's the thing. But it gives me the same feel as the gloves that have the open backhand, where I don't like that this is poking out. And that's like a weird thing to think, because it literally is just a strap. So I guess what I've learned from this is I think straps have a maximum length. Width. I don't like how thick this is. I think if it was just the buckle, it would be within the realm of acceptable. Because it has the things poking up here, I feel like rather than it being an open shoe that's being strapped down, it's a full shoe that has a hole cut in it. I think that's what the difference is. I'd probably still like to have them, though, because who knows, maybe an outfit will have it be useful. Very nice hair color. And it looks like maybe loosely bound into open with swirly hair that's like mild swirls, maybe? Seems okay. Patissier... how am I going to pronounce this word when my brain is this cooked and I'm this tired? Is it patissier? Is what I was thinking of? Very standard for that, I would say. It's interesting that one of the sides is open like this. Not like open, but decorated completely differently. I think it's cool that even this part is. So I think this is nice. It's definitely upper tier for restaurant worker girl. These are very nice. Just some black socks. They have the swirl design. And it's hard to tell if they're loose, if it's just my ankles, if it's a combination of both. But, I don't know. They're nice socks. I don't think I have many full black socks. Technically, they're not full black. They have the little clip on the side, which I think maybe adds character, but some outfits won't want it. This is a little off. I need to try to figure out why I feel like it's off. It is... Maybe it's just because it's so tall. I feel like it should end earlier, or not go all the way up. But it's stretching the whole shirt, I think, is why I'm not a huge fan of it. Yawning. It is very simple. So if you are going for a very, very simple made outfit, I think it works. It's just, I think I'd prefer to have at least a little more to the top. The bottom, I think, is less important for a maid than having, like, a well-kept top. And this feels a little simple. But I think it still works. And it comes together, obviously, very well. But I typically try to think of things in terms of what they do with other sets. And Pair Pal Premium. None of the outfits, but I have a few random miscellaneous things, apparently. More Bo Peep stuff. There's so many attachments to this. There's a ribbon down here. There's like 2 ribbons here. There's 100 flowers. There's rustling inside, rustling outside, ribbons over here. This is a ridiculous piece. So you have to have a dress and accessories that are super overboard to make that work. Those are nice. I do like them. It's just, I don't really understand why it's a white bead and then it's comes down and it's like green grass. The design idea between them seems weird. Oh, those are very nice bangs. The rest of the hair, it is braided, so you can't quite tell how straight or curly it is. But all this up here looks like it's a relatively straight hair, at least for the most part. And this is insanely curly, which means it's almost certainly not natural curl. It's styled curl. And you can make the argument for like every hair in the game that it's her natural hair. Because you could have like your natural straight, your natural curly. Even when you get into like the extreme curls, it could still be natural most of the time. It's only like the very, very highly decorated hairs that aren't. This one hits that weird ground where all of it looks like it's kind of natural hair, except that one little section of bang. Where she just styled her bangs, and that's it. And I love that. This is a very, very good hair. In terms of braided hairs, it might be one of my favorite in the game. Because I'm not typically into the braided, and this, I think, saves a lot of it for me. This is English housewife. Old-fashioned. That's what it's making me think of. It's got the very wide top, and that's why you want a necklace for sure on this. Very, very high up the sleeve's end. So I'd probably put something that maybe goes up to here for glove, or I would use no glove. I don't really think I would want a small one. I doubt your legs are open here. This is probably closed and just colored. And it looks like it's pretty long, probably foot length. So you can't really show off your legs at all in this, which is kind of the point. What odds? Yeah, I don't know if I'd put these gloves with this set. I want a little bit longer of a glove. But these aren't terrible. These are a little longer than I would like normally, but this piece here is pretty big. So I think having this be bigger helps keep the balance of the glove. If it was smaller, it would look like it's really heavy in the center. Now it's spread that weight out, is my idea for that. So I think these are pretty good gloves for the size and shape they are. Pretty generic, but fine to have. Pretty generic, but fine to have. Pretty generic, but fine to have. This is a very simplistic end to this set, but it is a simplistic set, so I wasn't expecting too much. It's a 3-star from the shop, and normally with those, you're going to get 1 or 2 pieces that are really fun, or even if there's not like super fun ones, they're ones that you could say, yeah, that'd be cool to have. And in this case, it's this, and this. These 3 are like the pieces that are the set's built around that make it really cool to have. The hair is the one I'm super missing. This I'd probably like to have, but I don't think I'd ever use it actually. But yeah, that's really good. Twinsies? You're the 4-star version. You're the 4-star version, but your hat is less decorated. Ooh, the hair might be good. We'll have to see what it looks like from the back. Or not from the back, but with back shown more. The rare time, I don't think I like the darker hair, actually. I think the light hair works well with this, but again, we have to see exactly what the style looks like. I probably like this the most, but the red-yellow here works pretty well, too. Wow, those are puffy. Maybe they could be used on the end of the super, super long sleeves to, like, turn it into a puff-out sleeve if it's not. Now this, It's not just that it has less decorations, it's so wide. It's like twice as wide as the other one. Even though the back part looks like it's almost the same size. It's just the front that's super, super wide. These are pretty normal, but they're actually maybe like tiny? They're called garnishes. I think they're a little tinier than normal. This, we have a lot of things like this. The special thing about this is just that it has an apple, so maybe it's useful for you. Ooh. I'm liking the bottom here. So these are one of the shoes that I normally describe as making your foot look tiny, top to bottom, and then being lifted. Also, for some reason, giving me like a Lightning McQueen vibe. Something about the red, and then this is the windshield. But I think it's because the center of the bow is white, so it blends in. And then these look like two dots in the middle of the windshield, which would be the eyes. So I think that's why these are Lightning McQueen shoes. But I like the bottom here. It's kind of sprinkled, which is a fun texture for it. Wow. Okay. Are you like a lattice pie? What is the design for this? Spreading cream on cakes. Okay. This upper thing being kind of like a napkin is interesting. Makes me think of napkins for this. I don't think it's super, super appealing. Another interesting thing that I think I kind of like is this section for the chest here. Because it's so straight going up, it makes me feel like it's a cup. Like Nikki's body is inside like a Starbucks cup or something. And then you got like foam at the top. And then you have your napkin. And then this is just a lattice pie that's wrapped for some reason. I don't really see this as a cake that much. But it's a fun design. It has the problem of I don't know what in the world you could possibly add to this to make it look like anything than what it currently is. Like, what leggings are you going to put on that's going to change how people perceive this pie? I don't think that type of legging exists. Oh, okay. I like the hair. I do like it. It's very similar to the 5-star flying witch on the broom, but it's short. It's not as long. But very, very similar to that hair. And that's good because I love that hair. This is good. It even has some pretty interesting tops up here because it's spread out, but it waves on itself. It doesn't just go into the twin tails. More lattice stuff, which is kind of nice. Helps you just make a full set out of everything. Linlong Modern Zombie. Modern Linlong Zombie is what I'm getting here. And you were a 3-star, so no color. Another tattoo, kind of cool. Don't know what it means. This type of hat, don't know what it means, but it's one you see everywhere that I'm not a huge fan of. Zombie talisman. Last familiar trail. It could also just be like a ceiling talisman or something, but I always associate talismans on the head with jumping zombies. It's just... is it Jiangxi? Is that the right term? But that's what it makes me think of. Oh, it's the little, ties that I like. I go back and forth on whether I like them or not. I think I do. I think I have, like, a weird relationship with them. Because I've mentioned before, it feels like they're not secure because it's just being held by the ropes, but I think that's just a stupid thing for me to think. Because buttons are normally just held by a piece of string anyway. It's just that they're in the middle of fabric instead of off-side, like off-centered. So I think it's a stupid opinion of mine, but it does make me feel like they're less secured. But this is nice. You just throw it on literally any shirt that goes up to your neck. So you can take like an office shirt. One of the ones that has like even... Well, I was going to say one of the ones that has the tie. Those probably won't fit under this and it won't work. But like any office shirt going up into here Just toss that on. And then, ta-da, you have a Linlong thing. Nice invert shoes. Just super useful. The belt over the middle here is very funny, but I like this. It's almost bird-esque, the way it flows up like this, because it gives me the impression of speed for some reason. Oh, it's these pants. I forgot these existed. The ones that have the little, like, reverse garter that comes down to nothing. It's been a while since I've seen them. They look very rigid. These are very, very, very unflexible pants, which I'm not a huge fan of, but this is interesting. Oh, some wrapping, and then also the gradient, and it's asymmetrical. The type of piece where it might work better on, like, barefoot or slippers. And you could use it for, like, hospital stuff, like a hospital gown with this, and you can be a patient, things like that, rather than zombie. Assuming this is a zombie. And this is what I was talking about when I said modern. I don't associate Linlong with hoodies, but, I mean, it is what it is. We have a little, like, charm thing here. It's a double layer, too. You have, like, the bottom one, and then this here is, like, an overcoat. So it's going to be insanely, insanely warm. You do not want to wear this anytime except winter. Little beads here. Okay, that's crazy. The beads for the string on the hood are this massive thing here. I don't know if I've ever seen hoodie strings turn into, like, a necklace. That's really cool. Like, as an idea. I don't think it'd be very cool. Actually, no. I was gonna say, I don't think it'd be very cool to have in real life. I think it would be. I think it would be cool, actually. I just don't like the beads much. But I like it as an idea. And this looks like the bird from... Where are you? This. Where are you? Here. In here, and there's two of them. They're meeting in the middle of the night. I don't know what the interpretation of that is. Oh, I want to make sure that was the final piece. It wasn't. I didn't talk about the hair. Thank goodness I went back. Big, big, big loop. Maybe one of the biggest loops we've had, actually. Normally the loops are much, much smaller. A little bit of fluff. Nice bangs here. Not as interested in the sides, but they're okay. I think the interest in this one is just how big the loops are. Oh. Immediately liking this. Very, like... The cutout shoulders are really throwing me off. We'll work piece by piece. I was gonna say very, very casual school. Like a cross, almost, with a heart? What are you? Like a seashell? Spiral ripples? Spiral headpiece is just a spiral, so I guess it's just shapes? Heart choker. Do we have a heart choker? I know we have a ring choker. We probably do have a heart choker. And then this is just that with the cross underneath. Starry shoes. Really cool, doubled up, multicolored laces. Those are really nice. Go up into a tie here. These are really nice, boots. And this hair is lovely. Twin tails always make things cute. They're always very, very nice. The little, central eye hair is rare. The game tends to, if it had to pick one, split in the center. So this is a rarer hairstyle. So you have the McDonald's hair. And I like it. Little bit of wave rather than being super straight or curled in terms of the stuff out here. And there's so much light coming through it. So it's very, very light hair. It's very frizzy too. So it's thin, but still wide twin tails. Ooh, okay. I thought I had something similar to this. Maybe not. I've probably just seen this. So it has the little clasp down here, just like the pair of pants that I said were a little too stiff. But this one has... It looks kind of like some of the jean shorts and adjacent, like, work short type things we have in terms of material for this bottom one. And then, the term I always forget, it's not pleated, is it? Pleated skirt around it with a big cut in it for some reason. And then 1,000 belts in case you love belts. I have to put belts on everything. I like this, but I don't know how it exactly would connect to the back. Maybe I wouldn't like that. I like that this goes down and connects to this. That's cool. Some smaller fishnets that don't go whole leg. We do have whole leg ones. A tiny bit of visual interest for one leg, just to differentiate. Oh, it is just a top, because, yeah, obviously, because these are shorts. This is a really nice shirt, I think. It does have a little bit of the problem of a million belts for kind of no reason here, but I think getting a thin waist in a shirt like this is really, really rare, because normally they're gonna be a little more serious for button-downs, especially ones with a tie. And this is a super, super loose tie, and the shoulders are cut out. It's kind of given me, for some reason, the vibe of the 4-star Purification from 1.0. It might just be mainly color that's doing that, but the idea of it being this super light dress that has an open shoulder, which I think that one does, it's been a while. I say it's been a while, I literally used it in episode 200. It hasn't been a while. I just said that to say it, I guess. We have this going down. There was a bunch of these on the other one. Hard to tell what exactly the design is of the tie, but it's pretty fun. Some type of a thing here, too. A snail shell brooch. I don't know. I like this shirt a lot. I think this is a really good shirt. And really good hair. And super useful leggings. And really cool shorts. And very pretty necklace. And very good boots. A lot of things in this set are really good. Instantly at the picture, though, I knew I'd love it. Is this a cane? It's a staff. I don't remember why we got this. Was it one of the groups? Was it like Gilded Past or something? It's called Gilded Rose. It probably was Gilded Past. Gave us that. The Silly Pumpkins. Well, didn't give it to us. It was in the premium shop, but it was for sale probably because of Gilded Past. Little trick-or-treat thing. We kind of made a Halloween outfit, I think, but kind of not, too. I feel like we... Wait, did I not make a dark outfit for the event story? Did I run around in my super lighthearted outfit, or did I make a dark outfit for the event story? I feel like I had to have. There's no way I ran around in my casual short dress. The ghost costume. This is a classic. It's so silly. I like how cut up it is, so you know that she's not wasting a good blanket. Drew a little, like, Momo mouth on it. This is a really good one. So, I mentioned I really like a lot of the stitching that I'm getting in pieces. And I don't really have good full sets, like shirts, pants, or dresses with heavy stitch that I think work as like a doll. Some of them have stitching as detailing, but it's not like the primary focus of the piece, the way some are for accessories. And then, if I did have a full set, it would just make me sad because I didn't have this makeup to go with it, and it's the perfect makeup. So, it hurts, but I'm holding out hope still that we're gonna get a lot of doll-related things. We can have Stitch dolls, we can have ball joint dolls, but I'm just holding out hope that we get a lot of high-end dresses like that. And this is the true pain. This is maybe my second favorite eyes in the entire game, but they're one I wouldn't use as much. Sith and the Dead Eyes, I throw on every single outfit, and I can make them work on any outfit because of how much I just personally have a preference for them. These are not a preference in terms of, like, they're too much of a fantasy that I don't really want, like, Nikki looking at me like this the way I want Nikki looking at me with the dead eyes. This is just something that I think is great because I like dolls so much. So I can make outfits and kind of play into the doll roleplay aspect of it. Like, I would throw these on to a very, very bright, cheerful, everyday outdoorsy dress for, like, Breezy Meadow. Take that, put this eye on, the entire dress changes, everything is different. It recontextualizes the entire thing to be very lifeless instead of a happy, carefree girl just out in the woods. Now it's this, like, lifeless imitation of a girl. It adds, like, a whole crazy layer to any outfit you put it on. So it's really useful to have and really fun to have. But it's not, like, as appealing to look at. It's more of, like, a conceptual thing is the reason these eyes are so good. And when this dress reruns in a year, I'm pulling on this no matter what for the eyes, so I'm gonna do 20 pulls. Well, no, this is the premium shop. So I don't have to pull on a dress to get that. It's like a $5 eyes or something. So I need them to add a way for me to get them, is what I'm saying. I need this type of eye that's in, because I keep saying dolls and ball joint dolls. This is the type of eye I need in that, is what I should say. Because this was just a little bit ago, and I cried about it when these were in the shop. If you go back to the episode, I'm sure I'm complaining the whole time. We have maybe white? Again, it's a little hard to tell because they're faded out, but maybe white? Striped. I remember these. I think the only ones in the game? Maybe they added some in Itzaland because it is also kind of like a tribal thing. But shaved eyebrows. Maybe the only ones in the game. Very cool. This is a great update for makeup. And maybe the darkest of purple lipstick in the entire game. Which is crazy. Oh, and that's the end of the list. Yeah, crazy good shop. I have all these. Oh, it's the hoods. What were you from? You were probably just like the generic mission one. Interesting. I like some of the stuff here. This I'm not a huge fan of. We'll talk about it, though. The hat's silly. It doesn't quite fit the head to me. I feel like it just doesn't really make sense physics-wise. These are okay. I think the front and top of the head is pretty cute. I think it's not a bad braid. They're just a little too straight. Very generic, maybe useful, maybe not. I don't think I have many things that would be useful when this is useful. Which means this is a very useful necklace. It's like the worst way for me to word that. The idea is, I think I have little necklaces that are kind of like flowers stuck together the way this is. I don't think I have any that are low down. Or if I do, they might be only low down. So this is like a medium and a long together. So it seems useful. One of my other rings. I don't use this one much. But that's just because the other rings are a little fancier. This top is pretty good. It is see-through. It's see-through here and I think here? And then you can see this is see-through too. So I assume the top is. Little bit of the stomach. Also, it does have this decoration stuff down here. The one complaint I have about this, because I think this is a really nice top. My complaint is the neck. I don't like how it fluffs up like that. I wish it kind of just ended a little earlier and then let you decide how to do the neck with a choker. And it's hard to overwrite this with a choker because of how puffy it is. That's kind of the issue. The top's a little on the... What do I want to call this? The word that came to mind is like curmudgeon. I don't know if I'd call this like a curmudgeon pop. It feels less playful. Part of that is the coloring, but I don't know. I think it feels a little weird to me that the dress looks so flat, but it also goes up in a ridge for the chest. So it looks like you have a small chest, but then it's arched as if you have a big one. Because there's no, like, indent here in the middle. And it doesn't have to have that. It's just because the color is flat that it makes your chest look flat. So there's, like, two things working against the arch. So I think it's... What I would want is if you add literally any detailing to the color of this, I think that problem disappears. Or if you add a dark line in the middle. I think either of those things fix this problem. But it feels like it's a girl with, like, double A's who's wearing a shirt that is meant to accentuate her chest, is what this makes me feel like. These, I don't like how open this is at the bottom here. I think it's not as bad as some pants, because the ones that open gradually, I think are worse. These, I would like them more if they were a little lower. Maybe you could get, like, some very puffed out boots, and then it would work, in my opinion, a little nicer there. And this is pretty boring up here, but you can just have a longer shirt, and then that doesn't matter at all. The design here is nice. In terms of bottom open pants, these are pretty good. Like, maybe one of the, like, higher tier ones in the game for me. It's just that those types of pants in general aren't really my thing. Just very generic shoes. Maybe useful, maybe not. Oh, it kind of like a little money pouch, but very big. A weird way to word it. This is a comically long strap. And if you're gonna make a strap this long, just throw it cross-shoulder. I think we've only had one single cross-shoulder bag in all of 1.0 to 1.11. And I did say at the time the reason is because it's, like, the most annoying thing in the world to clip through for clothes. Because the string was, like, really weirdly fit around her body. This is just an easier thing to do. That's why all of these are just same side. So I don't blame them for that, because it's way more work than the reward is to make bags work cross-shoulder. I think it's a cute pouch, though. I don't know what exactly the designs are. Leaves or something like that. It does look a little comically like a money bag. Like a cartoonish money bag. But there's some appeal to that. I feel like I would want to use this with the Linlong thing. I think it's because there's decorations that go straight up and down. And I associate that with the long strings from Linlong. And then these are the three things we got for supporting the teams. Does it say the names of all of them? Gilded Past, and then I know this one was Wild Hearts. Well, okay, one of them said the name of it. And this was... What was the name for you? I don't remember. What is it? It doesn't tell me. I don't remember your name. We were Wild Hearts. I know you were Gilded Past. What were you? You were like the middle one, so you're not as memorable. I think Gilded Hearts is the... Gilded Past is the one that won the board game. And then I joined Wild Hearts with Annoy. Look at that. Look at all the stuff. It's so good. And... Oh! I already looked at the premium. And I looked at that. All that's left is Starlit. Starlit Shop, 7 out of 7, is how we're ending this, I guess. The cogs. I haven't successfully used these a single time. I came close. I almost put these on my Born Flawless, and I stopped myself. I tinkered with the idea. This is going to go on my robot outfit for that piece I don't have, but I said would look good on a robot outfit when we get to the space whales. This is a good piece. This might be the piece I'm using right now in my cooking outfit at home, actually. I think I have these on in my cooking outfit. I don't think that's the top I went with, so it must just be a different maid outfit. But, yes, very fun. Little bunny maid. Oh. Interesting. Very stiff. Interesting length. The way they end, changing color and, like, doubling up a material. There's something going on at the back of the hand. It looks like it might be see-through. Don't like that. It might be worth it to add, like, some intrigue to the hand so they're not plain, but I probably would rather have them just be plain. So, this gives me the vibe very similar to the black gloves with the red laces I mentioned earlier. They look about the same from here up, just obviously one white, one black, and then they have the thing on the back, so maybe it would be a good piece to have as an alternative to that piece. And then this would be like covered with a sleeve to make the difference over here negligible. This is... It gives me music vibes. And I think the reason is, I feel it looks similar to the dress that has the big music note here. And it does have the back tail low, which I think also is similar to that dress, and that might be what's doing it for me. Maybe a little see-through on the arms. It's hard to tell exactly how much, but I think so. It could just be very, very heavily backlit photo, though. Design pretty good. Little bit straight here, so this section here looks a little flat. But I think the stuff being such a high-legged shorts means you can draw attention away from this pretty quickly. So, like, you go up here, you're looking at her eyes, and then your eyes go down and down and down, and then once you get here, you start to go, wait a minute, I'm not really seeing anything, but then you get snapped to the legs. So, I don't think it's the end of the world. I'd probably want gloves on this, but not full-length stuff. And I probably wouldn't want full-length leggings either. I'd probably go with thigh-high here. And it's another one of those ones where, because it's a dress, it has the shorts tied to it, it does limit the options of, like, adding a cute pair of shorts to it, or having, like, solid pants, which I think would help. I don't know if solid pants would look super good on this, but I would at least prefer to have it be an option. So it's a little bit of a shame, but you can still make it work. Another animal hat. It's like a fox almost. Feline. I think it's supposed to be just probably cat rather than fox. Hard to tell what the stuff here is supposed to be. Just probably generic symbols. I kind of like this. I don't tend to like the soft, like foldy type hats, but it's just because it has ears. I like it. Wow, those are bright. They are on fire currently. They're like literally the embers. I can see them right now. Also, there's a ring on one finger. That's interesting. These seem super useful. It's literally just fire gloves. Any red set, this is probably a really good piece for it, and I swear I've never seen these before in my life. I own them. They have to do with Raggy, apparently. Oh, that's good. This is a good, Halloween theme outfit that's not a Halloween outfit. If you kind of get what I'm saying there, you're not dressing up as something, you're just dressing up in Halloween-themed colors and designs. So it's something you'd wear around Halloween. It's not something you'd go trick-or-treating in, which is fun. If I was making like an event outfit for a Halloween event, this is the type of style I'd go with, probably, rather than being like a mummy or a witch or something like that. Unless I had a set that really jumped out at me as being really cool, and then I'd break what I just said and go with that. I can't be given excuses to dress as a witch. A nice dress to end on. Having this be the final piece in the entirety of Wishfield. This is the final Wishfield piece. As long as you're following my metric of book, where it's left to right, top to bottom, you are the final thing in the game before Itzaland. And it's a great, great piece. It has also got like musical stuff on it, but I think you can kind of ignore that if you don't want to make a musical outfit. I would not make a musical outfit that's red, I'm sorry, black and orange, because I have an association with like Halloween and that, but I think it works. And that's it. We've done it. It ended up being, I think, a 9-hour and an 8-hour episode, and because of that, there was not enough time for the Itzaland stuff, because it would have been more than 24 hours total to get through all this. Mainly just because of Terra's Call, because this is going to be another, like, 3-hour, maybe. But this was very fun. I am happy that it went well. It could have been way worse. The main problems during this episode and last episode were allergies and yawning, which happened a million times. I yawned over the 17 hours, and a million times I had to mute my mic to blow my nose or take a sip of my drink because I had phlegm or something. So hopefully that all calms down, but I'll take it. I am excited to go record the episode that is already on my channel, which is 203, because that has not been recorded yet, like I said earlier. These are such pretty eyes. This is still, I think, this might be the best designed dress I've ever made in the game still. It's really good. I kind of, like, threw it together out of nowhere, and it just became, like, my masterpiece. I should put this in my favorites, actually. I might do that eventually. By the way, sad news, this outfit broke. This piece, when we updated to version 2.4, I think is when it happened, that piece doesn't work anymore. I have to, like, remake the dress and see if it fixes it, but it also doesn't work on my whimsicality. It's in the wrong spot. It used to be right here. So that's very, very sad. I'll worry about that in the future, though. For now, this was a great episode. I will eventually be back to do the Itzaland stuff. It's just going to be a while. I don't have, like, a specific date I want to do for it. But now, obviously, this was a holiday-themed episode. So the whole point of the episode, and the entire thing is, I spent 17 hours looking through the Compendium, looking at every single outfit, and still, every episode, I'm going to pull up a snapshot and say, I don't remember where this piece is from. That's the joke. April Fools. Bye.